All I wanted was family, but they wanted my house instead. I'm 83 years old, and I've been dealing with some serious issues with my daughter Linda, 56, and her husband Mark, 58. After my husband Robert died 2 years ago, I thought I'd be completely alone. We'd been married for 56 years, and suddenly half of me was just gone. I figured I'd spend whatever time I had left by myself in our little lake house, living off memories and Social Security checks. But then Linda started showing up. I need to give you some context here because Linda and I have never been close. Not when she was a kid, not when she was a teenager, definitely not as adults. We fought about everything when she was growing up. She thought I was too strict. I thought she was too wild. She moved out the second she turned 19, married Mark at 22, and for the next 34 years, our relationship consisted of obligatory birthday cards and awkward Christmas dinners where we'd run out of things to say after 20 minutes. When Robert died, I didn't expect much from her. She came to the funeral, stayed for an hour at the reception, and that was it. That was our relationship. So when she started showing up every Sunday with groceries, I was suspicious at first. But grief does weird things to people, and I thought maybe losing her father had changed something in her. Maybe it had made her realize life's too short to hold grudges. I wanted to believe that. The visits were nice, I'm not going to lie. She'd bring fresh produce, sometimes a rotisserie chicken or a casserole. Mark would come in and fix things around the house without me even asking. A loose cabinet hinge here, a dripping faucet there. They'd stay for coffee, and Linda would actually talk to me like I was a person, not just her annoying mother. She'd tell me about her job at the insurance company, about her friends, about this Netflix show she was watching. Normal stuff. Mother-daughter stuff we'd never really done before. This went on for about 6 months. I started looking forward to Sundays. I'd actually clean the house on Saturday nights, make sure I had decent coffee, sometimes bake something. I thought we were finally building the relationship we should have had all along. Our house isn't anything fancy. Robert and I bought it 40 years ago when this area was just regular middle-class neighborhoods. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a porch that creaks when you step on it. But it sits right on the lake with a nice view, and over the years the whole area changed. Property values went up. Developers started buying up lots. Real estate agents left their cards in my mailbox constantly. The neighbor 2 houses down sold last year for some ridiculous amount. I never paid attention to that stuff because this was my home, not an investment. The first time Linda brought it up, we were sitting on the porch watching the sunset. It was a Sunday in late spring. Everything was green and peaceful. She said something like, "Mom, have you thought about what would happen to this place if something happened to you?" I told her I had a will. Everything was handled. She said that was good, but wills have to go through probate, and that can take months and cost a lot of money. Mark jumped in and started talking about life estate deeds and how if I transferred the property to Linda now but kept the right to live here until I died, it would save everyone a lot of hassle and legal fees. I said I'd think about it. It seemed reasonable at the time. I mean, Linda's my only child. Who else would I leave it to? The next Sunday, they brought paperwork. Actual legal documents, already filled out, just needing my signature. Linda said there was no pressure, but maybe I should just sign now while we were all together and thinking about it. Mark said his buddy who's a notary could come by that afternoon to make it official. Something about it felt rushed. I told them I wanted my own lawyer to look at everything first, make sure I understood what I was signing. Linda's smile got a little tight, but she said that was fine. That was smart. Take all the time I needed. That was the last normal Sunday we had. The visits started spacing out after that. Every other week instead of weekly. Then once a month. Then they'd cancel last minute. I'd call Linda and get voicemail. She'd text back hours later saying she was swamped at work, or Mark wasn't feeling well, or they had plans they forgot about. My birthday came in October. I turned 83 alone with a grocery store cake and a TV dinner. No card, no call, nothing. I tried not to feel hurt, but I did. When you're old and you only have one person in the world, their silence is loud. Then in November, I got a letter from my bank about a refinancing application on my property. A refinancing application I never submitted. I called the bank immediately. I told them I hadn't applied to refinance anything, that there must be some mistake. The representative put me on hold for what felt like forever, and when she came back, she sounded confused. She said someone had definitely submitted an application in my name, complete with my social security number, copies of my driver's license and other IDs, and my signature on all the documents. The only reason they flagged it was because the phone number on the application didn't match the one they had on file for me. I felt sick. I knew exactly who had done it. Linda had taken photos of all my important documents months earlier. She said she was helping me get organized, that I should have copies of everything in case of emergency. I'd watched her take pictures of my driver's license, my social security card, my Medicare cards. I thought she was being helpful. I thought she cared. I sat there at my kitchen table with the phone in my hand, and I realized how stupid I'd been. The weekly visits, the groceries, the fixing things around the house, the sudden interest in my life after decades of barely speaking, none of it was real. She was setting me up, getting access to my documents, building a paper trail of helping me out, probably planning to claim I was incompetent or couldn't manage my own affairs. I called her. My hands were shaking while I dialed. She actually answered this time, which was surprising since she'd been avoiding my calls for weeks. She sounded fake cheerful, asking how I was, saying she'd been meaning to call. I didn't let her finish. I asked her directly if she'd tried to refinance my house. There was this long silence on the other end. Then she said no. Why would I think that? What was I talking about? I told her the bank had called me, that they had an application with my forged signature. More silence. Then her whole voice changed. It got hard and angry. She said she was trying to help me, that the house was too much for me to handle, that I couldn't maintain it properly. She said I was going to lose it anyway when I couldn't afford the taxes or the repairs, and she was trying to secure my future. I asked her how committing fraud was securing my future. She actually yelled at me then, said she was being practical, that I was sitting on almost $1 million in property value, and I was going to let the state take it, or some nursing home, and she was just trying to protect what was rightfully hers. Rightfully hers. Not mine. Hers. I hung up on her. I didn't yell, didn't cry, just pressed the end button and sat there in my kitchen. The same kitchen where Robert proposed to me 58 years ago, where we'd had every holiday dinner, where Linda took her first steps, where we'd celebrated every birthday and anniversary. And my daughter had just told me my home was rightfully hers. That's when I understood. Linda didn't love me. Maybe she never had. She loved my house. Or more specifically, she loved what my house was worth. I was just the inconvenient obstacle between her and a 7-figure payday. I didn't sleep that night. I kept thinking about all those Sundays, how happy I'd been, how grateful. I'd actually thanked her for spending time with me. I'd felt lucky that my daughter was finally in my life, and the whole time she was just waiting for me to sign papers or die or become incompetent enough that she could take control. The next morning I called Thomas, my lawyer. I've known him for 30 years. He handled the closing when Robert and I bought the house, did our wills, helped us with various legal things over the years. When I walked into his office, he took one look at my face and asked what happened. I told him everything. The visits, the pressure to transfer the deed, the sudden abandonment, the forged refinancing application. He listened without interrupting, and when I finished, he was quiet for a minute. Then he asked me what I wanted to do. I said I wanted to make sure Linda never got the house. Not when I died, not if I got sick, not ever. I wanted it to go somewhere it would actually help people, not fund my daughter's retirement or whatever she was planning. Thomas said he could make that happen. He asked if I was sure, if I wanted to take a few days to think about it. I told him I'd never been more sure of anything in my life. We started drawing up new documents that afternoon. Thomas explained everything carefully, made sure I understood exactly what I was doing. I was donating the house to the Lakeside Women's Foundation, a charity that builds and maintains affordable housing for widows and single mothers. I'd live here for the rest of my life, and when I died, they'd either use it as housing or sell it to fund more projects. Linda would get some personal items and $5,000. That was it. I signed everything. It felt like the first thing I'd done right in months. Thomas had all the documents ready within a week. Everything was set up as an irrevocable trust, which meant I couldn't change my mind later even if I wanted to. The house would go to the Lakeside Women's Foundation when I died. I could live here for the rest of my life, pay the bills, maintain it. Everything would stay exactly the same. But Linda couldn't touch it, couldn't contest it, couldn't forge anything or claim incompetence or pull any other schemes. It was done. I thought that would be the end of it. I figured Linda would find out eventually, maybe when I died and the will was read, and that would be that. But 6 weeks after I signed everything, her car pulled up in my driveway. I was in the garden pulling weeds when I heard it. I looked up and there she was, getting out with this concerned smile on her face, carrying a casserole dish like nothing had ever happened. She called out that she'd been so worried about me, that I hadn't been answering my phone. Which was a lie. My phone worked fine. She just hadn't been calling. I let her in anyway. Made tea. Sat across from her at the kitchen table and let her talk. She went on about how busy work had been, how stressful everything was, how she and Mark had been meaning to visit but time just got away from them. She was working up to something. I could tell by the way she kept fidgeting with her mug. Finally, she brought it up. Said we should talk about that misunderstanding with the bank, that maybe it was time to discuss my long-term plans. She'd been looking into assisted living facilities, really nice ones, places where I'd be taken care of and wouldn't have to worry about maintaining the house anymore. I just looked at her. This woman who'd forged my signature, who'd tried to steal my home, sitting in my kitchen, pretending to care about my well-being. And I felt nothing. No anger, no sadness, just nothing. I told her I'd already made my long-term plans, that everything was settled and taken care of. Her face lit up. She asked if I'd talked to an estate lawyer, and I could see her thinking she'd won, that I'd signed the papers she wanted. I let her think it for about 5 seconds. Then I told her the house was going to the Lakeside Women's Foundation when I died. I watched her face go through these changes. Confusion first, like she didn't understand the words. Then disbelief, like maybe she'd heard wrong. Then this anger that made her look like someone I didn't even know. She asked if I'd given our house to strangers. Our house. Like she'd paid a single mortgage payment, like she'd lived here, like it was hers. I told her I'd given my house to people who needed it, and who wouldn't forge my signature. She stood up so fast her chair fell over backward, started yelling about how spiteful I was, how much money I'd just thrown away, how that was her inheritance. I stayed sitting, told her calmly that it was my home, not her inheritance, and if she wanted it more than she wanted me, now she'd have neither. She left, didn't even pick up her chair, just stormed out and drove away. Mark called that night screaming about lawyers and undue influence and how they were going to get the trust overturned. I didn't argue with him, just hung up and called Thomas. He assured me the documents were solid, that there was nothing they could do. That was 3 months ago. I haven't heard from either of them since. The Women's Foundation sends me updates about their projects. Last week, they sent me a newsletter with a story about a widow named Maria, who moved into one of their homes with her 2 kids. She'd been living in her car after her husband died, and she lost their apartment. Now her kids have their own bedroom, and she's got a stable place to rebuild her life. There was a photo of the 3 of them smiling in front of their new place. I put that photo on my refrigerator. There used to be Linda's drawings up there, from when she was little. Crayon pictures of our family, stick figures holding hands. I took those down years ago, but I remember where they used to hang. The new photo is in the same spot. I'm 83 years old. I don't know how much time I have left. Could be months or years. But I'll spend it here in my house, the one Robert and I built a life in. And I'll know that after I'm gone, it'll help someone who actually needs it. Someone who'll be grateful for a safe place to live, instead of just seeing dollar signs. Sometimes I think about what I'd do if Linda showed up tomorrow genuinely apologizing. If she cried and said she was sorry and that she'd been terrible and just wanted her mom back. I don't know if I'd believe her. I don't know if I'd even want to. Some things you can't come back from, and trying to steal your mother's home while she's still living in it might be one of those things. Never thought I'd outsmart my own children at this age. I'm Margaret, 82, and for most of my life I believed my 3 children, Linda, 56, Robert, 53, and Karen, 49, loved me the way I loved them, deeply, without condition. The way I loved them when they were babies, when they were teenagers going through their rebellious phases, when they got married and had their own kids. I thought that's just what family was. I was wrong. My husband Thomas died 8 years ago, heart attack, quick and painless, which I'm grateful for. He left me the house he built with his own hands back in 1978. Nothing fancy, just a 3-bedroom ranch on half an acre. But it was ours. After he died, I lived there alone. I was doing fine, really. Sure, I had some heart problems and my knees weren't what they used to be, but I could manage. I had my routines, my garden, my neighbors who'd check in on me. Then Linda started calling more often. Every few days turned into every day. Always the same concern in her voice. Mom, you shouldn't be by yourself anymore. What if you fall? What if something happens and nobody finds you for days? She painted these horrible pictures in my head until I started believing them myself. Maybe she was right. Maybe I was being stubborn, trying to stay independent at my age. She convinced me to sell the house and move in with her and her husband, Dave. She made it sound perfect. We'll take care of you, Mom. You can relax, enjoy your retirement, be around family. We'll convert the garage into a nice space just for you. It sounded good when she said it. I was lonely after Thomas died, and the house felt too big with just me rattling around in it. The house sold for $340,000. Linda said she needed $200,000 for expenses. Renovations to make room for me, she said. Paying off some debts so they could focus on my care without financial stress. She made it sound so reasonable. I gave her the money. Kept $140,000 for myself just in case. I don't know why I did that. Some instinct, maybe. Thomas always said I had good instincts about people, even if I didn't always listen to them. 3 months after I moved in, I realized I'd made a terrible mistake. It started small. Linda asking me to do the dishes since I was home anyway. Then it was cooking dinner because she worked late. Then laundry. Then cleaning the whole house. I became a live-in maid who paid $800 a month in rent for a converted garage space with a bathroom and a hot plate. The renovations Linda promised never happened. They just cleared out Dave's tools and put in a bed and a dresser. Linda and Dave went out constantly. Dinners, movies, weekend trips. They'd come home late expecting food ready. Dave started complaining about utilities going up, hinting that I should contribute more. Certain foods in the pantry had tape on them with labels. "Don't touch. This is for Dave's lunches." I bought my own groceries with my Social Security check and tried to stay out of their way. Robert and Karen never visited. Not once. They'd call Linda to ask how I was doing, but never called me directly. It was like I'd become this thing they could check off their worry list without actually dealing with me. 2.5 months in, I couldn't sleep one night. My knees were aching, and the garage gets cold even with the space heater. I got up around 2 in the morning to get some water. The house was dark except for a light in the kitchen. I heard voices. I stopped in the hallway. I should have announced myself, but something made me stay quiet. Linda's voice came through clearly. "I can't wait until she's gone. Then we can finally redo this kitchen. Maybe take that trip to Europe we've been talking about." Dave answered. "How much longer do you think? She looks pretty healthy to me." Linda laughed. It wasn't a nice laugh. "God, I hope not long. She's taking up so much space." And the complaining. Did you hear her going on about her knees yesterday? I stood there in the dark hallway in my nightgown, holding my empty water glass. I don't remember walking back to the garage. I just remember sitting on the edge of my bed as the sun came up, understanding for the first time that my daughter was waiting for me to die. That the money was gone. That I'd sold my husband's house, the one he built for us, and given the profits to someone who saw me as an inconvenience with an expiration date. I didn't cry right away. The crying came later, night after night, quiet tears into my pillow so they wouldn't hear. But in that moment, sitting there watching the sunrise through the small garage window, I just felt cold. And I started thinking about what Thomas would tell me to do. 2 weeks after I heard that conversation, something happened that changed everything. It was a Tuesday afternoon. Linda was at work. Dave was playing golf like he did every Tuesday and Thursday. I was folding laundry in the garage when the doorbell rang. I almost didn't answer it. I'd learned to keep my head down, stay invisible. But it rang again, so I went. Henry Morrison stood on the porch. He was my old lawyer, the one who'd handled the house sale. 67, sharp as ever, holding his briefcase. He asked if he could come in. I made us tea and we sat in the living room, Linda's living room, surrounded by the new furniture she'd bought with my money. He told me something had felt off during the house sale. Linda had been pushy, tried to get power of attorney papers signed without me really understanding what they were. He'd shut that down, but it had bothered him enough that he wanted to check on me, see how I was doing. I broke down, told him everything. The rent, the chores, the locked pantry, the conversation I'd overheard. He sat there listening, his face getting harder with each detail. When I finished, he said we needed to talk about protecting myself. He came back the following week with documents. We set up a new will first. The old one split everything 3 ways between Linda, Robert, and Karen. Fair and equal, the way I thought parents were supposed to do it. Henry suggested we make some changes. Then he helped me open a new account at a different bank for my remaining $140,000. Linda didn't know about this account. I'd kept that money separate, and now I understood why my instincts had told me to. That's when Henry found something else. He pulled up my old account statements, the one Linda had access to for groceries. Another $30,000 was gone, withdrawn over 3 months in amounts between $500 and $2,000. When I confronted Linda about it later, she had excuses. The grocery bills were high, she said. She'd had to pay for my medications, utilities, expenses I was causing. None of it added up, but what could I do? I'd given her the debit card voluntarily. Henry got me a new card and froze the old account. We documented everything. Every withdrawal, every expense Linda claimed was for me. We kept receipts showing I bought my own groceries, paid for my own medications. He was building a case, he said, just in case. The new will left everything to Jason, my grandson. Robert's son, 28 years old. He was the only grandchild who visited me regularly, and he never asked for anything. He'd just come by to talk. Tell me about his job, his girlfriend. Ask about Thomas and the old days. He visited me more in 3 months at Linda's house than my own children had in 3 years. Henry suggested we include a detailed letter with the will explaining exactly why I was doing this. We documented everything Linda and Dave had done. Things got worse at home after I froze the account. Linda discovered she couldn't access it anymore and exploded. "What did you do?" she demanded. "I can't access your account." I played dumb. Told her the bank had called about suspicious activity and must have frozen it for security. I watched her face cycle through anger and panic before she controlled herself. She stopped buying extra groceries after that. Said I needed to pay for my own food on top of the $800 rent. Dave started making comments about retirement homes. "Wouldn't you be more comfortable with people your age, Margaret? More activities, more social interaction?" They were trying to push me out now that the money had dried up. I called Henry, told him I thought it was time. He found a place called Meadowbrook Senior Living, $3,200 a month, which I could afford with my savings and Social Security. It was actually nice. Clean, safe, actual activities and people who wanted to be there. I told Linda I was visiting a friend for the weekend. Henry picked me up Friday morning with my important documents and clothes. We went straight to Meadowbrook and I signed the lease. The following Monday, while Linda was at work, Henry came back with a moving truck. We cleared out my things from the garage. I left a note on the kitchen counter. "I've moved out. Don't contact me unless it's an emergency. My lawyer has my information if you need it." I didn't answer my phone for 3 weeks. Linda left 47 voicemails. I listened to them once. The first few were angry. "How dare you just leave? Who do you think you are? After everything we did for you." Then they turned panicked. "Mom, please call me back. We need to talk. I'm worried about you." The last ones were just crying. I deleted them all and changed my number. About a month after I moved into Meadowbrook, Linda finally showed up. I was in the common room playing cards with some new friends when the receptionist told me I had a visitor. I knew who it was before I even looked up. Linda stood by the door, makeup running, eyes red. She asked if we could talk somewhere private. I should have said no, but part of me wanted to hear what she'd say. We went to one of the small sitting rooms off the main lobby. She started crying immediately, going on about how sorry she was and how she didn't mean those things I'd heard. They were just stressed, she said. Money was tight. Dave was going through some things. She made excuses for 30 minutes straight without taking a breath. Then she got to the real reason she came. She was in financial trouble. The $200,000 I'd given her was gone. New kitchen, new cars, a vacation to Mexico, and Dave's gambling debts I didn't even know existed. She'd been counting on inheriting the rest when I died, had planned her finances around it. Henry had told her the will was changed, and everything was going to Jason now. She actually said it out loud. "Mom, you can't do this to me. I'm your daughter." I stayed calm, told her she wanted me gone, so now I was gone. She tried to deny it, but I recounted that kitchen conversation, word for word. Her face went completely white. "You heard that," she said. "Not a question, a statement." I told her I heard everything, how she locked food away from me, how she and Dave whispered about being comfortable once I died, how I was taking up space in her house, every single thing. She switched tactics then. More tears, more apologies. She'd make it up to me, she promised. We could start over. I could move back in and things would be different. I asked her why I'd believe that. She didn't have an answer. When the crying didn't work, she got angry. Started yelling about everything she'd done for me. Taking me in, giving me a place to live, cooking for me. I reminded her that I'd cooked for her, cleaned for her, paid her $800 a month to sleep in her garage. She told me I was ungrateful, that I was a spiteful old woman who'd regret this. I told her the only thing I regretted was not seeing who she really was sooner. She left after that. Slammed the door hard enough that people in the common room looked up. Henry called me the next day. Linda had contacted him about contesting the will. He assured me it was ironclad. I was of sound mind. We had documentation of everything, and Jason didn't even know about the inheritance yet. There was nothing she could do. Robert called for the first time in over a year. Linda must have told him because all he wanted to know was if it was true I was giving everything to Jason. I said yes. He asked why, and I told him Jason was the only one who treated me like family. He hung up without saying goodbye. Karen never called at all. Jason came to visit that Sunday like he always did. Brought me flowers and told me about his new job and his girlfriend, Sarah. He mentioned inviting Linda to his birthday party next month, but she'd said she was too upset with the family right now. He seemed confused by it, asked if I knew what was going on. I told him some relationships get complicated as you get older. We left it at that. It's been 6 months now since I moved to Meadowbrook. I have book club on Tuesdays, painting class on Thursdays, and friends who actually want to spend time with me. Linda sends emails every few weeks, still trying. Can we please talk about the will? I need help with something. Dave left me, each one more desperate than the last. I don't respond. Robert sent a card for my 83rd birthday 2 months ago. Generic message from the drugstore. No visit, no phone call. Karen sent nothing. Jason visits every other week and calls me on Wednesdays just to chat. He still doesn't know about the will or what his aunt did. Sometimes I think I should tell him before I'm gone so he understands why. Other times I think maybe he's better off not knowing how ugly his family can be. Last week Linda showed up at Meadowbrook again. I saw her from my window, sitting in the lobby for 3 hours. I didn't go down. She finally left an envelope at the front desk. The receptionist brought it up to me. Inside were foreclosure papers and a letter begging for a loan to save her house. I haven't opened the envelope since I read the first page. It sits on my nightstand now. Henry says if I give her money, even a small amount, it could complicate the will. But sometimes, late at night, I look at it and wonder if I'm being cruel. Then I remember crying myself to sleep in that garage while my daughter waited for me to die. The envelope stays sealed. I may be old, but I'm not helpless. Betrayal hurts worse than any disease I could catch at this age. But revenge, especially the quiet kind, soothes the ache just fine. All I wanted was company, but they wanted my money. I'm Helen, 79, a grandmother who thought family meant everything. I have 2 kids, Michael, 52, and Patricia, 48, plus a handful of grandchildren who used to visit on holidays. Used to. My husband Thomas died 5 years ago, and after that, I made it my mission to take care of everyone. I thought that's what you do when you love people. Michael had this gambling problem nobody wanted to talk about. He came to me one night, crying, saying he'd lose his house if he didn't pay off $30,000 in debt. I wrote the check without hesitation. Patricia needed help buying her first home, so I gave her $80,000 for the down payment. Every Sunday I cooked dinner for whoever showed up. Every birthday meant a check in the mail. Every crisis meant I opened my wallet. I thought I was being a good mother. Turns out I was just training them to see me as an ATM. My health started going downhill about 8 months ago. Arthritis made it hard to get around, and my doctor said my heart was weaker than he'd like. I could manage most days, but I needed help with the heavy stuff. grocery shopping, cleaning, that sort of thing. Then I fell in the bathroom one Tuesday morning. Hit my hip hard on the tile, couldn't get up for 20 minutes. Scared the hell out of me. I called Michael first. Voicemail. Left a message saying I'd fallen and could he come check on me. Nothing. Called Patricia next. She picked up but said she was too busy with the kids' soccer practice. I told her I was hurt. She said she'd try to stop by later that week. She didn't. I called back over the next few days. Michael's phone went straight to voicemail every time. Patricia answered once and said she'd call me back, then didn't. I sat in that house, still sore from the fall, realizing that the people I'd given everything to couldn't spare an hour to make sure I was okay. Eventually, I had to hire someone through an agency. That's how I met Maria. She was 45, a caretaker with kind eyes and a quiet way of helping that didn't make me feel pathetic. She came 3 times a week at first, then more as I got weaker. She cooked actual meals, not just microwaved stuff. She sat with me when I couldn't sleep because the chest pain scared me. She never asked for anything beyond her paycheck. For weeks I felt abandoned. I kept making excuses for my kids in my head. They're busy. They have their own lives. I shouldn't be a burden. But it hurt. It really hurt. 3 months after the fall, I had a doctor's appointment, routine checkup, or so I thought. My doctor ran some tests and his face got serious. He said my heart was worse than the last scan showed. He used phrases like getting your affairs in order and making the most of the time you have. I'm not stupid. I knew what he meant. Here's the weird part. Within 3 days of that appointment, Michael called. Not to check how I was doing, not really, but he somehow knew. He asked pointed questions about my health, about what the doctor said. I hadn't told anyone yet except Maria. But someone from the doctor's office must have talked, or maybe Patricia has a friend who works there. Small town. People gossip. That weekend, Patricia showed up with flowers, expensive ones from the florist, not the grocery store. She hugged me and said she was so sorry she'd been distant. The grandchildren came by the next week with handmade cards that looked suspiciously like last-minute school projects. Everyone was suddenly available. Everyone suddenly cared. It felt good for about 5 minutes. Then Michael suggested we all have a family dinner at my house. I didn't organize it. They did. They showed up with store-bought sides and acted like we were celebrating something. We sat around my dining table, the one Thomas and I bought 40 years ago, and they laughed and told stories like we did this every week. Then Michael put down his fork and looked at me with this concerned expression that didn't reach his eyes. "Mom," he said, "we should really talk about your estate plan. You know, just to make sure everything's protected." Patricia nodded along. "The house should stay in the family. You'd want that, right?" I looked around that table at their faces. Not one person had asked me how I was feeling. Not one person had asked if I was scared, if the diagnosis hurt, if I needed anything real. They were all looking at me the same way they'd look at a prize they were about to win. That's when I understood. They weren't here for me. They were here for what I'd leave behind. After that dinner, something cold settled in my chest. It wasn't sadness anymore. It was clarity. I decided to test my theory, see if I was being paranoid or if my kids really were just circling like vultures. Turns out I wasn't paranoid. The next few weeks, everyone was suddenly available. Michael started coming by with groceries, the cheap store brand stuff, not what I usually bought. But he'd spend more time wandering around my living room than actually helping me put things away. I caught him staring at Thomas's antique desk, the credenza we got in Italy, my grandmother's china cabinet. He was taking inventory. Patricia got more direct. She'd sit at my kitchen table with her coffee and say things like, "Mom, this house is way too big for just you. Have you thought about what happens to it? Or, you really should consider putting it in my name now, save on estate taxes later. I looked that up after she left. That's not how estate taxes work. She was lying to my face. The grandchildren started asking questions too. One of them, I won't say which one, actually asked me point blank if I had a will. Another wanted to know who gets my jewelry. These are kids I bought birthday presents for, kids I babysat for free, and they were asking about my jewelry like I was already dead. Meanwhile, Maria kept showing up 3 times a week, like clockwork. She'd make real food, pot roast, chicken soup, things that took time. On the bad nights, when my heart would flutter and I'd panic thinking this was it, she'd sit next to my bed and hold my hand until I fell asleep. She never once asked about my finances, never hinted at anything, just helped. My kids ramped up their campaign. They started bringing up old memories, playing the nostalgia card. Michael would say things like, "Remember when I was your favorite? Remember how close we were?" Patricia pulled out old photo albums and cried over pictures of her childhood. They were performing, and they weren't even good at it. Michael came over one afternoon with this whole speech prepared. He said he knew he'd made mistakes in the past, but family forgives, right? That's what we do. Then he said I could trust him with my savings, that he'd invest it wisely for the whole family. The same man who lost 30 grand gambling wanted me to trust him with my life savings. Patricia tried a different angle. She kept insisting I should transfer the house to her immediately. She said it was the smart thing to do, kept mentioning my legacy and keeping things in the family. The house Thomas and I bought together, where I raised my children, and she wanted me to just sign it over. They started competing with each other too. Michael would undermine Patricia. Patricia would make snide comments about Michael's past. They barely hit it. One afternoon, they got into an actual argument in my living room about who deserved more, who had been a better child, who needed my help more. I sat there, watching them fight over money I hadn't even died yet to leave them. Not once did anyone ask about my pain. Not once did anyone sit with me during a doctor's appointment. Not once did anyone ask if I was scared of dying. One night, I broke down crying. Maria was helping me get ready for bed and I just lost it. Everything came pouring out. How alone I felt, how stupid I'd been to think money was the same as love, how much it hurt to see my children turn into strangers. Maria didn't say much. She just held my hand and said, "Family isn't always blood." That night I made my decision. I called my lawyer, an old friend of Thomas's who still made house calls for clients he liked. We met quietly at my kitchen table while Maria was out getting my prescriptions filled. I told him everything. We drew up the paperwork. I sold the house to a young couple I met through the realtor. Told my kids I was moving to assisted living, which was partially true. I moved to a small rental closer to Maria's place. I set up a $50,000 donation to the local hospice charity that helped me after Thomas died. Everything else, the house sale, my savings, the bonds, all of it, went into a trust for Maria. I wrote letters. Individual ones for Michael, Patricia, each of the grandchildren who were old enough to understand. I wrote down every missed call, every excuse, every moment they chose convenience over their mother. Then I told my family I was updating my will. I let them think whatever they wanted to think. Michael brought expensive wine to the next dinner, probably trying to butter me up. Patricia talked about preserving my legacy and making sure my wishes were honored. I watched them all perform their version of love. I smiled. I played the grateful, naive old woman they expected me to be. I let them think they'd won. The truth would come soon enough. I need to come clean about something. I'm not Helen. Helen passed away 6 months ago, peacefully, with me by her side. I'm Maria, the caretaker. Helen told me her story in pieces during those long nights when she couldn't sleep, and she made me promise to share it someday. So here it is. Helen died on a Tuesday morning. I was there. Her kids weren't. They'd both said they were too busy that week to visit. Michael had a work conference. Patricia had her daughter's recital. The lawyer called them both to let them know. I didn't. The will reading happened 2 weeks later. The lawyer gathered everyone in his office. I wasn't planning to go, but he insisted Helen had wanted me there. When I walked in, Michael and Patricia looked confused. The grandchildren looked annoyed that some stranger was taking up space. You should have seen their faces before the reading started. They were excited, practically vibrating with anticipation. They weren't even trying to hide it anymore. Patricia had dressed in black, but I noticed she had her realtor's business cards in her purse. She dropped one and I saw it. She was already planning to list Helen's house. Michael brought his wife, and I overheard them whispering about a vacation to Europe they'd been putting off. The lawyer started by handing out individual letters Helen had written. He said she'd wanted him to read hers aloud first. Her final words to her children. He read it. Every word. Helen had listed specific moments. The day Michael's calls went to voicemail after her fall. The times Patricia was too busy to visit. The Sunday dinners that stopped when she needed them most. She wrote down every dollar she'd given them over the years. $30,000 for Michael's debt. $80,000 for Patricia's house. Countless birthday checks and Christmas gifts and emergency loans that were never paid back. Then came the final line. Love cannot be bought, but greed costs everything. The lawyer moved on to the estate details. $50,000 to hospice charity, the house sale money, her savings, her bonds, all of it in a trust for me. They got nothing. I've never seen people fall apart that fast. Michael stood up and started yelling. He threatened to contest the will, said his mother wasn't in her right mind, that I must have manipulated her. The lawyer shut him down immediately. The will was ironclad. Helen had been evaluated by 2 separate doctors who confirmed she was completely competent when she made her decisions. Patricia didn't yell. She cried, but they weren't sad tears. They were angry, frustrated tears. She kept saying it wasn't fair, that the house should have stayed in the family, that Helen had promised her. Helen never promised her anything. They turned on each other then. Michael blamed Patricia for not visiting enough. Patricia blamed Michael for asking about the will at that dinner. They blamed each other for being too obvious, too greedy. It was ugly. I tried to refuse the inheritance at first, told the lawyer I couldn't accept it. He said it was legally binding and Helen had been very specific. If I refused, it would all go to charity. Nothing would go to her kids regardless. She'd made sure of that. Helen's children tried to contact me after, multiple times. They wanted to make a deal, said they deserved their share, that I should split it with them out of fairness. I blocked their numbers. I wasn't interested in negotiating with people who couldn't spare an hour to sit with a dying woman. I used some of the money to volunteer at the hospice center twice a week. It's what Helen would have wanted. The rest sits in investments, and I live modestly in the same rental Helen moved to before she died. I don't need much. Helen's children still don't speak to me. Last I heard, they're not speaking to each other either. They're estranged now, each blaming the other for losing their inheritance. Michael's wife apparently left him. Turns out she'd been counting on that money too. Patricia sold her house and moved somewhere cheaper. I don't keep close tabs, but small-town gossip travels. I visit Helen's grave every Sunday. I bring fresh flowers and tell her about my week. I'm the only one who does. There are never any other flowers there. Never any sign that her children or grandchildren stop by. Last week, something unexpected happened. Michael's daughter Emma reached out to me. She's 23 now, finishing college. She said she wants to hear her grandmother's story. The real one. She said her family never talks about Helen anymore, like she never existed. She said she remembers the Sunday dinners and the birthday checks, and she's starting to understand what happened. I'm meeting her for coffee tomorrow. Maybe there's hope for the next generation. Maybe Emma learned something from watching her father and aunt destroy themselves over money. Or maybe I'm being naive, and history is about to repeat itself. Either way, I'll tell her everything. Helen's story deserves to be heard. Funny how they remembered me only after the will was read. I'm an 87-year-old widower, and I have 3 children. Margaret, 62, David, 59, and Susan, 55. For the longest time, I convinced myself they were just busy with their own lives. That's what I kept telling myself every time they forgot to call on my birthday, or when they all bailed on Christmas dinner because of work. I didn't want to believe they'd actually forgotten about their old man sitting alone in the house their mother and I built together. But deep down, I knew the truth. My wife Helen passed away 4 years ago. Cancer. The kids showed up to the funeral, stayed for the reception, and then nothing. Months would go by without a phone call. I'd leave voicemails that went unreturned. I sent birthday cards to my grandkids and got silence back. Margaret lived 2 hours away and claimed traffic was always bad. David was swamped with his contracting business. Susan said her kids' schedules made it impossible to visit. I stopped making excuses for them after the 2nd year. The only one who gave a damn was my grandson Tommy. He's Susan's oldest boy, 28 now. He'd drive over every couple weeks with groceries or takeout, sit with me, watch old westerns. Never asked for anything. Just wanted to spend time with his grandpa. That kid was more family to me than my own children had been in years. Then came the stroke. Small one, the doctors said. I was lucky. Found myself on the kitchen floor one Tuesday morning, couldn't move my left arm right. Neighbor heard me yelling and called 911. I spent 3 days in the hospital. And suddenly, like cockroaches when you turn on a light, my children appeared. Margaret was first, showed up with a fruit basket from the hospital gift shop, and this worried look that didn't reach her eyes. She sat by my bed asking questions, but not the right ones. Not how I felt or what I needed. No. It was whether I'd thought about what happens if something worse happens, and if I had all my paperwork in order. Took her 2 days to get worried enough to visit, but she sure got there quick once she heard stroke. David came next with his wife Linda. They brought flowers and this forced cheerfulness. Then he started talking about my car, how maybe I shouldn't be driving anymore, how they could help me out with that. And the house. Was I sure I wanted to keep rattling around in that big place all alone? I'd lived there for 40 years, but suddenly it was too much for me. Susan was the worst. She cried these big theatrical tears about how scared she'd been, how she couldn't bear to lose me. Then in the same breath, she asked if I'd updated my will recently. Just wanted to make sure everything was in order, for my peace of mind. Right, my peace of mind. I played dumb, told them I'd been meaning to get to that I was a little confused about things lately. I could see the looks they exchanged, relief mixed with calculation. I was the weak old man now, the one who needed help, the one who could be managed. They started visiting more after that, always with some excuse about checking on me, making sure I was eating right, asking if I needed anything. But the questions always circled back to the same things. The house, the land, my savings, what my plans were. They never actually stayed long, just long enough to make their concern look real. The real wake-up call came 2 weeks after I got home from the hospital. I was still recovering, moving slow but managing okay with Tommy checking in on me. Then Susan showed up with pamphlets, nursing facilities. Just to look at, she said. just in case. She had this whole speech prepared about how it wasn't safe for me to be alone, how they all worried constantly, how there were such nice places nearby where I could be taken care of. I should have said no right there, but I was curious. I wanted to see how far they'd go, so I agreed to visit a few places. Meadowbrook Senior Living seemed nice enough. Clean rooms, activities, meals provided. Susan loved it. Margaret and David came to tour it with us, and they all nodded along like this was the obvious solution. For my safety, they kept saying. For my own good. What they didn't know was that I'd already rewritten my will 6 months before the stroke. Right after the third Christmas they all missed. Right after my 87th birthday that none of them called for. Helen and I had always talked about leaving something to her favorite charity. She'd volunteered at the Children's Hospital for years. And Tommy, that boy deserved something for actually giving a damn. I'd gone to my lawyer Frank Morrison and redone everything. But I didn't tell my kids that. I just kept saying I needed to update things, that I'd get to it soon, that I was thinking about it. And they kept visiting, kept asking, kept circling like vultures. They had no idea what was coming. Within a month, Susan had moved me into Meadowbrook Senior Living. She called it temporary, just until I was steadier on my feet. The kids all came together for that. First time they'd been in the same room in years, to help me transition. They were so helpful, so concerned, so full of it. I had been in that facility for maybe 3 weeks when I noticed things going missing from my old house. Tommy drove me by one afternoon when Susan thought I was at bingo. My car was gone from the driveway. Half the furniture from the living room had vanished. Helen's china cabinet was empty. When I called David about it, he had the nerve to sound casual. Said he figured I wouldn't need all that stuff, that he got me a good price on the car and put it in an account for me. An account I'd never seen statements for. Furniture they'd sold without asking. Helen's things, our things, just gone. That's when I stopped pretending to be confused and started pretending to be more confused than I was. I acted forgetful, mixed up their names sometimes, asked the same questions twice. They ate it up. Poor Dad's losing it, they must have thought. Better get everything sorted soon. They started visiting more after that. Always together, always with that same concerned energy. Margaret brought papers for me to sign, just to make things easier. David talked about selling the house, how the market was good, how I didn't need the burden. Susan kept pushing me to tell her where I'd put important documents. My will, insurance policies, the deed to the land. I told them I'd update my will soon. Kept saying it every time they visited. I'm thinking about it. I need to call the lawyer. Maybe next week. They practically vibrated with anticipation. What they didn't know was that everything had already been handled. The house and the land, all 40 acres, went to Tommy. The remaining savings, about $180,000, split between the Children's Hospital Helen loved and an education fund in her name. My pension would die with me, obviously, but there was a small life insurance policy that went to Tommy, too. Margaret, David, and Susan got $1,000 each and a letter. I spent weeks writing those letters. Frank kept them sealed, ready to send after I died. The visits kept coming. I stayed at Meadowbrook, let them think they were in control. Let them believe I was too old and scattered to notice what they were doing. They sold more furniture, started clearing out the attic. Margaret even took Helen's jewelry box, said she'd keep it safe for me. Safe. Like I was going to lose it somehow. I saw Tommy on the side. He still came by the facility, brought me sandwiches from the deli I liked. Never asked about the will. Never asked about money. Just asked how I was feeling, if I needed anything. Told me about his girlfriend and his job. Real things, real conversation. One day he noticed I seemed upset. I'd just gotten off the phone with David, who'd informed me he'd arranged to sell my riding mower and tools. Didn't ask, just did it. Tommy asked if I was okay. I almost told him everything right then. Almost explained what I'd done, what was coming. But I held back. Just smiled and said I was fine, just tired of people thinking I was stupid. He looked at me for a long moment. Something passed between us. Understanding, maybe. He squeezed my hand and told me I was the sharpest person he knew. Meanwhile, my other kids kept coming around. They'd gotten bolder about it, too. Susan started hinting that maybe I should sign the house over now, for tax purposes. Margaret brought up how complicated estates could be, how much easier it would be if we just handled things while I was still here. David actually suggested I might want to gift them some money now so I could see them enjoy it. I played along, said I'd think about it, said I needed to talk to Frank about the best way to handle things. They nodded eagerly. Take your time, Dad. No rush. We just want what's best for you. What's best for me. That's rich coming from people who couldn't be bothered to call on Christmas. I made sure Frank had everything in order, made sure the paperwork was ironclad. Even had 2 different doctors evaluate me cognitively before I signed everything, just so there'd be no question later about my mental state. Frank thought I was being paranoid. I told him I was being thorough. The months dragged on like that. Them visiting, asking questions, taking things. Me playing confused, stringing them along, watching them get greedier. Tommy stopping by with food and conversation. The contrast couldn't have been more obvious. I knew my time was running out. The stroke had done more damage than the doctors initially thought. I could feel myself getting weaker, but I held on long enough to see it through. Long enough to make sure everything was set. They thought they were so clever, thought they'd managed the situation perfectly, moved the old man into a home, started liquidating his assets, positioned themselves for the big payout. They had no idea I'd beaten them to it 8 months earlier. I died last month, peacefully, in my sleep, which is more than I deserved after the petty satisfaction I got from this whole thing. The stroke complications caught up with me eventually. Tommy was there the day before. We watched the searchers and ate Chinese food. Good last day. The funeral was well attended. My children played their parts beautifully. Margaret sobbed through her speech about what a wonderful father I'd been. David told stories about growing up that he'd clearly half forgotten. Susan held her kids close and talked about family legacy. I would have laughed if I could have. Then came the reading of the will. Frank called them all in 3 days after the service. I'd made him promise to do it exactly this way. Tommy was there too, confused about why he'd been invited. Frank handed out the envelopes first, those letters I'd written. Frank told me beforehand that if there was one thing I'd want to witness, it would be this. He said it was the quietest room he'd ever been in. You could have heard a pin drop. The letters were different for each of them, but the message was the same. I'd noticed. I'd remembered. Every missed call, every skipped holiday, every year of silence. And then the sudden attention after the stroke, the questions about money, the moving of my things without permission. I'd seen it all. I'd known exactly what they were doing. Then Frank read the will itself. Tommy got the house and land. The charities got the savings. Margaret, David, and Susan each got their $1,000 and nothing else. The furniture they'd sold, the car they'd taken, Helen's jewelry, they could keep those, I supposed. They'd already stolen them anyway. Frank said Margaret went white. David actually stood up and started arguing, saying I wasn't in my right mind, that this couldn't be legal. Susan just cried. Real tears this time, but not for me. For what she'd lost. Tommy just sat there stunned, according to Frank. He tried to refuse it at first, said it should go to my kids. Frank had to explain 3 times that this was ironclad, that I'd been very clear, very certain, and very much in my right mind when I'd made these decisions. The kids tried to contest it. Of course they did. But Frank's good at his job. Every paper was in order. I'd even had those cognitive evaluations done by 2 different doctors before signing, just to be safe. There was no angle they could work. I've been gone 5 weeks now. From what I hear through the grapevine, Frank talks to Tommy and Tommy talks to his mother sometimes. There's been a lot of fighting. Accusations thrown around. Margaret and David aren't speaking to Susan because she's the one who pushed the nursing home idea. Susan isn't speaking to them because they were the ones who sold most of my stuff. Tommy used part of his inheritance to hire a lawyer. Turns out the money from my car and furniture, David had pocketed it. Never set up that account he mentioned. Tommy's making him pay it back into the estate. It'll go to the hospital in Helen's name. The house sits empty right now. Tommy hasn't decided what to do with it yet. He told Frank he might want to fix it up, live there himself, or maybe sell it and use the money to start the life he's been putting off. Either way, it's his choice now. That's what matters. My revenge wasn't loud or dramatic. No big confrontation. No curse from beyond the grave. Just quiet justice. Just consequences. They spent years forgetting I existed until I had something they wanted. So I made sure that when they finally remembered me, it was too late. I'm buried next to Helen now. I like to think she'd approve of what I did. She always said people show you who they really are, and it's up to you whether you believe them. I believed my kids when they showed me, and I acted accordingly. The thing is, I don't feel guilty about it. Maybe I should. Maybe a better person would have tried to repair things, would have sat them down and explained how much they'd hurt me. But I'm tired of making excuses for people who don't care. I'm tired of being the one who always has to understand, to forgive, to wait for them to come around. They had years to show up, years to be there. They chose not to. And when they finally did show up, it was only because they smelled money. That's not love. That's not family. That's just greed with a smile on its face. So no, I don't regret what I did. The only thing I regret is that it took me so long to see them clearly, that I wasted so much time hoping they'd change, hoping they'd remember on their own that they had a father who loved them. But hope doesn't pay the bills, and it doesn't make people care when they've decided not to. Tommy deserved what he got. The charities deserved what they got. And my 3 children got exactly what they earned. Nothing. Funny. How they remembered me only after the inheritance talk. I'm an 82-year-old grandfather, and I spent most of my life believing my family actually gave a damn about me. I've got 3 kids. Robert is 54, Patricia is 51, and Michael just turned 48 last month. Not that I was invited to that either. There are grandkids too, 7 of them, ranging from 10 to 28 years old. My wife Margaret died 4 years ago after 58 years of marriage, and that's really when everything started falling apart. I need to give you some context here. I built my construction business from absolutely nothing back in my 30s. Started with just me, a truck, and a toolbox. I built the house my kids grew up in with my own 2 hands. Every board, every nail. Put all 3 of them through college without a single student loan. The business grew into something worth actual money over the decades. Margaret and I never lived fancy, but we were comfortable. More than comfortable, if I'm being honest. When Margaret passed, the kids were there. They showed up for the funeral, stayed for a week after, helped me sort through her things. For about 6 months, they visited pretty regularly. But then I started noticing the gaps getting longer. Robert would call every Sunday. Then it became every other Sunday. Then once a month. Patricia used to stop by with the grandkids on Saturdays. That turned into texts saying they were too busy. Michael lived the farthest away, about 2 hours. And I get that it's a drive. but he used to make it work. The calls turned into texts. The texts turned into silence. My birthday came and went with cards in the mail. Generic ones. The kind you grab at the grocery store. Thanksgiving rolled around and I just assumed I'd hear from someone about plans. I waited. And waited. Nothing came. Then about 2 weeks ago, I made the mistake of checking Facebook. I don't use it much. Mostly just scroll through to see pictures of the grandkids, since that's the only way I see them anymore. There it was. A post from Patricia's account. Family dinner at her place. And I mean, everyone was there. Robert and his wife, Michael and his family, all 7 grandkids. Even my brother Tom, who lives 3 states away. They were all gathered around the dining table, the one I built for Patricia when she got her first apartment. The caption said, "Family dinner with everyone we love," with a heart emoji. Everyone they love. I sat there staring at that photo for probably 20 minutes. I wasn't mentioned. I wasn't invited. I wasn't even an afterthought. I called Patricia the next day, tried to keep my voice steady, asked about the dinner. She went quiet for a second, then gave me some excuse about it being last minute and not wanting to bother me. I could hear my grandkids laughing and yelling in the background while she told me this. I said okay, and hung up. What else was I supposed to say? That I was sitting alone in the house I built while my entire family had Thanksgiving without me? That's when something broke inside me. Not loud, not dramatic. Just a quiet snap, like a branch giving way under too much weight. I realized I'd been erased. I was the foundation they'd all built their lives on, and now that they didn't need me to build anything else, I was just in the way. I spent the next week mostly sitting in my workshop, not really doing anything, just thinking. My accountant called to go over some quarterly stuff, and I mentioned maybe selling the business and downsizing. Just conversation, really. I wasn't seriously planning anything yet. He said he'd run into Robert at the golf club the week before. I didn't even know Robert played golf. 2 days later, my phone rang. Robert. First time he'd called in 2 months. He was all cheerful, asking how I was feeling, if I needed anything. The tone was wrong. Too interested, too bright. I kept the conversation short and told him I was fine. 3 days after that, Patricia showed up at my door with homemade lasagna. Said she was just thinking about me and wanted to make sure I was eating well. Then Michael sent a text asking if I wanted to grab lunch that weekend. All 3 of them, suddenly very concerned about dear old Dad. I'm not stupid. I'm old, but I'm not senile. They'd heard about the business. They'd heard about money potentially changing hands. And just like that, I mattered again. That's when I decided, if they wanted to play games, I could play too. But I'd play to win. The next Sunday, I met Michael for lunch at this diner we used to go to when he was a kid. He spent the first 20 minutes asking about my health, if I was sleeping okay, if the house was too much for me to handle. Then he got to the real reason we were there. Started talking about how hard I'd worked my whole life, how maybe it was time to retire and enjoy myself. Asked about the business, about valuations, about my plans. Even suggested I was getting up there in age and should make things easier on myself. The subtext was clear as day. It wasn't just Michael either. They were coordinating. Patricia called the next day offering to help me organize my paperwork. Said she was worried I might lose track of important documents. Robert showed up that weekend with his financial advisor, some guy in an expensive suit who wanted to help me understand my options. They kept using that word, options, like I was too old to understand what my options were without their help. Then came the grand gesture. All 3 of them showed up together on a Tuesday afternoon. They'd clearly planned this. They sat me down and suggested I sell the house and move in with one of them. Patricia said I shouldn't be alone anymore, that they could take care of me. Robert talked about how much easier it would be. Michael nodded along like this was the most reasonable thing in the world. I almost laughed. For 4 years I'd been alone. 4 years of silence, of missing holidays, of watching my family live their lives without me. And now that there might be money involved, suddenly I needed taking care of. The irony was so thick I could taste it. That night I sat in the living room looking at photos of Margaret. There's this one from our 40th anniversary where she's laughing at something I said. I remembered her telling me once, maybe a year before she died, that she worried about what would happen to me when she was gone. I told her the kids would be there. She just smiled and squeezed my hand. She knew. Somehow she knew. I made my decision right then. If they wanted to play games, I'd play better. I started acting more forgetful than I actually was. Left my reading glasses in odd places. Asked Robert to repeat things he'd just said. Mentioned the business sale was moving forward, and then acted a bit confused about the timeline. I'd bring up legal documents and then pretend I didn't quite understand all the details. I dropped hints about my plans for the money, vague enough to keep them interested. Watching them try to hide their excitement was almost funny, but while they were busy circling like vultures, I was doing the real work. I called James, my lawyer. We've known each other for 30 years, played poker together for most of them. I told him what was happening, and he understood immediately. Actually asked me if they'd come sniffing around the money. He wasn't even surprised. We met at his office, away from prying eyes. I went through my options for the business sale. James helped me research the local orphanage where Margaret used to volunteer every Thursday for 20 years. We looked into setting up a scholarship fund at our old university, the one where Margaret and I met, the one that gave us both a shot at something better. James drew up trust documents, made everything ironclad. We had 2 independent doctors evaluate me to prove I was of sound mind. Every meeting was documented, every decision witnessed and notarized. My kids had no idea any of this was happening. After about a month of their performance, I told them I'd made my decision about the business. We were at another family dinner, one they'd organized at Robert's place. I announced I was selling. The looks on their faces, pure relief and greed mixed together. Patricia actually got teary, said she was so glad I was being practical. I told them I wanted to have a proper family meeting to discuss the future, and asked if we could all meet at James's office the following month. They practically vibrated with excitement, started talking about their own plans, what they'd do with their time now that Dad was taking it easy. Michael talked about maybe expanding his own business. Patricia mentioned a vacation home she'd been eyeing. Robert was already planning renovations. That month felt like it lasted a year. I watched them put on their show, being the devoted children they'd never actually been. They called regularly, visited often, brought me meals and asked about my day. It would have been touching if it wasn't so completely transparent. Every smile was fake, every concern was calculated, every kindness had a price tag attached. I let them perform, and I waited for the meeting that would end everything. The meeting was scheduled for 2 p.m. at James's office. All 3 of my kids showed up dressed like they were going to church. Robert wore a suit I'd never seen before. Patricia had on pearls. Even Michael, who usually lives in jeans, wore slacks and a button-down. They brought notepads. Actual notepads, like they were ready to take notes on their inheritance. The grandkids were left at home because this was adult business. James had all the documents ready. I sat at the head of the conference table, and they arranged themselves around me like they were attending a board meeting. They were trying to look somber, but I could see the excitement in their eyes. I didn't drag it out. Told them the business had been sold and the deal closed the week before. I watched them lean forward. Then I explained what I'd done with the money. 60% to a scholarship fund in Margaret's name. 35% to a trust for the local orphanage where she'd volunteered. 5% kept back for my remaining living expenses. The silence that followed was the loudest thing I'd ever heard. Robert's face went red. He stood up and asked what the hell I'd done, except he didn't say hell. Patricia started crying, asking if I was feeling okay, if I knew what I was saying. Michael just kept saying it didn't make sense, that they were my family. Where was their family when I was alone? I asked. Where were they at Thanksgiving? Where were they for 4 years while I sat in that house by myself? I brought up every missed call, every ignored holiday, every family gathering I wasn't invited to. Patricia tried to interrupt, but I kept going. Told them I knew exactly what they were doing, that they'd forgotten I existed until they thought there was money involved. That's when the accusations started. Robert told James he'd manipulated a senile old man. Patricia said I wasn't thinking clearly and this couldn't be legal. Michael threatened to contest everything. James stayed calm and explained that everything was legally sound. Told them about the 2 independent doctors who'd evaluated me. Said they were welcome to contest it, but they'd lose and waste their own money on lawyers in the process. Patricia looked at me with tears running down her face and said I was destroying the family legacy. I told her no. She destroyed that the day she forgot I was family and not a bank account. Robert stormed out without another word. Patricia left, still crying. Michael stayed for a minute longer, said he couldn't believe I'd do this to them. I told him I couldn't believe what they'd done to me. He left after that. That was 2 weeks ago. My phone has been silent since. No angry calls, no apologies, nothing. Patricia removed me from her Facebook friends list. I only know because my brother Tom told me. He thinks I'm being too harsh, but he also wasn't the one sitting alone for 4 years. Robert's wife sent me a text saying she was sorry it came to this. She was always kind, even when her husband wasn't. Michael posted something vague on social media about toxic people and cutting out negativity. I'm apparently the toxic one now. The house is quiet, but it's different now. It's not the heavy silence of loneliness. It's peaceful. I got a letter from the orphanage last week saying they're naming a wing after Margaret. The scholarship fund gave its first award to a single mother going back to school. I don't regret the money. I don't regret much of anything, really. Yesterday, something unexpected happened. My eldest granddaughter, Sarah, called. She's Patricia's daughter, 28, always been the quiet one. First family member to reach out since the meeting. She wants to meet for coffee. Said she needs to apologize, that she didn't know how bad things had gotten. Claims her parents kept her in the dark about everything. I agreed to meet her next Tuesday. But now I'm sitting here wondering if this is genuine or just a new angle. Maybe she really does care. Maybe Patricia sent her to try a softer approach. Maybe I'm a fool for even considering that this might be real. I've got 6 days to decide if I'm being wise or if I'm just a lonely old man desperate for any scrap of connection. Part of me wants to believe Sarah is different. Part of me knows better than to hope. But I guess I'll find out on Tuesday whether there's one person in my family who actually gives a damn, or if this is just another performance. Either way, the money's gone, and it's not coming back. At least I'll know for sure what I'm dealing with. Funny how they remembered me only when I stopped giving. I'm a 78-year-old grandfather, and I thought I knew what family meant. I have 3 kids. My eldest son, David, who's 52, my middle son, Tom, who's 48, and my daughter, Sarah, who's 45. 4 grandchildren, too, the little ones who still make me smile. My wife, Margaret, passed away 2 years ago, and that's when everything changed. For most of my life, I was the one holding this family together. I paid for all three of my kids' college educations. Every single tuition bill, every dorm fee, every textbook. I helped David and Tom with their down payments when they bought their first houses. Sarah too, though she at least paid me back half of it over the years. David got himself into some business trouble back in the early 2000s, and I bailed him out. Then again in 2008, and once more in 2015. I stopped counting after that. Never complained about any of it. That's what family's for, right? When Margaret died, something shifted. The calls that used to come every week dropped to once a month, then only when they needed something. David would say he was too busy with work. Tom claimed the drive was too far, even though he lives 40 minutes away. Sarah at least admitted she was overwhelmed with her own life. The excuses piled up, and I just sat in this house getting quieter and quieter. But they still called when they needed money. Tom needed $5,000 for car repairs last year. I sent it. Sarah needed help with her property taxes 6 months ago. I covered it. I kept giving because I kept hoping that maybe if I helped enough, they'd remember I was still here. That I was still their father, not just a checkbook. 3 months ago, everything came into focus. David showed up on a Tuesday afternoon, unannounced. That should have been my first clue. He never just dropped by anymore. He had a folder tucked under his arm and acted casual about it, asking about my health, talking about his kids, complaining about traffic. Normal stuff. Then he sat down at my kitchen table and slid the folder across to me. He said it was just paperwork to simplify things, for when, to make it easier on everyone later. He used words like estate planning and avoiding probate. He was smooth about it, I'll give him that. Told me his lawyer had already looked everything over and it was all standard. But I've been around long enough to know when something smells wrong. I pretended to read through the pages slowly while he sat there drumming his fingers on the table. That's when I saw it. Transfer of property deed. This wasn't about inheritance planning or making things easier after I died. These papers would transfer my land to him immediately. Right now. The 40 acres my father left me. The property that's apparently worth a fortune now because of all the development happening in the area. My hand started shaking, and it wasn't from old age. It was from pure rage. David kept pushing. He pointed to the signature lines and said to just sign here and here, that he'd get it notarized tomorrow and take care of everything. When I told him I needed to have my own lawyer look at it first, his whole demeanor changed. He got agitated, said it was just standard paperwork, and asked why I didn't trust him. I told him if his lawyer already reviewed it, then surely it could wait for mine to do the same. He left after that, making some excuse about beating rush hour traffic. I sat at that kitchen table for an hour after he drove away, just staring at those papers. I might be old, but I'm not senile. My son hadn't come to visit his father. He'd come to visit an asset. He'd come to take the one thing I had left that was really mine, something my own father worked his whole life for and passed down to me. And he'd tried to do it with a smile and a pen. That night, I couldn't sleep. I got up and went through the old photo albums Margaret used to keep. Pictures of David as a kid, me teaching him how to fish, his high school graduation, his wedding day. I kept asking myself when it happened. When did I stop being his dad and start being his bank? When did he look at me and see dollar signs instead of the man who raised him? I called my lawyer first thing Wednesday morning. I told Richard I needed to see him as soon as possible, that it was urgent. He fit me in that afternoon. If they wanted to treat me like I was already dead, I'd show them what my will really looked like. Richard has been my lawyer for 30 years. When I showed him the papers David tried to make me sign, he went pale. He actually said the words out loud, that my son had tried to pull this. He confirmed everything I'd suspected. If I'd signed those papers, The property would have transferred to David immediately. He could have sold it the next week, and I would have had zero legal recourse. That's when I stopped feeling guilty about what I was about to do. Richard asked me what I wanted to do with the land. I told him to sell it. All of it. His eyebrows went up, but he didn't argue. I bought that land with money from my first real job when I was 23. My father left it to me when he died. It was supposed to be my legacy, something I could pass down the way he passed it down to me. But legacy means nothing if it goes to people who see you as an obstacle instead of a person. I told Richard I wanted the money put in a trust fund for my grandchildren's education. Emma, Lucas, Sophie, and little Michael. They're 7, 5, 9, and 2. These are the kids who still draw me pictures, who still call me just to tell me about their day at school, who hug me without asking for anything first. Richard said he could set it up as an irrevocable trust, funds only accessible for education expenses. I told him to make him and my friend Paul the trustees. No way any of my kids could touch it. The whole process took 6 weeks. The property appraised at $780,000. I had no idea it was worth that much. A developer wanted to build townhomes on it. During those 6 weeks, David called me twice asking about the paperwork. I kept deflecting, telling him I was still reviewing it, that Richard was backed up with other cases. I could hear the impatience in David's voice. The second time he called, he said I was making this harder than it needed to be. That phrase stuck with me. Harder for who, exactly? The sale went through on a Thursday. By Friday afternoon, the money was in the trust fund, split equally among all 4 grandchildren. I kept enough for myself to live comfortably for whatever time I have left. Richard sent the official letters out on Monday morning. David showed up at my house 3 days later, and he didn't come alone. He brought Tom with him. I heard the yelling before they even made it through the door. David was screaming about what the hell I'd done, that the land was his inheritance. I stayed seated in my chair and told him I was still alive, so there was no inheritance yet. He said we had an agreement, that I was supposed to sign those papers. I asked him when I agreed to be robbed. Tom tried to play mediator. He said it wasn't fair to any of them, that they were my children. I told them to act like it then. That's when David's facade completely cracked. He admitted he needed the money badly. He'd made some investments that went south and was about to lose everything. He needed that land to save himself. I asked him if his solution was to take mine, and then he said the thing that I'll never forget. He screamed that I didn't need it, that I was 78 years old and going to die soon anyway. The room went silent. Even Tom looked shocked. That single sentence changed everything. I stood up. I'm not as tall as I used to be, but I stood up anyway. I told David quietly that he betrayed me first when he stopped being my son and started being a vulture. I listed everything. How they all disappeared after Margaret died. How the only time I heard from any of them was when they needed money. How he'd tried to commit fraud against his own father. I told him the part that hurt most wasn't that he wanted my money. It was that he thought I was stupid enough not to notice what he was doing. He tried to backtrack then, stammering that he didn't mean it the way it sounded. I told both of them to get out of my house. Tom hesitated at the door, but David just stormed out. I heard his truck peel out of the driveway. That was 4 weeks ago. David hasn't spoken to me since. Tom sent me one text, apologizing, saying he should have said something when we were all standing there. I didn't respond. Sarah called me crying a few days later. She wasn't involved in any of it, but she said the family was falling apart. I told her it fell apart 2 years ago when Margaret died, and nobody bothered to check if I was okay. She didn't have much to say after that. The relatives have been taking sides. Some think I did the right thing. Others think I'm a bitter old man who destroyed his family over money. Let them think what they want. I know what happened in my kitchen that Tuesday afternoon. David's wife Jennifer showed up alone about 2 weeks after the blow-up. She apologized, said she had no idea what David was planning. I believe her. She's a good woman who got stuck with a husband who makes bad decisions. She's the one who still brings Emma and Lucas by to visit sometimes. The last time she came, she told me David's been telling everyone I'm senile, that I don't understand what I did. I told her I understand perfectly. I understood when he slid those papers across my table, and I understand now. My house is quiet these days. Quieter than when Margaret was alive, but at least it's honest quiet. No more fake phone calls where someone asks about my health for 30 seconds before getting to what they really want. I see my grandchildren occasionally when Jennifer brings them over. They don't understand why Grandpa and Daddy aren't talking anymore. I tell them sometimes families disagree. I don't tell them their father tried to steal from me. They'll figure out who he is on their own eventually. Sarah's been stuck in the middle of all this. She accepted my decision but doesn't understand why I had to be so harsh about it. She thinks I should have just said no to David, not sold everything. I tried to explain that saying no wouldn't have stopped him. A man who shows up at his father's house with fraudulent papers isn't a man who takes no for an answer. He would have kept pushing, kept manipulating, kept trying until he found a way. But Sarah doesn't see it that way. She still brings her kids by, but the visits are stiff now. We talk about the weather and her job, and nothing that matters. I've been thinking a lot about legacy lately. I used to think it meant leaving money, property, something tangible that proved you existed. Now I realize it's more than that. The trust fund will give Emma, Lucas, Sophie, and Michael a chance at good educations. It'll give them opportunities I never had. But more than that, I hope it teaches them something. That your worth isn't measured by what people can take from you. That respect matters more than inheritance. My doctor says I've probably got 5 to 10 years left if I'm lucky. Heart condition, arthritis, the usual problems that come with being almost 80. I may not have much time left, but I've made sure my legacy won't go to those who tried to rob me while I was still breathing. Some days I have regrets about how the family fractured. I think about holidays that'll never happen again, about grandchildren growing up without knowing their cousins as well as they should. But then I remember David's voice saying I was going to die soon anyway, and the regret disappears. Tom sent me another text last week. He said he understood why I was angry, but asked if there was any way to fix this. I didn't respond to that one either. I don't know if there's a way to fix it. I don't even know if I want to fix it. I'm sitting on my porch right now in the smaller house I bought after selling the land. It's easier to maintain, easier to heat in winter. Emma's drawing is on my fridge. She drew me as a superhero with a cape. I look at it every morning when I make my coffee. My phone just buzzed. Text from Sarah asking if I'll talk to David. She says he wants to apologize. I'm staring at the message, trying to figure out what I feel. Part of me wants to forgive him because he's still my son. I still remember teaching him to ride a bike, helping him with his math homework, walking him down the aisle at his wedding. But another part of me remembers sitting at that kitchen table, watching him try to steal my property with a smile on his face. Maybe some things can't be forgiven. Or maybe they can, but the relationship will never be what it was. I don't know yet. I haven't responded to Sarah's text. Jennifer told me something else when she visited. David's in worse financial trouble than I thought. He might actually lose his house. And here I am, sitting with enough money to help him the way I always did before. The way I've helped him his entire life. If I help him now, am I teaching him that betrayal has no consequences? Or am I just being the father I've always been? I have to decide soon, and honestly, I don't know what the right answer is anymore.
Funny how greed makes you forget who fed you.
I'm 82 now, and I thought the worst thing about getting old would be the loneliness. Turns out, it's realizing the people you loved most were just waiting for you to die. My name doesn't matter much for this story, but what does matter is that I'm a widow and I have one daughter named Liza, who's 54. For most of her adult life, we had what I'd call a normal relationship. We weren't best friends or anything like that, but we got along fine. She had her own family, her own life, her own problems. I understood that. When you raise kids, you hope they'll be independent and successful. And Liza was both those things. She had a husband, a decent job, and honestly, I didn't expect her to visit all the time or call every day. That's not realistic. My husband Robert died about 5 years ago. Heart attack, quick and painless, which I guess is the best way to go if you have to go. But it left me alone in the house we'd built together. Small place, nothing fancy, but it was ours. We'd spent 40 years there. Every corner had a memory. After he passed, I figured I'd just live out my remaining years there, quietly. Maybe that sounds depressing, but it didn't feel that way to me. I had my routine, my garden, my shows on TV. I was content. For the first few months after Robert died, Liza checked in here and there. A phone call every couple weeks, maybe a visit once a month. Normal stuff. But then something shifted. She started coming around more often. First it was every other week, then weekly, then sometimes twice a week. She'd show up with groceries, sit with me for coffee, ask how I was managing. At first I thought it was sweet. I figured maybe losing her father made her realize life was short, and she wanted to spend more time with me while she still could. Better late than never, right? She started doing little things to help. She'd go through my mail with me, help me understand which bills needed to be paid when. I'll admit,
Some of that stuff had gotten confusing. Robert always handled the finances, and after he died, I had to figure it all out on my own. Liza seemed genuinely concerned that I might miss a payment or mess something up. She'd sit at my kitchen table and walk me through everything patiently. She even helped me set up online banking, which I found absolutely baffling. All those passwords and security questions and buttons to click. She made it seem easy. Looking back now, I can see what she was doing. But at the time, I just thought my daughter was finally stepping up. Finally being the caring child I'd always wanted her to be. I felt grateful, honestly. Grateful that I wasn't completely alone, that someone cared enough to make sure I was okay. The visits continued like that for months. She'd bring food, help with technology stuff, talk about how the world was getting too complicated for people my age. She made it sound like she was protecting me from all the scammers and con artists out there. She'd tell me stories about elderly people who got tricked into giving away their money or clicking on the wrong links online. She made me feel vulnerable, like I needed her help to survive in this modern world. Then one afternoon, about 8 months after her visits became regular, she brought up the bank account thing. We were sitting in the kitchen drinking tea, and she got this serious look on her face. She started talking about how worried she was about me living alone. What if I fell and couldn't get up? What if I had a medical emergency and couldn't access my money? What if someone took advantage of me? She said it would give her peace of mind if her name was on my account, just in case something happened. Just for emergencies. Just so she could help me if I needed it. I remember feeling a little uncertain about it, but not enough to say no. She was my only child, my only living family. Robert was gone. My parents were long dead. My sister lived across the country and we barely talked. Liza was it. And the way she explained it made sense. She wasn't asking for my money. She was asking to be able to help me in an emergency. That seemed reasonable. That seemed like what a good daughter would do. So I agreed. We made an appointment at the bank for the following week. I remember the drive there,
how Liza kept reassuring me that this was the right thing to do. We sat down with a bank representative who explained that by adding her name to the account, she'd have full access to withdraw or deposit money. I signed the papers, she signed the papers, and that was that. We had a joint account. On the way out, she hugged me tight and told me this was just so she could take care of me. I believed her completely. For the next few months, nothing seemed different. She still visited regularly, still helped with groceries and bills. I'd check my bank account online every week or so, mostly just to make sure my pension had deposited properly. Everything always looked fine. The balance stayed about where I expected it to be. My pension would come in, I'd spend a bit on groceries and utilities, and the rest would sit there. I had about $12,000 saved up. Not a fortune, but enough to feel secure. Enough for emergencies, or if something in the house broke down. Then one Tuesday morning in late October, I went to buy groceries. Same store I'd been going to for 30 years. I filled my cart with the usual stuff, went to the checkout, and handed the cashier my debit card. She swiped it. The machine beeped. She tried again. Another beep. She looked at me apologetically and said the card was declining. I felt my face get hot. There were people in line behind me. The cashier was young, probably in her 20s, and she looked uncomfortable. I told her there must be some mistake, that there was definitely money in that account. She tried one more time. Same result. I apologized, told her I'd come back later, and left my cart right there in the aisle. I'd never been so embarrassed in my life. When I got home, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely dial the bank's customer service number. I had to listen to the automated system, press a bunch of buttons, wait through the menu. Finally, I got to the part where it tells you your account balance. The robot voice said I had $0.17. I thought I'd misheard. I hung up and called again. Went through the whole process again. Same thing. $0.17. My pension had just deposited 5 days earlier. $1,500 like it did every month, plus the $12,000 I already had saved. It should have been over $13,000 in that account, and now there was 17 cents. I tried calling Liza immediately. The phone rang once and then went to some generic message saying the number was no longer in service. I tried again. Same thing. I tried a third time, thinking maybe I'd dialed wrong. No, the number wasn't working. She'd blocked me or changed her number or something. That's when I knew. That's when it all clicked into place. The frequent visits, the concern about technology, the joint account. She'd planned this. My own daughter had robbed me. I didn't sleep at all that night. I just sat at my kitchen table in the dark, staring at nothing. My mind kept going in circles, trying to make sense of it. Maybe there was a mistake. Maybe the bank had an error in their system. Maybe Liza had a good reason and would call me back to explain. But deep down, I knew the truth. She'd stolen from me and then disappeared. My own daughter had robbed an 82-year-old woman and blocked her number like I was some telemarketer she didn't want to deal with. By the time the sun came up Wednesday morning, I'd cycled through every emotion you can imagine. Confusion, denial, shock, sadness. But what settled in my chest by dawn was something cold and clear. Anger. Not the hot, screaming kind, the quiet, focused kind that makes you dangerous. I got dressed, made myself breakfast even though I wasn't hungry, and at 7 o'clock sharp, I drove to the police station. The officer at the front desk was a young guy, maybe 30. I told him my daughter had stolen all my money. He looked at me with this expression I've seen 1,000 times, the one people give old folks when they think we're confused or senile. He asked if maybe I'd just forgotten where I put it, or if I'd spent it on something. I told him no, that my daughter was on my bank account, and she'd drained it completely and blocked my number. He took notes, but I could tell he didn't think it was a real crime. He kept saying things like, well, if her name was on the account legally, and maybe there was a misunderstanding. I insisted he take my statement anyway. I gave him all the details, all the dates I could remember, Liza's full name and address. He said someone would look into it, but it might be difficult since she had legal access to the account. I left feeling like I'd wasted my time, but at least it was documented. At least there was a paper trail starting. From the police station, I drove straight to the bank. I waited until they opened at 9, and I was the first person through the door. I asked to speak to a manager. They made me wait about 20 minutes, which normally would have annoyed me, but I was too focused to care. When the manager finally came out, a woman in her 40s named Susan, I told her I needed to see every transaction on my account for the past 6 months. She took me to her office and pulled everything up on her computer. I watched as she scrolled through the list. That's when I saw it. Liza hadn't just taken the money all at once. She'd been stealing from me for months. $200 here in July, $500 there in August, $300 in September. Small enough amounts that I wouldn't notice when I did my weekly balance checks. The pension would come in, I'd see roughly the right amount, and I wouldn't think to look at every single transaction. But then, 3 days before she drained the account, everything changed. She'd gone to 3 different bank branches over 2 days and made massive withdrawals. $4,000 at one branch, $3,000 at another, $4,000 at a third branch, all within 48 hours. Susan showed me the withdrawal slips on her screen. I asked her to print them out. When she handed them to me, I looked at the signatures. They were supposed to be mine, but they weren't. I know my own handwriting. I've had arthritis for years and my signature is shaky, kind of wobbly. These signatures were smooth and confident. The letters formed perfectly. They looked nothing like how I actually sign my name. Liza had forged my signature. That changed everything. Susan's whole demeanor shifted when I pointed that out. She made copies of everything, flagged the account, and told me this was fraud. Not just a family dispute, not just a misunderstanding. Actual criminal fraud. She gave me the number for their fraud department and told me to file a report with them, too. I sat in my car in the bank parking lot for a while after that, just processing. My daughter hadn't just betrayed me or taken advantage of me. She'd committed a crime. She'd forged my signature multiple times and stolen over $11,000. This wasn't a desperate mistake or a moment of weakness. This was planned, calculated, deliberate. I drove home and called every lawyer in the phone book until I found one who specialized in elder abuse cases. Her name was Patricia, and she sounded young on the phone but sharp. I made an appointment for that same afternoon. When I got to her office, she listened to everything without interrupting. I showed her all the papers from the bank, told her about the police report, explained the whole timeline. She asked good questions, took detailed notes, and then told me straight up what I was dealing with. According to Patricia, what Liza did was textbook elder financial abuse, combined with fraud and forgery. The joint account gave her legal access, which complicated things, but the forged signatures were clear-cut crimes. Patricia said we should immediately file additional police reports specifically for the fraud, freeze any remaining access Liza had to anything of mine, and start building a case for restitution. She also mentioned Adult Protective Services and getting them involved to document the abuse. Over the next 2 weeks, Patricia and I filed every report, made every phone call, submitted every piece of documentation we could. The police opened a formal fraud investigation. The bank froze the account and started their own internal investigation. Adult Protective Services opened a case file. It was exhausting.
but I felt like I was finally doing something instead of just being a victim. Then, on a Thursday afternoon, about 2.5 weeks after I'd discovered the theft, someone knocked on my door. I looked through the peephole, and there was Liza, standing on my porch. She looked awful. Her hair was a mess. She wasn't wearing makeup. Her clothes looked like she'd slept in them. For a second, I almost felt sorry for her. Almost. I opened the door but didn't invite her in. She immediately started crying. She said she was so sorry, that she'd made a terrible mistake, that she'd been desperate. She kept saying, "Please, please, you have to understand." Her husband had lost his job. They had debts. She panicked. She was going to pay me back. She swore she was going to pay me back. She just needed time. I stood there listening to her make excuses, and I realized something. She'd had months to tell me she was struggling, months to ask for help. Instead, she chose to steal from her 82-year-old mother and then block her number so she wouldn't have to deal with the consequences. She wasn't sorry she stole from me. She was sorry she got caught. She kept begging me to drop the charges. She said this would ruin her life. She'd lose her job, maybe even go to jail. She'd lose everything. I just stood there looking at her. This woman I'd given birth to and raised and sacrificed for. The woman who'd looked me in the eye for months while robbing me blind. Then I told her something I actually meant. I said I forgave her. I said it calmly and clearly. She looked so relieved, started thanking me, saying she'd make it right, asking if we could talk inside. I closed the door in her face and locked it. Then I called Patricia and told her we needed to meet as soon as possible. I had one more thing to take care of. The next morning I drove to Patricia's office and told her I wanted to change my will. She asked if I was sure, said I should take some time to think about it. But I told her I'd already thought about it plenty. I'd had weeks to think about it. Every night lying awake in that empty house, I'd thought about it. I knew exactly what I wanted to do. Patricia pulled out the paperwork and we got to work. My old will had been simple. Everything went to Liza. The house, the small life insurance policy I still had, my car, whatever money was left, all my possessions. Standard stuff when you only have one child. But that will was written by a woman who thought her daughter loved her. I wasn't that woman anymore. The new will stated that everything I owned would go to a charity that helps abandoned elderly people. There's an organization about 2 towns over that provides housing and support for old folks whose families have dumped them or stolen from them. People exactly like me. Every single thing I had would go to them. The house Robert and I built together, the life insurance policy, the car, the furniture, even the jewelry Robert had given me over the years. All of it. Liza's name didn't appear anywhere in the document, except in one line that specifically stated she was being intentionally excluded. Patricia said that was important, that it showed this wasn't an oversight or a mistake. It was a choice. I signed every page, and Patricia had it witnessed and notarized right there in her office. It was done. Patricia told me the fraud investigation was moving forward. The police had enough evidence to potentially charge Liza with forgery and theft. The bank had confirmed that the signatures on the withdrawal slips didn't match my verified signature on file. Even if Liza tried to argue that she had permission to access the account, the forged signatures proved she'd deliberately deceived the bank. Patricia said there would likely be restitution ordered as part of any plea deal or sentence, meaning Liza would be legally required to pay back what she'd stolen. It wouldn't happen overnight, but it would happen. The criminal charges were still pending, though. The prosecutor's office was reviewing everything and deciding whether to move forward. Patricia warned me that these cases sometimes took months or even years to resolve. I told her I had time. At 82, I didn't have much time left, but I had enough for this. I didn't tell Liza about the will. That was the beauty of it. She had no idea.
As far as she knew, she'd just have to deal with the fraud charges and maybe pay some fines or do community service or whatever. But eventually I'd die, probably sooner rather than later, and then she'd inherit everything, and it would all be worth it in the end. That's what she was counting on. That's what made her think she could apologize her way out of this. About a month after I changed the will, my phone rang from a number I didn't recognize. I answered it, and it was Liza. She'd gotten a new phone or was calling from someone else's phone. Her voice was different than when she'd shown up crying on my doorstep. More controlled. She asked how I was doing, said she'd been thinking about me, wondered if I'd had time to think things through. She didn't say it directly, but I knew what she meant. She wanted to know if I was still cooperating with the investigation. I told her the investigation was ongoing, and there was nothing I could do about that now. Then I hung up. She hasn't called since. That was 3 months ago. The house is quiet now. I still live here alone, still do my grocery shopping at the same store, still watch my shows on TV. But something's different. I'm not lonely anymore. Lonely is when you want someone there and they're not. What I have now is solitude, and that's a choice. I'm alone because I decided to be alone, rather than let someone who betrayed me stay in my life. Sometimes I think about what the investigator told me. They tracked where some of the money went. Liza paid off credit card debt, made a payment on her car, bought new furniture. Nothing life or death, nothing that justified stealing from her elderly mother. She just wanted things and decided I was an easy target. The investigator said they see it all the time. Adult children who convince themselves they deserve their parents' money now, instead of waiting for the inheritance. They rationalize it by saying the old person doesn't need that much money anyway, or they'll just spend it on the kids eventually. So what's the difference? The difference is trust. The difference is that you don't get to decide when someone else gives you their money. The difference is that theft is theft no matter who does it. Patricia calls me every few weeks with updates. The prosecutor is apparently building a strong case. The bank wants to pursue charges too, because Liza defrauded them as much as she defrauded me. Patricia thinks there's a good chance of a plea deal where Liza admits guilt in exchange for avoiding jail time, but has to pay full restitution plus fines. I told Patricia I don't care if she goes to jail or not. I just want it on record what she did. I want it documented that this happened. I've started volunteering at that charity I'm leaving everything to. Once a week I go there and have lunch with some of the residents. A lot of them have stories similar to mine. Kids who stole from them, relatives who abandoned them, people who were supposed to love them but only loved their money. We don't talk about it much. Mostly we play cards or watch game shows or just sit together. But there's an understanding between us. We all know what it's like to realize the people you trusted most were just waiting for you to die. Robert's been gone 5 years now. Sometimes I wonder what he'd think about all this. He always said Liza was too focused on money, too worried about status and things. I used to defend her, say she was just ambitious. Turns out he was right. He usually was. I sleep fine these days. Better than I did when this all started. Some people might think I'm being too harsh, that she's still my daughter and I should forgive and forget. But I did forgive her. I meant it when I said it. Forgiveness doesn't mean pretending it didn't happen. It doesn't mean letting someone face no consequences. It just means I'm not carrying around anger that'll eat me alive. Liza made her choice when she decided $12,000 was worth more than her relationship with her mother. Now she has to live with that choice. And when I die, whenever that is, she'll open my will and realize that the old woman she thought was too senile and helpless to fight back made sure her name would never be on anything of value again. She wanted everything. She got nothing but a criminal record and the knowledge that she traded her mother for the price of a used car. I hope it was worth it. I really do. Because that's all she's getting from me. I raised him like my own son, and he tried to steal everything, so I made sure he lost it all instead. I'm a 79-year-old grandfather, and I've never been the kind of man to hold grudges. My late wife Sarah always said forgiveness was the key to peace. She lived by that until the day she passed 3 years ago. I believed it too, spent my whole life believing it, until my nephew Marcus showed me just how far greed can twist a person. Marcus is 45 now. I took him in when he was 12, after his parents died in a car accident. My brother and his wife were gone in an instant, and this scared kid showed up at my door with a garbage bag full of clothes and nothing else. Sarah and I raised him like he was ours. We had 3 kids already, Claire, Tom, and Susan, but we made room. We always made room. I paid for everything. His braces, his college tuition, helped him through student loans when those came due. When he wanted to start his real estate consulting business 15 years ago, I gave him $50,000. He said he paid it back, but I always suspected the numbers didn't quite add up. I never pushed it. He was family. About 3 years ago, Marcus came to me with a proposal. He wanted to expand his business, but his credit score was holding him back from getting better loan terms. He asked if I'd be willing to put his name on one of my rental properties temporarily, just to help build his credit profile. It was a small place, a 2-bedroom rental worth about $200,000. I figured it couldn't hurt. He was doing well by then, married to Andrea, had 2 kids I loved spending time with. So I did it. Added his name to the deed with the understanding it was temporary. That should have been my first warning sign. 6 months ago, I had a minor stroke. Nothing too serious, but it scared everyone. I recovered fine, but it left me with some mobility issues, and I had to start managing my diabetes more carefully. Suddenly, I was the old man who needed help getting groceries, who couldn't drive as much. Marcus started visiting more often. At first, I thought it was nice. He'd stop by twice a week, help with yard work, bring the grandkids. But then I noticed the questions. He'd ask if I'd paid certain bills. He'd want to know where I kept important documents. Once he asked if I remembered which bank account was my main one. The questions felt pointed, like he was testing me. When I mentioned wanting to update my will, Sarah and I had made ours together, and I needed to revise it now that she was gone. Marcus immediately volunteered to help. He suggested I use his lawyer, someone he knew who could give me a family discount. I told him I'd think about it. I didn't like the way he'd said it. Too eager, too quick. 3 months ago, everything changed. We had a family dinner at Tom's house, just a normal Sunday thing we do once a month. I was telling a story about something that happened at the grocery store, and Marcus interrupted me. He turned to Claire and said, loud enough for everyone to hear, that I'd gotten confused about a bank transaction earlier that week. Said I'd called him worried about money that was missing, but it turned out I'd just forgotten I'd moved it myself. The thing is, that never happened. I hadn't called him about any transaction. I knew exactly where my money was. But I saw how everyone looked at me after he said it. Concerned. Worried. Like I was fragile. Over the next few weeks, the rumors spread. Claire called me one evening, trying to be casual about it, saying Marcus had mentioned I'd asked him the same question 5 times in one conversation. Tom brought up memory care facilities, unprompted during a visit. Susan asked if I was taking my medications correctly. Marcus was building a narrative, and I was the main character in a story I didn't recognize. Then I overheard the phone call. Marcus had stopped by on a Tuesday afternoon. I was in the bathroom when he stepped outside to take a call. My bathroom window was open, and he was standing right below it on the porch. I heard him clearly. He's not going to last long anyway. We need to move before he does something stupid with the money. I stood there frozen. This was the kid I'd raised, the one I'd tucked into bed when he had nightmares about his parents, the one I'd taught to drive, helped through his first breakup, walked through how to change a tire. And he was talking about me like I was an obstacle. After that, Marcus started pushing harder. He showed up at my house with papers, said they were from his lawyer. A simple medical management agreement, so that if I ended up in the hospital, someone could handle things for me. He made it sound so reasonable, so caring. I told him I'd look it over. That weekend, Claire showed up. She had the same papers. She looked uncomfortable, kept saying she didn't want to pressure me, but Marcus had talked to her, and she thought maybe it was a good idea, just in case. She said Marcus was worried about me, that he'd noticed I seemed confused lately. I took the papers and actually read them that night. It wasn't a simple medical agreement. It was a comprehensive power of attorney. If I signed it, Marcus would have control over everything. My bank accounts. I had about $800,000 in savings between what Sarah and I had accumulated and her life insurance. My 3 properties, the rental with his name on it, my house, and a small commercial building I'd bought as an investment 20 years ago. My investment accounts, even medical decisions. The next morning I called my lawyer, Robert Chen. I've known Robert for 30 years. He's the one who handled Sarah's estate, helped me with every major legal decision since the 80s. I told him I needed to see him immediately. Robert looked over the documents and his face went hard. He said this was far more comprehensive than any medical management agreement needed to be. He asked if I was being pressured. I told him everything, the rumors, the phone call, the way Marcus had been circling. Robert asked me what I wanted to do. I could refuse to sign and deal with the fallout. Or I could sign and then fight it in court later. Both options meant family drama, legal battles, everyone taking sides. That's when I had the idea. I asked Robert if there was a third option. What if I signed Marcus's document, but then immediately revoked it? Would that be legal? Robert thought about it. He said yes, technically. I could sign a power of attorney and then revoke it the same day. The revocation would need to be filed properly, but it would void the first document. Marcus would think he had control, but he wouldn't actually have anything. But Robert said that alone wouldn't be enough. If Marcus tried to use the power of attorney before realizing it was revoked, I'd just be fighting him in court over unauthorized transactions. We needed something more. That's when Robert suggested the decoy. He had a client involved in an IRS investigation into a tax shelter scheme. The account was frozen, under federal scrutiny, but still technically active. If we could make it look like that was my main operating account, and Marcus tried to move money out of it, every transaction would be documented by federal investigators. It wouldn't just be my word against his. There'd be a federal paper trail. We spent 6 hours that day planning it. Robert prepared 2 documents. First, a revocation of power of attorney, to be filed the moment after I signed Marcus's version. Second, a new POA splitting control between Claire and a professional fiduciary named Patricia Morrison, someone Robert trusted completely. Then we moved the money. $600,000 from my main accounts into the decoy fund Robert had access to. We made it look active, like my primary checking account. Left $200,000 in my real accounts and kept the properties where they were. I went home that night exhausted. I'm 79 years old. I should be spending my time with my grandkids, reading on my porch, enjoying what time I have left. Instead, I was setting up an elaborate trap for the nephew I'd raised. I barely slept. The next morning, Marcus came over with Claire and Andrea. It was 9 a.m. Marcus had everything prepared, 3 copies of the document, a notary he'd hired to come to my house, even a special pen. Andrea looked uncomfortable the whole time. She kept touching Marcus's arm like she wanted him to slow down, but he ignored her. I signed the papers at my kitchen table. My hand was shaking a little, partly because I'm old and my hands shake sometimes anyway, partly because I was nervous about what came next.
Marcus watched me sign like a hawk. When I finished, he smiled and said he'd take care of everything. I asked him which account was my main one again. Played confused. Marcus's face lit up. He said not to worry. He'd handle all of it. I should just rest. They left by 10 a.m. By noon, I was in Robert's office, signing the revocation. Robert filed it electronically by 1 p.m. Marcus's power of attorney was active for exactly 4 hours. Now all we had to do was wait and see if Marcus would actually try to steal from me. Part of me hoped he wouldn't. Hoped I'd been wrong about that phone call. Wrong about the rumors. Wrong about everything. That I'd see a lawyer in a month and tell Robert to destroy all the documents, and we'd laugh about my paranoia. But I wasn't wrong. I had surgery scheduled for 2 weeks later, just a routine procedure for a hernia. But Marcus had told everyone it was serious. He was building up the drama, making it seem like I was on death's door. During those 2 weeks, Robert monitored the accounts. We could see when Marcus accessed them, what he was looking at. 3 days after I signed, Marcus transferred $50,000 out of the decoy account. The description said it was to pay my bills. Robert checked. None of my bills were due, and the money went to Marcus's business account. A week later, another transfer. $100,000 this time. The description said it was to invest in safer bonds for my retirement. The money went straight into Marcus's personal account. I went into surgery on a Wednesday. When I woke up Thursday afternoon, groggy and sore, Robert was sitting in my hospital room. He told me Marcus had made another move while I was under anesthesia. $200,000. Marcus was getting bolder. Robert also told me Marcus had been calling my other kids, telling them I might need long-term care, that they should prepare for estate issues. He was setting up the narrative that I was incapacitated, that the money he was taking was somehow for my own good. I got home Friday evening. Claire drove me and helped me get settled. After she left, I walked through my house and I could tell someone had been there. Papers in my office were moved. The drawer where I kept old financial statements was open an inch. Marcus had been in my house, going through my things. That weekend, I made a decision. I called Robert and told him to set up a family meeting at my house. I wanted everyone there, all my kids, Marcus, and Robert himself. I was done waiting. Marcus arrived that Monday, confident. You could see it in the way he walked, the way he talked. He thought he'd won. Claire and Tom and Susan were confused about why I'd called them all there. When they saw Robert, they got even more confused. I sat in my chair and looked at Marcus. This boy I'd raised, this man who'd eaten at my table, who'd called me when his first kid was born, who'd cried at Sarah's funeral. And I knew what I had to do. I signed his document the same day I signed the revocation. What Marcus didn't know was that I'd already put something else in motion. Let me back up and explain what happened in those crucial hours before the family meeting, because that's where everything came together. The morning I decided to sign Marcus's power of attorney, I'd already been up since 4 a.m. I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about that phone call I'd overheard, about the way Marcus had looked at me during that family dinner when he told everyone I was confused. At 6 a.m., I called Robert and told him I needed to see him immediately. We met at his office before the sun was fully up. Robert brought coffee and we spent 2 hours going over every possible scenario. The revocation was straightforward. I'd sign Marcus's document, then immediately sign a revocation that Robert would file electronically. But Robert kept emphasizing that the revocation alone wouldn't be enough evidence if this went to court. Marcus could claim he didn't know, that he was acting in good faith, that I was the one who was confused. That's when Robert told me about the decoy account. He had a client who'd gotten involved in what turned out to be an IRS investigation into a tax shelter scheme. The account was technically still active, but every transaction was being monitored by federal investigators. If we could move my money into that account temporarily and make Marcus think it was my primary account, any unauthorized transfer he made would be documented by the feds. It wouldn't just be family drama anymore, it would be federal evidence. I asked Robert if that was legal, if I'd be in trouble. He said as long as I wasn't actually participating in the tax scheme, just temporarily holding money in the account, it was fine. The account holder had agreed to let Robert use it for situations exactly like this. Something about needing to demonstrate the account was still functional for his own legal defense. So we moved the money, $600,000 from my savings and investment accounts into this decoy fund. We set it up to look like my main operating account, had my name on the statements, made it appear active. We left $200,000 in my actual accounts, spread across a few banks. The properties stayed where they were. Robert also prepared a new power of attorney, giving control to both Claire and a professional fiduciary named Patricia Morrison. This would replace Marcus's version once we revoked it. Patricia was someone Robert had worked with for years, completely trustworthy. The plan was that she and Claire would jointly manage things if I actually did become incapacitated. That way there were checks and balances. I went home that afternoon, exhausted. Sarah's picture was on the mantel, and I sat there looking at it for a long time. She would have hated this. She would have told me to just talk to Marcus, to give him a chance to explain. But Sarah never heard that phone call. She never heard her nephew talk about me like I was already dead. When Marcus showed up the next morning with the papers, I was ready. He had Claire with him, which I expected, but Andrea surprised me. She looked miserable the whole time, kept glancing at Marcus like she wanted to say something but couldn't. At one point, while Marcus was talking to the notary, Andrea caught my eye and I swear she looked apologetic, like she knew what he was doing and hated it. I signed 3 copies of the power of attorney. Marcus watched every signature. When I finished, he immediately started talking about how he'd organize my paperwork and make sure everything was in order. He asked where I kept my bank statements. I played it up a little, acted like I couldn't quite remember, and I could see the relief on his face. He thought he'd won. They left by 10. I was at Robert's office by 11. Signed the revocation, Robert filed it electronically by 1 p.m. Marcus's power of attorney existed for exactly 4 hours before it became worthless. Then, we waited. Robert set up monitoring on all the accounts. We could see when Marcus logged in, what he was looking at, what transfers he initiated. For the first 2 days, nothing happened. I started to wonder if maybe I'd been wrong, if maybe Marcus really was just trying to help. Then on day 3, the first transfer went through. $50,000 out of the decoy account into Marcus's business account. The description said, "Payment of bills for F. Morrison. My first name is Frank." Robert called me as soon as he saw it. None of my bills were due. My mortgage was paid off. Utilities were on auto pay from a different account. There was no legitimate reason for that transfer. I felt sick. Part of me had still been hoping I was wrong about him. A week later, Marcus transferred another $100,000. This one was labeled Investment Reallocation for Client Safety. It went straight into his personal account, not even his business one. He was getting bolder. My surgery was scheduled for the following Wednesday. It was supposed to be routine, a hernia repair I'd been putting off. But Marcus had told everyone it was serious. Claire called me the night before, crying, saying Marcus had told her I might not make it through, that he'd talked to my doctor, and things were worse than I'd let on. I told her I was fine, that it was routine, but she'd already decided Marcus knew better. I went into surgery Wednesday morning. When I woke up Thursday afternoon, Robert was sitting in my hospital room. That's when I knew something had happened. Marcus had transferred $200,000 while I was under anesthesia. He'd done it in the middle of my surgery, probably figured if something went wrong,
No one would ever know. Robert had already documented everything, had copies of all the transaction records, had verified that the money went directly into Marcus's accounts. But Robert told me something else. Marcus had also tried to initiate a refinance on the rental property, the one with his name on it alongside mine. He'd applied for a cash-out refinance, listing himself as the sole owner. On the application, he'd claimed I was incapacitated and had given him full authority. The mortgage company had flagged it because their records showed 2 owners, not 1. That was fraud. Clear, documented fraud. Robert also told me that Marcus had been busy with my other kids. He'd sent Tom an email about long-term care facilities with price comparisons. He'd told Susan I'd asked him to start handling estate matters and suggested she not visit for a while because I was easily confused. He was systematically cutting me off from my own children while positioning himself as the only person who understood what I needed. I got home Friday evening. Claire drove me, insisted on staying to help. After she left around 8 p.m., I walked through my house. I could tell immediately that someone had been there. Papers on my desk were stacked differently than I'd left them. The drawer in my office where I kept old tax returns and financial statements was open about an inch. I always keep it closed. My filing cabinet had been gone through. Marcus had been in my house while I was in the hospital. He'd used the key I'd given him years ago for emergencies, and he'd searched through everything. Looking for what, I don't know. Maybe the original property deeds. Maybe other accounts he didn't know about. I sat in my living room that night, and I was angrier than I'd been in my entire life. Not just about the money, about the violation. He'd been in my home, in my private papers. He'd lied to my children about me. He'd stolen from me while I was unconscious in surgery. I called Robert and told him to set up the family meeting. I wanted it at my house, Monday afternoon. I wanted all 3 of my kids there, Marcus and Robert. It was time to end this. That weekend was the longest of my life. I kept expecting Marcus to call, to visit, to check on how I was recovering from surgery. He didn't. Not a single call. That told me everything I needed to know about what I really was to him. Monday came. Claire arrived first, nervous, asking why I'd called this meeting. Tom and Susan came together, both looking worried. Then Marcus showed up with Andrea. He walked in confident, smiling. When he saw Robert sitting in my living room with a briefcase, his smile faltered a little, but he recovered. I didn't waste time. I told everyone I wanted to discuss my finances since there'd been so much concern about my ability to manage them. Marcus jumped in immediately, started talking about how he'd been helping, how he'd organized some things while I was in the hospital, making it sound generous. I let him talk for a minute. Then I pulled out the bank statements Robert had prepared, the decoy account, showing every transfer Marcus had made. 3 transfers, totaling $350,000, all going into Marcus's accounts, all made within 2 weeks of me signing the power of attorney. Claire went pale. Tom asked what he was looking at. Susan said there must be a mistake. Marcus tried to explain. He said he'd been protecting the money, consolidating it, that he was going to explain everything to me when I'd recovered more from surgery. He said I'd asked him to move it, that I'd been worried about the account's security. I let him finish. Then I looked at Robert and nodded. Robert pulled out the revocation document. He explained that I'd signed a power of attorney revocation the same day I'd signed Marcus's version. He showed the electronic filing timestamp, 1 p.m., 4 hours after Marcus's document was signed. He explained that meant every single transfer Marcus had made was unauthorized, that Marcus had no legal authority to access my accounts at all. The room went silent. Marcus stared at the document like he couldn't process what he was seeing. Then he looked at me, and I saw the moment it clicked. He said I'd set him up. His voice was different than I'd ever heard it. Cold. I told him I'd given him access to what I wanted him to see.
that every transfer he'd made had been documented not just by my lawyer, but by federal investigators because the account was under IRS scrutiny. That's when Marcus realized how bad this was. Robert explained that the account Marcus had been transferring from was part of an ongoing federal investigation. That every transaction Marcus made had been automatically flagged and documented. That Marcus's own business accounts were likely going to be audited now because of the connection. But Robert wasn't done. He pulled out the refinance application, the one where Marcus had listed himself as sole owner of the property and claimed I was incapacitated. Robert said that was fraud. Textbook fraud. That Marcus had lied on a federal loan application and falsely represented his ownership of a property. Claire started crying. She asked Marcus if it was true, if he'd really tried to take everything. Marcus ignored her. He was staring at me with this look I'd never seen before. Pure hatred. Andrea was the one who spoke next. She said quietly that she'd told him not to do this, that she'd warned him. Then she got up and walked out. Just left. Marcus called after her, but she didn't stop. Tom asked me why I hadn't just told them what Marcus was doing. I said I had no proof before this, that if I'd accused Marcus without evidence, it would have been my word against his, and Marcus had already convinced half the family I was losing my mind. Susan asked what happened now. Robert explained that Marcus had several options, none of them good. He could return the money, and I could choose not to press charges. He could fight it and face both civil and criminal prosecution. Or we could settle this privately, but that would still involve Marcus making restitution. Marcus finally spoke. He said I was a vindictive old man and that he'd been trying to help me, that I'd tricked him into this. He said he'd sue me for elder abuse, for entrapment, for anything his lawyer could think of. Robert said calmly that Marcus should talk to his lawyer before making any more threats. That right now, Marcus was the one facing fraud charges, not me. Marcus stood up then. He said something I won't repeat about Sarah, about me, about how he'd wasted his life being grateful to us. Then he left, slammed my door so hard a picture fell off the wall. The four of us sat there in silence. Claire was still crying. Tom looked like he'd been punched. Susan just kept shaking her head. I told them I was sorry they had to see this, that I'd hoped Marcus would prove me wrong. Claire asked when I'd started suspecting. I told her about the phone call I'd overheard, about the rumors Marcus had been spreading. She said she'd believed him, that she was sorry. Robert left after giving us all some privacy. My 3 kids stayed for another hour. We talked about what would happen next, about how to tell the rest of the family, about what this meant for the grandkids. Marcus's kids were still my grandchildren, and I made it clear that nothing changed there. That was 4 months ago. What happened after that meeting was better than I could have planned. The week after the family meeting, everything started falling apart for Marcus. Not because of anything I did. I'd already done my part. It was just the natural consequences catching up to him. Robert got a call from the IRS 3 days after the meeting. The investigators looking into the tax shelter scheme had noticed Marcus's transfers and wanted to know who he was. When they found out he'd been moving money without authorization, they expanded their investigation to include his business dealings. Apparently, when federal investigators start looking at you, they look at everything. Marcus's business partner found out about the audit within a week. His name was David something. I'd met him once at a holiday party years ago. David immediately pulled his investment from their company and started telling other investors what was happening. In commercial real estate consulting, reputation is everything. Once word got out that Marcus was under federal investigation, clients started dropping him. His business collapsed in about 6 weeks. It wasn't even dramatic. Just a steady stream of clients leaving, partners distancing themselves, deals falling through. By the end of the 2nd month, Marcus had to close his office and let go of his 3 employees. The fraud charge for the property refinance was worse. The mortgage company reported it because they're required to by law. The prosecutor's office contacted Robert to ask if I wanted to press charges. Robert advised me to wait and see if Marcus would try to settle first. He did. 2 months after our confrontation, Marcus's lawyer called Robert to discuss settlement terms. The lawyer sounded tired. He said Marcus wanted to avoid prosecution and was willing to work out an agreement. We met at Robert's office to negotiate. Marcus showed up looking like he'd aged 10 years. His suit didn't fit right anymore, like he'd lost weight. Andrea wasn't with him. I found out later she'd filed for divorce 3 weeks after the family meeting. Apparently, the gambling debts were the last straw. Marcus had been hiding those for years, using business money to cover his losses. When the business collapsed, Andrea finally saw the extent of it. The settlement took 3 hours to hammer out. Marcus had to return all the money he'd taken, but a lot of it was already spent or tied up in frozen accounts. He'd burned through about $100,000 on gambling debts and legal fees. The rest was stuck in his business accounts that were under audit. So we structured a repayment plan. Marcus would pay me $800 a month for 7 years to cover what he'd taken, plus my legal costs. It came out to about $67,000 total, which was less than he'd stolen. But Robert said it was more realistic than trying to get the full amount from someone filing bankruptcy. Marcus also had to remove his name from the rental property immediately. Sign over any claim to it, get it done within 30 days. And he had to agree to no contact with me except through lawyers. No showing up at my house, no calls, no emails. If he violated that, the criminal charges would proceed. The last term was the hardest one for me to agree to. Marcus had to forfeit any claim to my estate. When I die, he gets nothing. Not a dollar, not a personal item, nothing. Robert said it was necessary to prevent future legal challenges. I signed it, but it felt like I was severing the last connection to that 12-year-old boy who'd shown up at my door with a garbage bag. Marcus signed everything without saying a word to me. His lawyer did all the talking. When it was done, Marcus stood up and walked out. That was 2 months ago, and I haven't seen him since. He filed Chapter 13 bankruptcy about 3 weeks after the settlement. I got a notice in the mail about it. Chapter 13 means he has to follow a court-supervised repayment plan for all his debts. My settlement is part of that plan. Every month, $800 gets automatically deposited into my account from the bankruptcy trustee. The family fallout was almost worse than the legal stuff. Claire blamed herself for months. She'd call me crying, saying she should have known, should have seen what Marcus was doing. I kept telling her the same thing. She wanted to help her father, and Marcus exploited that. That's on him, not her. It took a while, but she finally started to forgive herself. We're closer now than we've been in years. She comes by twice a week, sometimes just to sit on the porch with me. We don't always talk about Marcus, but when we do, she's stopped apologizing. Tom cut Marcus off completely. Won't speak his name, won't acknowledge him at family events if Marcus's kids are there. Tom's always been the black and white thinker of my kids. To him, Marcus is dead. I've tried to soften that stance, but Tom won't budge. Susan took it differently. She was angry, but also sad. She kept saying she remembered when Marcus was young, how scared he'd been after his parents died. She said something got broken in him along the way, and maybe we all missed it. I think about that sometimes. Wonder if there were signs I should have caught earlier. The grandkids were the hardest part. Marcus has 2 kids, Emily and Jake. They're 14 and 11. They don't fully understand what happened. Andrea has tried to shield them from the details. But they know their dad did something bad, and that's why he doesn't have his business anymore. Why they had to move to a smaller place. Why their mom divorced their dad. I made it clear to Andrea early on that none of this changed how I felt about the kids.
They're still my grandchildren. I still want them in my life. Andrea was grateful for that. She brings them by once a month or so. It's awkward sometimes because they clearly feel caught in the middle. But we manage. Emily asked me once if I hated her dad. We were sitting on my porch, just the two of us, and she just came out with it. I told her I didn't hate him, that I was disappointed and hurt, but that her dad was still the boy I'd raised and I still remembered all the good times. I don't know if that was the right thing to say, but it was honest. I sold the rental property about 3 months ago, didn't need the headache of managing it anymore, and having Marcus's name associated with it, even briefly, left a bad taste. I also sold the commercial building, simplified everything. I'm living off my pension, Social Security, and what's left of my savings, about $700,000 after everything was recovered and settled. I bought a smaller house by the sea. It's about 40 minutes from where I used to live, in a quiet area where I don't know many people. That's fine. I needed a fresh start somewhere that didn't have memories of Marcus in every room. My routine now is simple. I wake up early, make coffee, sit on my porch and watch the waves. I read a lot, mostly history books and mysteries. Claire visits Tuesdays and Fridays. Tom comes by on Sundays sometimes with his kids. Susan calls every Wednesday evening and we talk for an hour. Every month, that $800 payment shows up in my account. I thought about what to do with it for a long time. Part of me wanted to just fold it into my regular budget, forget about it. But that felt wrong somehow. So I donate it. There's a charity for orphaned children, helps kids who lost their parents get into stable homes. Marcus's parents would have wanted that. Every month, $800 goes to them in Marcus's name. I don't tell him about it. It's not for him, it's for me. It helps me remember that the boy I raised did exist, even if the man he became isn't someone I recognize. I hear updates about Marcus sometimes through Andrea or the kids. He's working a regular job now for the first time since his 20s. Something in property management, entry-level position. He's living in a small apartment on the other side of town. Andrea says he's bitter, that he tells everyone who'll listen that he was tricked, that I set him up, that he was just trying to help. I don't know if he's in therapy like Andrea mentioned to Claire. I don't know if he's actually trying to change or if he's just playing victim. I don't ask for details. That part of my life is closed. My wife believed in forgiveness. She would have found a way to forgive Marcus by now, would have told me that holding on to anger was poison. I think about that a lot. I'm not angry anymore. That burned out months ago. Now I'm just sad. Sad for what could have been. Sad that 33 years of raising him ended here. I wonder sometimes if I missed signs along the way. That $50,000 loan for his business where the repayment numbers didn't quite add up. Should I have pushed harder on that? The way he talked about his clients sometimes, like they were marks instead of people. Should that have told me something? There were probably signs. I just didn't want to see them. He was family. You give family the benefit of the doubt. Except sometimes the benefit of the doubt costs you everything. I don't regret what I did, though. Setting the trap, signing the fake power of attorney, all of it. If I hadn't done that, I'd be in a nursing home right now funded by whatever scraps Marcus left me. He'd have taken everything and convinced my kids it was for my own good. At least this way I'm here, by the sea, still in control of my own life. Claire asked me last week if I'd ever consider forgiving Marcus. Really forgiving him, she meant. Not just saying I'm not angry, but actually letting it go. She said Andrea told her Marcus is struggling, that he's apparently in therapy now, that maybe he's changing. I told Claire I'd think about it. That was 3 days ago, and I'm still thinking about it. A letter came yesterday from Marcus's lawyer. It's sitting on my kitchen table right now. The lawyer is requesting a reduction in the monthly payment due to Marcus's financial hardship. Says $800 a month is creating significant burden, given Marcus's current income level. They're asking if I'd consider reducing it to $400. I haven't opened the full letter yet, just read the first page that summarizes the request. Robert called me this morning asking what I want to do. I told him I needed time to think. Part of me wants to say yes. That's the part that still remembers 12-year-old Marcus crying in the guest bedroom, missing his parents. The part that remembers teaching him to drive, helping him study for his SATs, being there when his first kid was born. That part says $800 a month doesn't matter to me. I'm donating it anyway. If he's really struggling, maybe mercy is the right move. But there's another part. The part that remembers his voice on that phone call saying, "I wouldn't last long." The part that remembers him transferring $200,000 while I was unconscious in surgery. The part that watched him lie to my children's faces. That part says he made choices, and now he lives with them. That reducing the payment just makes it easier for him to forget what he tried to do. I've been sitting on my porch for 2 hours this morning, coffee getting cold, trying to figure out what kind of man I want to be at 79. My wife isn't here to guide me anymore. She would have known what to do. She always knew. Marcus forced me to become someone I never thought I'd be. Someone who plans and schemes. Someone who sets traps for family. Someone who can watch his nephew self-destruct and not step in to help. I don't like that person much. But I also don't know if I should go back to being the person who trusted too easily, who believed family wouldn't hurt you, who thought love was enough protection against greed. The waves are loud this morning. There's a storm coming in tonight. I should probably go inside soon. But I'm still sitting here with this letter, trying to decide. I spent years sewing love into clothes for them. Turns out, greed can't be mended. I, 82, have been dealing with the painful realization that my 3 children, Miguel, 58, Sophia, 55, and Ramon, 52, saw me as nothing more than an ATM machine their entire lives. I raised them alone after my husband died when Miguel was only 8. I worked as a seamstress, taking in orders at all hours, sewing uniforms for school children, altering wedding dresses, mending torn work clothes. Every peso I earned went straight to them. Their school fees, their college tuition, their first apartments, their weddings. I thought I was building something, a family, a legacy of love and sacrifice that they'd understand when they were older. But I was building a fantasy. My health started declining about a year ago. Nothing dramatic, just the usual things that come with age. My hands shake more now. My eyesight isn't what it used to be, and I get tired easily. Simple tasks like grocery shopping or cleaning the house became harder. I mentioned it to my children during our weekly phone calls, thinking maybe they'd offer to help more. Miguel said he'd come by to check on me. Sophia promised to take me to doctor's appointments. Ramon said he'd handle any paperwork I needed help with. They didn't follow through on any of it. But I didn't push. They were busy with their own lives, their own families. I understood that. Or at least, I told myself I did. Then Miguel showed up at my door one Tuesday afternoon with a folder full of papers. He had this urgent energy about him, like whatever was in that folder couldn't wait another minute. He kissed my cheek, asked how I was feeling, made small talk about his daughter's upcoming graduation. Normal son things. I offered him coffee and pan de sal, but he waved it away. He sat me down at my kitchen table, the same table where I'd helped him with homework 40 years ago, and spread out the papers in front of me. I remember looking at them and feeling overwhelmed immediately. Legal documents have always confused me, all those big words and tiny print that my eyes can barely make out anymore. Miguel explained that these papers were just formalities, something to make things easier for when I got older and needed more help. He kept using phrases like, "for your protection," and "so we can take care of you better," and "just a precaution." He said it would give him the ability to handle my medical decisions if I ever couldn't make them myself, to manage my finances if I got too sick, to make sure I was taken care of. I asked him if I needed to read everything first, maybe take the papers to someone who could explain them properly. He got this look on his face, hurt and disappointed. He said something like, "Ma, it's just standard stuff. Don't you trust me? After everything you did for me? I'm trying to help you here. I'm trying to make sure you're protected." That got me. The guilt, I mean. Here was my son, my firstborn, the one I'd worked double shifts for so he could go to university, trying to help me, and I was questioning him. What kind of mother does that? So I picked up the pen he'd placed in front of me, and I signed where he pointed. 3 different spots across different pages. My hand was shaking, but I signed. He gathered the papers quickly after that, kissed my forehead, and promised he'd be back soon to help with groceries and take me to my next doctor's appointment. He seemed relieved, lighter somehow, as he walked out my door. I remember thinking it was nice that he cared so much about my future care. That was the last time I saw Miguel for weeks. The first week after, I didn't think much of it. He was busy, I told myself. But then the second week came and went. I called him a few times and he'd answer maybe once out of every 4 calls, always saying he was swamped with work. He'd come by soon, he promised. Sophia and Ramon also became harder to reach. Sophia stopped answering entirely, and Ramon would text instead of calling, always with some excuse about being in meetings or dealing with his kids. By the 3rd week, I started to feel it. That cold feeling in your stomach when you know something is wrong, but you can't quite name it yet. Then, strange things started happening. I noticed a car parked across from my house one morning, just sitting there. A man got out and started taking pictures of my property, not even subtle about it, just walking around my front yard with his phone out, snapping away. I went outside to ask what he was doing, but he got in his car and drove off before I could reach him. 2 days after that, a woman in a business suit knocked on my door. She had a bright smile and a clipboard, and she asked if the owner was home. I told her I was the owner, and she looked confused. She checked her clipboard and said she was a real estate agent, and she'd been told the new owner wanted to discuss listing options. New owner. Those words didn't make sense to me. I told her there was no new owner. This was my house. I'd lived here for 35 years. She apologized, said there must have been a mistake with her information, and left. That's when the cold feeling turned to ice. I went inside and tore apart my filing cabinet looking for that folder Miguel had me sign. I'd put it away somewhere safe, but in my panic I couldn't remember where. It took me almost an hour, but I finally found it in the bottom drawer under some old photo albums. My hands were shaking worse than usual as I pulled out the papers and tried to read them. The words swam in front of my eyes. I got my reading glasses, the strong ones I use for sewing fine details, and I read it again. Slowly this time. And there it was, in black and white, in language that was clear once I actually focused on it. Property transfer deed. The legal description of my house. And Miguel's name. My house, the one I'd bought with money saved from 1,000 late nights at my sewing machine. The one I'd raised my children in. The one that held every memory of my adult life, was now in Miguel's name. I sat at that kitchen table for I don't know how long, just staring at those papers, trying to understand how I'd been so stupid, how I'd signed away my home because my son told me to trust him. I called Miguel. He didn't answer. I called again and again. Nothing. I called Sophia and Ramon. Voicemail. Voicemail. Like they'd all coordinated to shut me out at the exact same time. I didn't sleep that night. I kept reading those papers over and over, hoping I'd misunderstood, hoping there was some other explanation. But there wasn't. It was simple and brutal. I'd signed my house over to my son and he'd disappeared. The next morning, I did something I hadn't done in years. I took a taxi across town to Miguel's house. I couldn't drive anymore. My hands shake too much. But I needed to see him face to face. I needed him to explain this to me. I needed to hear him say it was all a misunderstanding. When I got there, I saw his car in the driveway. So he was home. He'd just been ignoring my calls. I paid the taxi driver and walked up to the front door. I was about to knock when I noticed something leaning against the garage wall. A real estate sign. Not planted in the ground yet, but there, ready, with a photo of my house printed on it. My house, for sale. And I hadn't agreed to sell anything. I didn't knock. I tried the door and it was unlocked, so I walked in. Miguel was in the living room with Sophia and Ramon, all three of my children, together, like they'd been having a family meeting. A family meeting I wasn't invited to. They looked up when I walked in, and I saw it immediately. Guilt on Sophia's face, annoyance on Ramon's, and on Miguel's face, irritation, like I was interrupting something important. I held up the papers I'd brought with me, and I asked him what they were, what I'd really signed. And Miguel, my son, who used to call me his hero, sighed like I was being difficult. He told me it was complicated. He had debts, significant ones, from a business investment that went bad. The house was just sitting there, with me in it anyway. He needed the money, and I wasn't using the property's value. He actually said that, just sitting there with you in it, like I was a piece of furniture taking up space in my own home. I couldn't speak for a moment. I just stared at him. Then I asked what I was supposed to do, where I was supposed to go, and he shrugged and said I was getting old anyway. I'd probably need a nursing home soon, and this way, the money from the house could actually be useful instead of locked up in property. Sophia jumped in then, defensive, saying they'd all discussed it and agreed it made sense. Ramon added that I shouldn't be so dramatic about it, that they practically raised themselves anyway, since I was always working, that I was never really there for them. So why should they be there for me now? I stood in that living room, looking at my 3 children, and I finally understood. They didn't see the sacrifices. They didn't remember the meals I skipped so they could eat, the birthdays I worked through so I could afford their gifts, the sleep I lost, sewing until dawn because a client needed something rushed and I needed the extra money for their school shoes. They saw neglect where I'd given everything. And worse, they'd planned this. All 3 of them knew what Miguel was doing. They were going to split the money from my house, and they didn't feel even a little bit bad about it. I didn't cry. I didn't yell. Something in me just went cold and clear. I turned around and walked out while they were still talking behind me. Something about listing prices and market rates. They didn't even try to stop me. I took another taxi home and sat in my living room, in the house that apparently wasn't mine anymore, and I thought about my friend Rosa. Rosa had told me a story 3 years ago about her nephew, who'd tried to do something similar to her. She'd been smart about it, had protected herself legally. At the time,
I'd thought it was sad that she couldn't trust her own family. Now I realized it wasn't sad. It was wise. And I realized something else. I'd done the same thing Rosa had done. 3 years ago, after hearing her story, I'd gone to a lawyer, just in case, just to be safe. I'd set up a requirement that any property transfer involving my house needed a notarized signature, with me present in person, verified by a third party. The papers Miguel had me sign, they didn't have that. They couldn't have it, because he never took me to a notary, never had it properly witnessed. Those papers were worthless. The next morning, I called the lawyer I'd worked with 3 years ago. His name is Attorney Valdez, and he'd handled Rosa's case back then. I explained the situation, and he asked me to come in with the papers Miguel had me sign. I took another taxi to his office that same afternoon. Attorney Valdez is maybe in his 60s, one of those people who speaks slowly and carefully, like every word matters. He put on his reading glasses and went through the documents Miguel had prepared. It took him about 10 minutes, and I sat there trying not to shake. Finally, he looked up at me and said exactly what I'd hoped he'd say. The transfer wasn't valid. Miguel had gotten me to sign papers, but without the notarized signature we'd set up as a requirement years ago, the deed never actually transferred. My house was still mine. He explained that we needed to file paperwork immediately to make this official, to put a freeze on any attempt to sell the property. He'd contact the bank, the land office, everyone who needed to know that this transfer was fraudulent. I signed what he needed me to sign, real signatures this time with proper witnesses, and he promised to handle everything. I paid him from my savings account. It wasn't cheap, but it was worth every peso. That meeting was on a Thursday. By Monday, Miguel's phone calls started. I didn't answer. He left voicemails, his voice getting progressively more panicked. The first one was casual, asking me to call him back about some paperwork issue. The second one, later that day, was frustrated, saying the bank was asking questions and he needed me to come in and clear something up. The third one, that evening, was angry. He said I was ruining everything, that I didn't understand what I was doing, that he had people depending on this sale going through. I deleted all of them without listening to them fully. I knew what was happening. The bank had frozen the property just like Attorney Valdez said they would. Miguel couldn't sell a house he didn't legally own. Sophia called next. She actually managed to sound concerned, asking if I was okay, saying Miguel told her there was some confusion about the house papers. She wanted to meet for coffee to talk about it. I told her there was no confusion, that the house was mine and always had been, and that she knew exactly what Miguel had tried to do because she'd been sitting right there when he admitted it. She got quiet for a moment, then her voice changed. She asked how I could do this to Miguel, to family. Didn't I understand he was in trouble and needed help? I hung up on her. Ramon sent text messages instead of calling. Lots of them. Saying I was being unreasonable. That Miguel made a mistake but I was making it worse. That families work things out, and I was tearing everyone apart over a house I didn't even really need at my age. That last part made me laugh. Actually laugh out loud in my empty living room. I didn't need my house at my age. As if I should just be grateful they were leaving me with anything at all. I blocked all their numbers after that. I didn't want to hear from them anymore. But blocking their numbers didn't stop me from thinking about everything. I couldn't stay in that house anymore. Every room reminded me of them. Miguel's childhood bedroom where I'd sit up with him when he had nightmares. The kitchen where Sophia used to help me bake, back when she was small and still looked at me like I hung the moon. The backyard where Ramon learned to ride a bike. All those memories felt poisoned now. I started looking for apartments. Small ones, something I could afford on my pension and savings. I found one about 2 weeks after the lawyer meeting.
It was near the sea, just a short walk from the beach. 1 bedroom, a tiny kitchen, a living room with a window that faced the water. The landlady was a widow around my age who said she liked having quiet tenants. I signed a lease and paid the first 3 months up front. Then I started packing. 35 years of life in that house, and I was packing it into boxes. I didn't take much. Clothes, my sewing machine, some photos from before my husband died, my important papers. I left all the furniture because most of it was old anyway, and I didn't want to pay for movers. I left the dishes, the decorations, the curtains I'd sewn myself. I even left some photos of the kids. I took pictures of them as children, but nothing from their adult years. I didn't want those memories anymore. The packing took about a week. My hands don't work as fast as they used to, and I had to rest a lot. But I was thorough. I went through every drawer, every closet, every cabinet. I found old report cards with my handwritten notes of encouragement on them. Birthday cards they'd made me when they were small. Mother's Day gifts they'd bought with their allowance money. I threw most of it away. It felt like throwing away a version of myself that didn't exist anymore. The mother who thought her sacrifices meant something. I hired a small moving company to take my boxes to the new apartment. Just 2 guys with a truck. Nothing fancy. They loaded everything in about an hour. Before I left, I walked through the empty house one last time. I thought I'd feel sad, but I mostly felt tired. Tired of carrying the weight of expectations that were never going to be met. I didn't tell my children I was moving. I didn't leave a forwarding address. I just disappeared. The new apartment felt strange at first. Too quiet, too small, too unfamiliar. But after a few days, I started to like it. I could hear the waves from my window at night. The air smelled like salt and seaweed. There was a small balcony where I could sit in the mornings with my coffee and watch the sunrise over the water. Nobody knew where I was. Nobody could show up at my door demanding things from me. I set up my sewing machine in the corner of the living room where the light was best. I hadn't sewn anything in months, not since my hands started shaking worse. But something about the new apartment made me want to try again. I bought some fabric from a small shop down the street, just simple cotton in bright colors, and I made a skirt. It took me 3 times as long as it used to, and the stitches weren't as perfect as they once were, but I finished it. And it felt good, like I was reclaiming something I'd lost. I started taking walks along the beach in the afternoons. There was a children's shelter about 10 minutes from my apartment, and I'd pass it on my way back. One day I saw a woman outside hanging laundry, small clothes, children's sizes. She smiled at me and we started talking. Her name was Elena, and she ran the shelter. She told me they housed about 15 kids at any given time, children who'd been removed from bad situations or had nowhere else to go. She mentioned they were always in need of clothes, especially as the kids grew so fast. I offered to help. I told her I used to be a seamstress, and even though my hands weren't what they used to be, I could still sew. Elena looked like I'd offered her 1,000,000 pesos. She said they'd be grateful for anything, even just repairs on torn clothes or letting down hems. That's how I started sewing for the shelter. Elena would bring me bags of clothes that needed mending, or fabric that had been donated, and I'd spend my afternoons at my machine. At first it was just repairs, but then I started making new things. Simple dresses for the girls, shorts for the boys, school uniforms when they needed them. My hands would shake and I had to take breaks, but I kept at it. It was different from the sewing I'd done before. When I was working to support my children, every stitch felt like pressure, like I had to be faster, better, more efficient. But sewing for these shelter kids felt peaceful. I could take my time. If I made a mistake, I could redo it without worrying about losing money.
And when Elena would bring the finished clothes back and tell me how happy the children were, how they felt special wearing something new, it meant something. It actually meant something. About a month into living at the new apartment, I heard through an old neighbor that Miguel was having problems. The neighbor, Mrs. Santos, didn't know I'd moved. She called my old phone number, which I'd kept, to tell me she'd seen Miguel at the house looking upset. Apparently, he'd been counting on the money from selling the property to pay off debts. Significant debts from a business deal that went bad. When the sale fell through, his creditors started coming after him. Mrs. Santos said she'd heard he might be facing legal trouble, something about defaulting on loans. I didn't feel bad for him. I know I probably should have, he's still my son, but I didn't. He'd been willing to make me homeless to solve his money problems. He'd manipulated me, lied to me, made me sign away my home. And when I confronted him about it, he'd shown no remorse. Just irritation that I was making things difficult. Sophia tried to reach me through Mrs. Santos after that. She got my neighbor's number somehow and called her, asking her to pass along a message. She wanted me to know that Miguel was struggling, that his marriage was falling apart because of the financial stress, that his daughter's college fund was gone. She said I could stop all of this if I just helped him, if I just sold the house and gave him the money he needed. Mrs. Santos asked me what I wanted her to say back, and I told her to say nothing, to just stop passing along messages. I changed my phone number after that, got a new one that only Elena and Attorney Valdez had. I didn't want any way for my children to reach me. Around this time, Attorney Valdez called to update me. The house was officially back in my name with all the proper documentation. The fraudulent transfer had been voided. He also mentioned that Miguel had tried to contest it, had gotten his own lawyer and everything, but there was nothing to contest. The papers he'd had me sign was simply invalid. Miguel's lawyer had apparently advised him to drop it because pursuing it further would only cost more money he didn't have. I asked Attorney Valdez what I should do with the house now. I didn't want to live there anymore, but I also didn't know if I should sell it or rent it or what. He suggested I take my time deciding, that I didn't need to rush into anything. So that's what I did. Nothing. The house just sat there, empty, with all the furniture I'd left behind. I paid the property taxes and utilities to keep everything legal, but otherwise I ignored it. It felt good, having that house just exist without me in it, like I'd escaped from a prison I didn't even know I'd been in. I kept sewing for the shelter. Elena and I became friends, real friends, the kind where we'd have coffee together and talk about things other than clothes and children. She asked me once if I had family, and I told her I used to. She didn't push for details, just nodded like she understood. I got the feeling she'd seen a lot of broken families in her line of work. The kids at the shelter started to know who I was. Sometimes when I'd drop off finished clothes, they'd be outside playing and they'd wave at me. One little girl, maybe 7 years old, asked Elena if I was her grandmother. Elena told me about it later and we both laughed, but it made me feel something. Not quite happiness, but something close to it. These children who'd been through terrible things could still smile and wave and wonder about the old lady who made their clothes. That's when I realized something. I hadn't lost everything when I lost my children. I'd lost one version of my life, the one where I was the sacrificing mother who gave everything and expected gratitude in return. But I'd gained something else. Freedom, I guess. The ability to choose who I spent my time with, who I gave my energy to, who deserved my love. And I'd chosen these shelter kids, and Elena, and my quiet apartment by the sea. That felt like enough. It's been 8 months now since I moved to the apartment by the sea. 8 months of waking up to the sound of waves instead of silence. 8 months of sewing without the weight of obligation pressing down on me. 8 months without my children. I thought I'd miss them more than I do.
Sometimes I'll see an older woman with her adult son at the market, and I'll feel something, a little twist in my chest. But it passes quickly. Mostly I just feel calm. Like I spent decades holding my breath and I'm finally exhaling. The shelter has become the center of my life in a way I didn't expect. I go there almost every day now, not just to drop off clothes, but to help with other things. Sometimes I'll read to the younger kids, or help the older ones with homework. Elena jokes that I've become part of the staff, except she doesn't have to pay me. I tell her the payment is getting to see the kids' faces when they put on something new that actually fits them properly. There's a boy there named Carlo, maybe 9 years old, who reminds me of Miguel at that age. Same serious expression, same way of watching everything carefully before deciding if it's safe. He was brought to the shelter about 3 months ago after his father was arrested for something. I don't know what. Elena doesn't share those details and I don't ask. Carlo barely talked to anyone for the first few weeks, but then he saw me sewing one day and he came over to watch. I showed him how to thread the needle, how to make a basic stitch. His hands were steadier than mine. He didn't say much, but he kept coming back every time I was there, watching me work, eventually trying it himself. Last week he finished his first project, a small pillow with uneven stitches and crooked seams. He was so proud of it. He sleeps with it every night now, according to Elena. Working with Carlo made me think about what Ramon had said during that confrontation at Miguel's house. That they practically raised themselves. That I was never there because I was always working. And maybe that was true in some ways. I did work constantly. I was exhausted most of the time. But I was working for them, to give them opportunities I never had. I thought they understood that. I thought when they were adults they'd look back and see the sacrifice. But they didn't. They saw absence. They saw a mother who was too tired to play, too busy to attend every school event, too stressed to be the warm, nurturing figure they apparently needed. And maybe I failed them in those ways. Maybe I should have worked less and been present more. But I was alone, and we needed money, and I did the best I could with what I had. The thing is, I can accept that I wasn't a perfect mother. I can accept that I made mistakes. What I can't accept is them using those mistakes to justify stealing my home. Those are two completely different things. I've been thinking about forgiveness a lot lately. Elena brings it up sometimes in gentle ways. She's religious, goes to church every Sunday, and she has this whole framework about forgiving people who hurt you. She says holding on to anger only hurts yourself, that forgiveness is for your own peace, not for the other person's benefit. I listen when she talks about this stuff, but I don't know if I agree. I'm not angry anymore, not really. I was angry at first, furious actually, but that faded after a few months. Now I just feel distant from them, like they're strangers I used to know. Is that forgiveness? Or is it just indifference? I don't know. What I do know is that I don't want them back in my life. Even if they apologized, even if they got down on their knees and begged, I don't think I could trust them again. And what's a relationship without trust? Just going through motions, pretending everything is fine when it's not. I'm too old for that kind of pretending. Mrs. Santos called my new number about 4 months ago. I'd given it to her because she's a sweet lady who never did anything wrong, and sometimes she checks on my old house for me. She said Miguel had come by again, that he looked terrible, thinner, older, stressed. He'd asked her if she knew where I was, and she'd said no. He'd left a letter in the mailbox of the old house addressed to me. Mrs. Santos asked if she should open it or throw it away or what. I told her to throw it away. I didn't want to read it. Whatever he had to say, it was too late. He'd had his chance to say something 8 months ago when I confronted him, and he'd chosen to tell me I was being dramatic instead. But Mrs. Santos didn't throw it away. She kept it. And then 3 weeks ago she showed up at my apartment. I don't know how she found out where I lived. Probably asked around the neighborhood until someone knew the old lady who sewed for the shelter. She brought the letter with her. Said she'd been holding on to it because she thought maybe someday I'd want to see it. I didn't open it in front of her. I thanked her for bringing it, made her some tea, chatted about her grandchildren and the neighborhood gossip. After she left, I put the letter in a drawer and didn't look at it for days. Eventually, curiosity got the better of me. I opened it last week. It was written in Miguel's handwriting, messier than I remembered. He said he was sorry. He said he'd made a terrible mistake driven by desperation and fear. He said his business partner had cheated him, and he'd panicked and made the worst decision of his life. He said he never meant to actually take my home. He just needed temporary money and was going to buy it back after things stabilized. He said he loved me and missed me and wanted to make things right. I read it twice, and then I put it back in the drawer. I don't know if I believe him. The apology feels real, but also incomplete. He's sorry he got caught, sorry his plan failed, sorry there were consequences. But is he sorry for what he actually did? For manipulating me, lying to me, trying to make me homeless? I can't tell from the letter. And even if he is truly sorry, does that change anything? He still did it. Sophia and Ramon still went along with it. All three of my children looked at my situation and decided their needs were more important than my security. That's not something an apology can fix. Around the same time I got Miguel's letter, something else happened. One of the kids at the shelter, a teenage girl named Maria, ran away. She'd been having trouble adjusting, fighting with the other kids, breaking rules. Elena was worried sick. We all were. Maria had come from a really bad situation, and the fear was she'd go back to it, or end up somewhere worse. She came back 3 days later on her own, just showed up at the shelter door like nothing had happened. Elena didn't yell at her or punish her. She just hugged her and asked if she was okay. Later, Elena told me that sometimes kids run away because they're testing if anyone will come after them, if anyone actually cares enough to want them back. I thought about that a lot, about testing and caring and wanting people back. My children haven't really come after me. Miguel wrote a letter that Mrs. Santos delivered, but he didn't search for me himself. Sophia and Ramon haven't tried at all as far as I know. Maybe they think I don't want to be found, which is true, but they also haven't tried very hard. If they really cared, if they really wanted to make amends, wouldn't they do more? Or maybe I'm being unfair. Maybe they're respecting my space. Maybe they're ashamed. Maybe they don't know what to do. I don't know. I can't read their minds, and I'm not sure I want to. Last week, something happened that caught me off guard. I was at the shelter showing Carlo how to sew a button properly when a man came in to drop off his daughter. He was maybe in his 50s, well-dressed, clearly had money. He was thanking Elena profusely, saying the shelter had saved his family during a crisis, that his daughter had stayed there for 2 months last year when he'd lost his job and temporarily lost custody. Now he was back on his feet and wanted to donate. He handed Elena an envelope, and she opened it after he left. 5,000 pesos. She started crying. She told me that money would buy food and clothes and supplies for months. And I thought about how this man, who'd been in crisis himself, came back to help other people in crisis. He didn't forget where he'd been. He didn't take his recovery for granted. He gave back. That's what I thought my children would do. I'd given them everything during their crisis, which was their entire childhood. I thought when they were stable and successful they'd give back, help me when I needed it, remember what I'd sacrificed. Instead, they tried to take the last thing I had. The contrast bothered me for days. Still bothers me if I'm honest. I've started thinking about what to do with my old house. I can't keep paying utilities and taxes on an empty property forever. Attorney Valdez suggested I either sell it or rent it out. Selling makes the most sense financially, but I'm not ready for that yet. It feels too final, too much like letting go of something I'm not done processing. Elena suggested I donate it to the shelter, make it into a second location or a transition house for older kids. It's a nice idea, and very Elena, always thinking about the kids. But I don't know. That house has too many complicated feelings attached to it. I'm not sure I want it connected to the shelter, to this new life I'm building. So it just sits there, empty, while I figure things out. Maybe that's okay for now. 3 days ago, I got a voicemail from an unknown number. I almost deleted it without listening, but something made me pause. I pressed play, and it was Miguel's voice. It took me a moment to recognize it because he sounded different. Older, tired, broken. He said he'd gotten my new number from I don't know where, probably Mrs. Santos, though she swore she wouldn't give it out. He said he needed to talk to me. He said, please. His voice cracked on that word. He said he understood if I never wanted to see him again, but could I at least call back so he'd know I was okay? He said he was worried about me living alone at my age. He said a lot of things, actually, all rushed together like he was afraid I'd delete the message before he finished. I've saved it, but I haven't listened to it again. I definitely haven't called back. Elena knows about the voicemail. I told her because I needed to tell someone, and she's become the closest thing I have to family now. She asked me what I wanted to do, and I said I didn't know. She asked if I thought Miguel had really changed, and I said I didn't know that either. She asked if I wanted to reconcile, and I said no. But even as I said it, I wasn't completely sure. The truth is, I'm torn.
Part of me, the part that's still a mother even after everything, wants to call him back, wants to hear what he has to say, wants to believe he's genuinely sorry and we could find some way forward. But another part of me, the part that's learned to protect herself, knows that opening that door is dangerous, that forgiveness could be mistaken for permission to hurt me again. I've been sewing a jacket for Carlo this past week. It's more complicated than anything I've made in a while, with a lining and real pockets and a zipper. My hands shake worse with the detailed work, but I'm taking my time. Carlo saw the fabric I bought for it, and his eyes lit up. It's a dark blue, the color he said was his favorite. He doesn't know I'm making it for him. It'll be a surprise. The jacket is almost finished now. Just some final stitching, and then I'll give it to him tomorrow when I go to the shelter. I keep thinking about how excited he'll be, how he'll probably wear it every day, even when it's too hot because it's his, and someone made it specifically for him. That feeling? Knowing I'm giving something that matters to someone who appreciates it. That's what I was supposed to feel with my children. That's what I thought being a mother would be. Maybe I got that feeling when they were young, and I just don't remember anymore. Or maybe I never really got it because I was too tired and stressed to notice. Either way, I'm getting it now with these shelter kids. Better late than never, I guess. As for Miguel's voicemail, I still don't know what to do about it. The message sits in my phone like a weight. Some days I think I'll delete it and block the number. Other days I think I'll call back and hear what he has to say, though I'm not sure what possible explanation could make this better. And some days I think I'll just keep doing what I'm doing, living my small, peaceful life by the sea, sewing for children who actually appreciate it.
And let Miguel figure out his own mess, the way I had to figure out mine. Elena says there's no right answer, that this is one of those situations where any choice I make will be valid. She says I've earned the right to be selfish, to prioritize my own peace over anyone else's needs. But she also says that sometimes second chances lead to healing, and that if I never try, I'll never know. I think about Rosa, my friend who warned me to protect myself years ago. She died last year, before any of this happened with Miguel. But I remember something she told me once. She said that forgiving someone doesn't mean letting them back into your life. It means releasing the hold they have on your thoughts, choosing peace over anger. She said you can forgive someone and still never see them again, and that's okay. Maybe that's what I need to do. Forgive them in my heart, wish them well from a distance, and keep living this new life I've built. Or maybe I need to take the risk, open the door a crack, see if reconciliation is possible. I honestly don't know. What I do know is that I'm not the same person I was 8 months ago. I'm not the mother who would sacrifice anything for her children's happiness. I'm not the woman who would sign away her security because someone asked her to trust them. I've learned to trust myself instead, to value my own peace, to understand that I deserve better than what they gave me. And maybe that's enough of a resolution for now.
I watched them fight over my will while I was still alive. I'm Robert, 82, and if there's one thing I've learned in my 8 decades on this earth, it's that money has a way of showing you who people really are, even your own children. Especially your own children. I have 3 kids. Michael is 56, my oldest. Then there's Sarah, 53, my only daughter. And David, 49, the baby of the family. When their mother Ellen passed away 2 years ago, something changed in them. At first I thought they were just being good kids, checking in on their old man. I was grieving hard, barely getting out of bed some days, so when they started calling more and visiting on weekends, I welcomed it. I figured losing their mom had reminded them that family matters, that time is short, all that stuff people realize when someone dies. Turns out I was completely wrong about what was going on. It started small enough that I almost missed it. Michael would stop by and mention how big the house seemed now that I was alone. He'd walk through the rooms like he was measuring them in his head, commenting on how much work it must be to maintain everything. Then he'd casually suggest that maybe I should think about downsizing, that he could help me figure out what to do with the property. Sarah started showing up with folders and binders, saying she wanted to help me get organized. She'd ask where I kept important documents, what accounts I had, whether I'd updated anything since Mom died. She made it sound like she was doing me a favor, like I was some confused old man who couldn't handle his own paperwork. But David, my youngest, he was the one who really opened my eyes. This was about 3 months after we buried Ellen. He came over on a Tuesday afternoon, let himself in with the key we'd given him years ago, and sat down at my kitchen table like he owned the place. He had this serious look on his face, the kind you make when you're about to have an important conversation. Then he said it. He told me that maybe it was time we handled my estate before, and I remember his exact words here. Before, you know. Before what exactly? Before I died? Before I became too senile to have a say? Before I did something with my money that he didn't approve of? I just sat there and let him talk. Didn't interrupt, didn't argue. He had the whole thing planned out already. How they'd divide the house 3 ways, or maybe sell it and split the money. How the 20 acres of land that Ellen and I bought back in 1985 would be worth a fortune now if they developed it. He even mentioned my old pickup truck, the 1998 Ford I've been driving forever, like that was some kind of asset they needed to account for. He talked about all of it like I wasn't even sitting across from him, like I was already gone and they were just sorting through my stuff. That conversation stuck with me. I started paying closer attention after that. The Sunday dinners became unbearable. We'd always done Sunday dinner as a family. It was Ellen's thing,
and I kept it going after she died because I thought it meant something. But every single week, the conversation would drift to the same topics. Michael thought he deserved the house because he was the eldest son. Sarah would argue that she should get it because she was the only daughter, and Mom would have wanted her to have it. David claimed he needed the land more than anyone because he was struggling financially, though I knew for a fact he'd just bought himself a new boat that cost more than my truck. None of them asked how I was doing. Nobody wanted to talk about Ellen, share memories, laugh about old times. It was always about the house, the land, the money, what everything was worth. I'd sit at the head of the same table where Ellen and I had raised these 3 kids, where we'd celebrated birthdays and holidays and regular Tuesday nights, and I'd watch them pick apart my life like vultures circling something dead on the highway. The moment I knew I had to do something was about 4 months ago. I was supposed to be taking a nap in my bedroom, but I couldn't sleep. I heard voices coming from the living room. They were talking, and they thought I couldn't hear them. But this house is old, and the walls are thin, and I heard every single word. Sarah said I wasn't going to last much longer. Michael said they needed to get me to sign everything over before I got too confused. And David, he actually asked what would happen if I'd already changed the will, if I left everything to some charity instead. Then they laughed. They actually laughed at that idea, like it was the most ridiculous thing in the world. I laid there in my bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to my children discuss my death like it was a business transaction. That night, I barely slept at all. I kept thinking about Ellen, about how destroyed she'd be if she could see what they'd become. We broke our backs for these kids. We worked 2 jobs each for years, skipped vacations, drove old cars, wore old clothes, all so they could have better. And this is what we got for it. The next morning I called my lawyer, Tom. We'd worked together for 30 years. I told him I needed to rewrite my will, and I needed to do it quietly. He didn't ask questions. He just said to come in whenever I was ready. That's when I started planning everything. I spent the next few weeks working with Tom on completely redoing my estate plan. Ellen had a younger sister, Margaret, who moved to Romania about 20 years ago to run an orphanage. She'd never married, never had kids of her own, just devoted her entire life to taking care of children who had nothing. Ellen used to send her money whenever we could spare it, nothing huge, just a little help here and there. Margaret never asked for anything, never expected anything. She just did the work because it needed to be done. That's where I decided everything would go. The house, the land, my savings, all of it. Margaret's orphanage would get it all. My 3 children would get exactly one thing from me, a letter explaining why. But I wasn't ready to tell them yet. I wanted to see how far they'd actually go first. So I started testing them. I'd mention things casually during conversations, just dropping little hints to see how they'd react. I told Michael one day that I'd been thinking about that lake house Ellen and I always talked about buying, but never did. His whole face lit up. He started talking about how nice it would be, how one of them could use the inheritance money for something like that. I mentioned to Sarah that I'd been looking at my investment accounts, and she immediately offered to help me understand them better, said she could come over and we could go through everything together. With David, I told him I was thinking about selling the truck, and he actually suggested I hold on to it because it might be worth something to a collector someday. Everything was about the money. Every single interaction. They started coming around even more after that. Michael would bring groceries I didn't ask for and didn't need. Sarah showed up with prepared meals, saying she was worried I wasn't eating enough. David offered to drive me to doctor's appointments, even though I'm perfectly capable of driving myself. Every nice gesture had strings attached. Every act of kindness came with an agenda. Sarah even suggested I should move in with her to save money on maintaining the house. I knew exactly what that was about. She wanted me under her roof where she could keep an eye on me and my checkbook.
The thing that really sealed my decision happened about 6 weeks ago. David brought someone to Sunday dinner, introduced him as a family friend, some guy named Rick. Except Rick wasn't just a friend. He was a lawyer. David didn't even try to hide it that hard. This Rick guy spent the whole dinner asking me questions about the property, about my assets, about how everything was structured. He kept suggesting I should set up some kind of trust to make things easier for everyone when the time came. Everyone except me, apparently. I smiled and nodded through the whole thing, told them I'd think about it. Then I called Tom first thing the next morning and told him to speed everything up. The new will was finalized and filed within a week. Last month I decided it was time to do this. I invited all 3 of them over for dinner and told them I had something important to discuss about my estate. They all showed up early. Michael wore a button-down shirt, which he never does. Sarah had on a dress. David actually combed his hair. They looked like they were going to a job interview, not dinner at their father's house. I had 2 documents sitting on the kitchen table when they arrived. One was a copy of my old will, the original one where everything got divided equally between the 3 of them. The other was in a sealed envelope with Tom's law office address printed on it. Michael saw the papers first and asked what this was all about. I told them I wanted to talk about my estate, that I knew they'd all been concerned about it. You should have seen their faces. They perked right up. Sarah actually smiled at me for the first time in months. David leaned forward in his chair like he was about to hear the best news of his life. I told them I'd made some decisions and wanted them to know about it now, while I was still here and still clear-headed. I watched them try to look concerned while I could practically see the calculations running through their heads. Who gets what? How much is it worth? Can we contest it if we don't like it? I picked up the old will first and let them see it, just enough for them to recognize what it was, to see that equal 3-way split they'd been expecting. The relief on their faces was almost funny. Then I picked up the sealed envelope and told them this was what I'd actually filed with Tom. This was the real will. The whole room went dead silent. Sarah asked me what I meant, and her voice had this edge to it I'd never heard before. Michael's jaw was clenched. David looked like he might throw up. I told them I'd been watching them, all of them, for months, and I'd seen exactly who they were when they thought inheritance was on the line. I'd watched them fight over my house while their mother's body was barely cold in the ground. I'd listened to them calculate the value of every single thing I owned like I was already dead and gone. Michael tried to interrupt, but I wasn't done. I told David I knew he'd brought a lawyer to Sunday dinner. I told Michael I knew he'd been driving by the house at night checking if my lights were on. I told Sarah I knew she'd been going through my mail when she visited, looking at my bank statements. She turned bright red, but she didn't deny it. Then I opened the envelope and read them the summary. Everything to Margaret's orphanage. The house, the land, the savings, all of it. They'd get nothing except a letter from me explaining exactly why I'd made this choice. The silence after I finished reading lasted maybe 10 seconds. Then all hell broke loose. Michael exploded first. Started yelling about how I couldn't do this, how they were my children, how this was insane. Sarah started crying, though I honestly couldn't tell if the tears were real or just for show. She kept saying they loved me, that they were only trying to help, that this wasn't fair. David just stood there with his face getting redder and redder, until he finally said I was punishing them for caring about my future. I stayed calm through all of it. I told them they'd stopped being my children the day they started treating me like a bank account. I reminded them about every fake smile, every calculated visit, every conversation that somehow always circled back to money. I told David that bringing a lawyer to family dinner wasn't normal. I told Michael that driving by to check if I was still alive wasn't love. It was estate planning. I told Sarah that going through someone's mail without permission wasn't helping. It was snooping. Then I said something I'd been thinking about for weeks. I told them their inheritance was already spent.
Every meal Ellen and I put on that table when we couldn't afford groceries for ourselves. Every roof we kept over their heads while working 2 jobs each. Every sacrifice we made so they could have better lives than we did. That was their inheritance. They'd already had it. This money, this house, this land, it was mine to give, and I was giving it to kids who still knew how to say thank you. Michael called me cruel. Sarah said someone had manipulated me, that I wasn't thinking clearly. David didn't say anything else. He just stared at me like he'd never seen me before, then walked out. The other 2 followed. That was a month ago. I haven't heard much from them since. A few angry texts here and there. Michael tried to have me declared mentally incompetent about 2 weeks after that dinner. Tom shut that down pretty fast. We'd made sure to document everything, including getting me a full psychological evaluation that proved I was completely sound of mind. The doctor who did the eval actually told me I was sharper than most people half my age. That report is sitting in Tom's office right next to the will. I got 1 voicemail from Sarah last week. She was crying again, saying she was sorry, that she didn't realize how it all looked from my perspective. She asked if we could talk, if there was any way to fix this. I haven't called her back yet. Part of me wants to believe she means it, but a bigger part of me remembers her going through my bank statements and thinks this is just another angle. Most mornings now, I sit out on my porch with my coffee and watch the sun come up over the land Ellen and I bought 40 years ago. It's quiet, peaceful. I don't have to pretend anymore. Don't have to smile through another Sunday dinner while my kids mentally divide up my belongings. Don't have to wonder which one of them is going to suggest I'm too old to live alone this week. Margaret called me about 10 days ago. She was crying, but the good kind of crying. She had no idea I was planning any of this. I'd told Tom not to contact her until everything was final. She said the money would change everything for the orphanage. They could expand, take in more kids, hire additional teachers, maybe even build a new dormitory. She kept thanking me, and I had to tell her to stop because it was making me uncomfortable. She asked if I was sure, if my children knew, if this was really what I wanted. I told her it was the surest I'd been about anything in 2 years. My neighbor Frank came over yesterday morning. He'd noticed my kids hadn't been around and asked if everything was okay. I told him what happened, the whole story. He got quiet for a while, then asked if I thought maybe I'd been too harsh. Said they were still my children, still my blood. Maybe I should have talked to them first, given them a chance to change. I've been thinking about that. Maybe he's right. Maybe I should have sat them down and told them what I was seeing, given them an opportunity to prove me wrong. But honestly, I think they already showed me exactly who they'd become. I just finally decided to believe them. The thing about revenge is it doesn't need to be loud. It doesn't need to be dramatic. Sometimes it's just a signature on a piece of paper, filed away in a lawyer's office, waiting patiently. And sometimes the real revenge isn't even about hurting someone else. It's about the peace you feel afterward, knowing you made a choice that lined up with who you actually are, instead of who people expect you to be. I've probably got 5 years left, maybe 10 if I'm lucky. However long it is, I'll spend it knowing my last big decision was mine. Not made out of obligation or guilt or family pressure, just mine. I watched my children turn into people I didn't recognize, and I chose to put my life's work somewhere it would actually make a difference. I sleep better now than I have since Ellen died. I'm not entirely sure if that makes me a good father or a terrible one, but I do know it makes me honest. And at 82, that feels like enough. It took losing everything for them to realize I wasn't the fool they thought I was. I'm Robert, 82 years old, and until last year, I thought my daughter Sarah, 54, and her husband Mike, 56, actually cared about me. My wife Martha died 14 months ago after 58 years of marriage.
We'd built our whole life on this land, the same property my father cleared back in 1952. When she passed, I felt like half of me went with her. The house got too quiet, too empty. I'd wake up and forget she was gone, reach for her side of the bed and find it cold. 3 weeks after the funeral, Sarah and Mike showed up with suitcases, said they wanted to help their grieving father, that I shouldn't be alone right now. I cried when they said it. Thought maybe losing Martha had brought us closer together as a family. Sarah had always been busy with her nursing career, and we hadn't been as close as I wished we were. But here she was, moving in, wanting to take care of me. It felt like a second chance. The first month was actually nice. Sarah cooked meals. Mike helped with repairs around the house. We'd sit on the porch in the evenings and talk about Martha, share memories. I started to think maybe this was what Martha would have wanted, the family together. I was grateful. Stupid, looking back on it, but grateful. Then small things started happening. I kept emergency cash in my bedroom drawer, always had. About $500 sitting there for whatever might come up. One day I went to grab some and noticed it looked light. Counted it out and there was only $300. I thought maybe I'd spent it and forgotten, but I couldn't remember buying anything. When I asked Sarah about it at dinner, she didn't even look up from her plate. Said she'd borrowed $200 for groceries, that she'd pay me back. I told her it was fine. She didn't need to pay me back. She was family. She smiled and squeezed my hand. Month later, another $500 was gone. This time when I asked, Mike jumped in. Said they'd had an unexpected car repair, that they didn't want to bother me with it. Apologized for not asking first. I waved it off again. They were living here rent-free, helping me out. What was a few $100s between family? But then I started noticing my mail wasn't sitting where I left it. I'd always gotten the mail myself, sorted through it at the kitchen table every afternoon. Suddenly Sarah was bringing it in, already opened some of it. Said she was just trying to help, to take some burden off me. When I told her I preferred to handle my own mail, she got this look on her face. Not angry exactly, more annoyed, like I was being difficult. She said she was just trying to help and I was being ungrateful. I let it go. Didn't want to start a fight over something so small. The bank statements, though, that's when I should have known something was really wrong. I've banked at the same place for 40 years, get a statement every month like clockwork. Started noticing some envelopes looked like they'd been opened and resealed. The glue wasn't quite right. You could tell if you looked close. And some months, the statements just didn't come at all. When I asked Sarah if she'd seen them, she'd say no, that the post office must have lost them. Told me I should switch to online banking, that it was more reliable. I don't do computers, never have, and she knew that. Mike started hanging around whenever bills came in, offered to help me sort through them, said he knew how overwhelming paperwork could get. He worked in insurance sales, was always talking about documents and filing systems. At first I thought he was just being helpful. He'd sit with me at the kitchen table, going through electric bills and property tax statements, explaining things I'd been handling myself for 60 years. Talk to me slow, like I might not understand basic arithmetic. Around month 4, I needed to find the deed to my property. County was updating their records system. Sent a letter asking property owners to verify information. I went to get it from my fireproof safe where I'd kept it since 1965, along with our birth certificates, marriage license, Martha's death certificate. Important papers, the kind you don't just lose track of. The combination didn't work. I tried it 3 times. Same combination I'd used for 35 years, the date Martha and I got married. Nothing. The lock wouldn't budge.
I felt this cold sensation in my stomach, like when you miss a step going downstairs. Called for Mike, asked him if he'd touched the safe. He came in wiping his hands on a dish towel, looked at the safe, then at me. Said he didn't know what I was talking about. I told him the combination was changed. He got this confused expression on his face and said that wasn't possible, that maybe I was remembering the combination wrong. I've opened that safe 1,000 times. I didn't remember it wrong. Sarah came in then, must have heard us talking. I told her someone changed the combination to my safe. She looked at Mike, then back at me, and her voice got real soft and gentle. Said that wasn't possible, that no one else even knew where the safe was. Suggested maybe I'd changed it myself and forgotten. I started to argue, but she put her hand on my arm and said it was okay, that stress and grief could do strange things to memory, that we'd figure it out together. Mike said he could call a locksmith. I said no, I wanted them to open it, wanted to see if they could. Mike fumbled around with it for a minute, then suddenly it popped open. He acted surprised, said it must have just been stuck. I looked inside and the deed was there, but something was off about it. It looked like a photocopy, not the original. The paper was too white, too new. I'd held that deed in my hands 100 times, knew what it looked like. This wasn't it. I didn't say anything, though. Just took it out, thanked them, went to my room, sat on the edge of the bed and stared at that paper for an hour. Something was very wrong. Week later, I decided to check for myself. Waited until Sarah and Mike left for the grocery store, then got in my old truck and drove to the county recorder's office. I've had that truck since 1994. Still runs fine. The clerk at the recorder's office was Jenny Patterson. Used to babysit her when she was little. She smiled when I came in, asked how I was holding up. I told her I needed to see the records for my property, that the county had sent that letter about verification. Her smile faded. She looked uncomfortable, glanced at her computer screen, then back at me. Asked if I was sure I wanted to see the records. That made my stomach drop again. I said yes, I was sure. She pulled them up and turned the monitor so I could see. 3 separate transfer documents filed over the past 4 months, my signature on every single one. Each transfer gave Sarah and Mike a percentage of ownership. Added up, they now owned 75% of my land. The land my father cleared with his own hands. The land I'd worked my whole life to keep. They'd taken it, piece by piece, while I grieved my wife. I stood there staring at that screen and couldn't breathe right. Jenny asked if I was okay, offered to get me water. I waved her off, told her I was fine. Asked her to print copies of everything. She did, handed them to me in a manila folder. Her hand shook a little when she gave it to me. Said if I needed anything, to let her know. I could tell she knew something was wrong, but didn't want to say it out loud. I thanked her and left. Sat in my truck in the parking lot for 20 minutes looking at those papers, at my signature that I never signed, at my property being stolen from under me by my own daughter. That evening I asked them about it straight out. Didn't dance around it, didn't give them a chance to prepare. We were eating dinner, some casserole Sarah had made, and I just said it. Told them I went to the recorder's office. Told them I saw the transfers. Asked them to explain. Sarah's fork clattered on her plate. Her face went white, then red. Mike's jaw clenched and he put both hands flat on the table. For a second, nobody said anything. Then Mike started in on me. Asked me what I thought I was doing, checking up on them. His voice got loud, aggressive. Said they'd been taking care of me, that I had no right to go snooping around, questioning them. Sarah started crying. Actually crying, tears running down her face. Said she couldn't believe I'd accused them of something like this.
that she was hurt, that after everything they'd done for me, everything they'd sacrificed to move in here and help me, I was treating them like criminals. She said I was there when the papers were signed, that the lawyer had explained everything to me, that I'd agreed to it because I wanted to make sure she was taken care of when I passed, that I just didn't remember because of my grief. I knew that was a lie. I knew it absolutely. But watching her cry, watching her look at me like I'd betrayed her, part of me wondered if I was losing my mind, if maybe Martha's death had affected me more than I realized. Sarah kept talking, her voice breaking, saying it hurt so much that I didn't trust her, that she was my daughter, that she loved me. I didn't know what to say. I just sat there while they both looked at me, waiting. Finally, I said maybe I was confused, that maybe they were right. The relief on their faces was immediate. Mike reached over and patted my shoulder, said it was okay, that we all got confused sometimes. Sarah wiped her eyes and said she understood, that losing Mom was hard on all of us. We finished dinner and nobody mentioned it again that night. But I heard them later, when they thought I was asleep. My bedroom shares a wall with the guest room they'd taken over. The walls are thin in this old house. I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, and I heard Mike laugh, low and satisfied. Heard Sarah say something I couldn't make out. Then Mike's voice clearer. He said give it a few more months and this place would be theirs. Said I was easier to handle than they'd thought. Something in me went ice cold. Not angry yet, just cold and clear. I understood exactly what was happening. My daughter and her husband were stealing my home, my land, everything I had, and they were going to have me declared mentally incompetent so I couldn't stop them. Next morning, Sarah made an appointment with my doctor without telling me. I only found out because she was on the phone in the kitchen, thought I was still in the bathroom. I stood in the hallway and listened. She was asking Dr. Patterson's receptionist about cognitive decline evaluations, about what the process was for determining if someone was competent to handle their own affairs. Said she was worried about me, that I was getting confused and forgetful, that she needed to know her options for protecting me from myself. I walked back to my room before she could catch me listening. Sat on the edge of the bed again, same spot as before. Martha's picture was on the nightstand, both of us young and smiling at our wedding. I looked at her face and thought about what she'd say if she knew what Sarah was doing. Martha had always been the one who handled Sarah when she got difficult. I'd been the soft one, the pushover. Martha would have seen through this from day one. I wasn't going to be soft anymore. They wanted to play games with a senile old man? Fine. I'd show them what this old man could do. But I'd have to be smart about it, smarter than I'd been so far. I'd have to make them think they were winning right up until the moment I took everything back. That afternoon, while they thought I was napping, I made a plan. The next morning I started my act, came into the kitchen and asked Sarah what day it was. She looked up from her coffee, and I could see her trying not to smile. Told me it was Thursday. I nodded, said, "Oh yes, Thursday," like I was just remembering. Later that afternoon I called Mike Mark by accident on purpose. He corrected me real gentle, said, "It's Mike, Dad." I apologized, said, "Of course, Mike. Don't know where my head was at." They exchanged a look across the room. That pleased look people get when things are going their way. I saw it and felt sick, but I kept my face confused and a little embarrassed. Started shuffling my feet more when I walked, moving slower. Left my coffee cup in weird places. Asked Sarah if she'd seen my glasses when they were on top of my head. Small things, the kind of things people expect from old folks losing their grip. Inside, though, my mind was sharp as it had been in years. Grief had made me foggy before, but now I had purpose, had a reason to be clear-headed. I was planning. When they thought I was taking my afternoon nap, I'd slip out to my truck and drive into town. They never checked on me during nap time, just assumed I was sleeping like I had been for months. First stop was Jim Morrison's law office. Jim and I went back 35 years, handled all my legal work since I bought my first tractor. His office is above the hardware store on Main Street, same place it's been since 1987. Jim's secretary showed me in, and Jim stood up from his desk, hand outstretched. But when he got a good look at me, at the folder I was carrying, his smile faded. I sat down across from him and laid it all out. Showed him the transfer documents, the forged signatures, the bank statements I'd managed to pull from the recycling before Sarah could throw them out. Told him about the changed safe combination, about the missing cash, about Sarah calling the doctor to have me declared incompetent. Jim went pale. He picked up one of the transfer documents, held it up to the light, then set it down and looked at me. Said this was fraud, clear as day. Asked me if I was sure I wanted to pursue this. Because if we did, Sarah and Mike would face criminal charges. Said it would mean involving the police, the DA, the whole system, that my daughter could go to jail. I told him I was sure. He nodded slowly, then pulled out a legal pad and started taking notes. We spent 2 hours going through everything, documenting every detail I could remember. He asked me questions, timeline questions, made me recount conversations as best I could. By the time I left, we had a plan. Jim would quietly start gathering evidence, pulling records, documenting the forgeries. But I had to keep acting like nothing was wrong. Had to keep playing the confused old man so they'd keep going, keep digging themselves deeper. Next day I drove out to Tom Bradley's place. Tom's the sheriff, but more than that, he's been my friend since we were 7 years old. We played poker together every Thursday for 50 years until Martha got sick. His house is out past the creek. Built it himself back in the 70s. I found him in his garage working on an old motorcycle. He looked up when my truck pulled in, wiped his hands on a rag, smiled. That smile died when he saw my face. We went inside and I showed him everything. Watched his expression change from confused to angry to something harder. He'd known Sarah since she was a baby. Used to give her piggyback rides at the 4th of July picnics. She called him Uncle Tom growing up, even though we weren't related. Tom set the papers down on his kitchen table and was quiet for a long time. Then he said this was elder abuse, identity theft, fraud, and probably a few other charges. Said if I wanted to press charges, he'd help me. But he asked the same thing Jim asked. Was I sure? Because there was no going back from this. I told him I was sure. He picked up his phone and called someone, set up a meeting with the DA for later that week. Said we'd do this right. Build a case they couldn't wiggle out of. But it would take time, maybe a few months. I told him I could wait. Had been waiting my whole life to see who Sarah really was. A few more months wouldn't matter. For the next 2 months I played my role. Let Sarah help me with paperwork, acted grateful when she explained things slowly to me like I was a child. Mike started bringing documents for me to sign, said they were just updating my will, making sure everything was in order. I signed them with a shaky hand, making my signature look bad on purpose. Each one I signed, I'd slip a photo of it on my phone when they weren't looking. Wasn't great with technology, but Jim's assistant had shown me how. Sent each photo to Jim, who was documenting everything. Money kept disappearing. I'd put $300 in my wallet. Next day there'd be $150. Started keeping a log of it. Wrote down every dollar that went missing. Found receipts in the trash for things I never bought. Restaurants I'd never been to, charged to my credit card. They weren't even being careful anymore, got cocky. That's what I was counting on. Sarah took me to see Dr. Patterson for that evaluation she'd scheduled. Patterson's been my doctor for 30 years. Delivered Sarah at the hospital back in 1971. We drove there together. Sarah chattering the whole way about how this was just routine, just making sure I was healthy. Said it with that fake, cheerful voice you use with toddlers. The appointment started normal enough. Dr. Patterson checked my blood pressure, asked about my medications, the usual stuff. Then he started asking memory questions. What year was it? Who was the president? Could I count backwards from 100 by sevens? I played along for a while, hesitated on some answers, got a few wrong on purpose. Sarah sat in the corner looking satisfied. Then Dr. Patterson said he needed to examine me privately, asked Sarah to wait outside. She looked annoyed but left. The second the door closed, I dropped the act, pulled out my folder of documents from my jacket and handed them to him. Told him what was happening, why I was really there. Dr. Patterson read through everything, and his face went hard. He's a grandfather himself, has 5 grandkids. He looked at me and asked what I needed from him. I said I needed him to document that I was completely mentally competent, that there was nothing wrong with my cognitive function. But I needed him to tell Sarah that more tests were required, string it along. He nodded, made notes in my chart, said he'd do a full cognitive evaluation right now, document everything properly, that if this went to court, he'd testify that I was of sound mind. We spent the next hour doing actual memory tests, problem-solving exercises, all of it. I passed everything. He documented it all in my medical records with dates and times. Then he called Sarah back in and told her he needed to do some additional testing over the next few weeks, that these things took time. Sarah's face fell, but she agreed. On the drive home, she was quiet, kept glancing at me like she was recalculating something. Around month 5, I started hearing them talk about selling. They'd wait until I was in another room, but their voices carried. Mike found a developer who wanted to buy the property, turn it into a strip mall or something. The offer was $1.2 million. I heard Sarah say they could split it, put me in a nursing home on Medicaid, keep the rest. Mike laughed and said I'd never know the difference. I sat in my chair in the living room and listened to them plan out my future, like I was already dead, like I was just an obstacle to work around. Jim called me one afternoon when they were out, said he had everything we needed, bank records showing the stolen money, handwriting analysis on the forged signatures, testimony from the county clerk, Dr. Patterson's evaluation, all of it. The DA was on board, ready to move forward. We just needed them to make one more move, something we could catch them in the act doing, something undeniable. That's when Mike scheduled the closing. March 15th, at Jim's office, to sign the final sale papers. They thought it was a normal real estate closing, that the developer would be there with a check. They didn't know Jim was my lawyer. Mike had found Jim's name in the phone book, thought he was just some random real estate attorney. Didn't realize Jim and I had been friends for decades. Jim set it up perfect. Called Tom, got 2 deputies assigned. Called the DA, got her on standby. We had every document ready, every piece of evidence organized. The developer wasn't even real, just a fake name Jim used to get them there. All we had to do was wait for them to show up and try to finalize stealing my property. The week before March 15th, Sarah and Mike were almost giddy. Kept talking about their plans, places they wanted to travel, things they wanted to buy. Sarah went out and got her hair done at some expensive place. Mike bought a new suit. I heard them laughing in their room at night, celebrating their big score. I kept playing confused, kept shuffling around, forgetting things, being the senile old fool they thought I was. Inside, I was counting down the days. March 15th came. That morning, Sarah made me breakfast, actually hummed while she cooked. Mike came in wearing that new suit, smelling like expensive cologne. They told me they had some errands to run, would be back later. I nodded, said okay, went back to my oatmeal. They didn't even consider that I might go anywhere.
Soon as their car pulled out, I got dressed in my good shirt and pants, the ones I'd worn to Martha's funeral, drove to Jim's office and parked around back where they wouldn't see my truck. Went up the back stairs and into his office. Tom was already there with 2 deputies I'd known for years. The DA came in a few minutes later. We went over everything one more time. Then we waited. Heard their voices in the hallway first. Sarah laughing at something Mike said. They sounded so happy, so carefree. The door opened and they walked in, still smiling, Mike carrying a briefcase. They took maybe 3 steps into the office before they saw me. I was sitting in the chair across from Jim's desk, Tom standing behind me in his uniform, hand resting on his belt. The 2 deputies by the door. Jim at his desk with a stack of documents that must have been a foot high. The DA standing by the window. The smile slid off Sarah's face like ice melting. Mike stopped dead, his hand gripping that briefcase so hard his knuckles went white. They both just stood there, looking from me to Tom to Jim, trying to understand what was happening. Tom stepped forward and started reading them their rights. His voice was flat, professional. Nothing like the warm uncle tone he'd used with Sarah her whole life. Said they were under arrest for fraud, forgery, identity theft, and elder financial abuse. Asked them to put their hands behind their backs. Sarah started screaming. Not words at first, just this high-pitched noise. Then she found her voice and started yelling that I was senile, that I didn't know what I was doing, that they were protecting me from myself. Mike tried to bolt for the door, but one of the deputies caught him, spun him around, cuffed him. He didn't fight after that, just stood there breathing hard. Sarah was still screaming, said I was confused, that I needed help. Looked at Tom and begged him not to do this. Called him Uncle Tom, like she was a little girl again. Tom's face stayed hard. He cuffed her while she cried. That's when I spoke. First words I'd said since they came in. I told them I'd known about the first forged signature 4 months ago, that I'd known about every single one since then, that I'd documented everything. Sarah's face went from scared to shocked to something uglier. Rage, maybe. Or just the look of someone who'd been caught. Jim stood up and showed them the handwriting analysis, the bank records, the photos of every document they'd forged. Dr. Patterson's letter stating I was completely mentally competent, dated back to their evaluation appointment. The county records showing the transfers, all of it laid out in chronological order, undeniable. Mike's shoulders slumped. He knew it was over. But Sarah kept fighting, kept screaming. Said I was her father. Asked how I could do this to her. Said she was just trying to help me. The lies came so easy to her, so natural. I wondered if she even believed them herself at this point. The deputies led them toward the door. Mike went quietly, head down. Sarah was still crying, still yelling. She looked back at me one more time before they took her out, and the hatred in her eyes was pure. She wasn't my little girl anymore. Maybe she never had been. The door closed behind them and the office went quiet. I could hear their voices fading down the hallway, Sarah still protesting. Then, just silence. Jim walked over and put his hand on my shoulder. Said I'd done the right thing, that I'd protected myself, that no one could hurt me now. Tom sat down in the other chair, let out a long breath. Said he was sorry it had come to this, that he'd never thought Sarah capable of something like this. I nodded but didn't say anything. What was there to say? I'd won. Protected my land, my home, everything my father and I had built. Put the people who tried to steal it behind bars where they belonged. But sitting there in that quiet office,
listening to my daughter's voice echo in the hallway. All I felt was empty. She was still my daughter. Still the baby I'd held in the hospital. The little girl who'd called me Daddy and held my hand. And I'd just had her arrested. Jim asked if I was okay. I said I was fine. But we both knew it was a lie. 3 months after that day in Jim's office, Sarah and Mike both took plea deals. Their lawyer told them they didn't have a prayer of winning at trial, not with the evidence stacked against them. Sarah got 2 years probation, 500 hours of community service, and a restraining order keeping her at least 1,000 feet from me or my property. Mike got the same. They had to pay back every cent they stole. Came out to $47,000 total. I hadn't even realized it was that much. All those property transfers got reversed. Jim handled the paperwork, filed everything with the county. My land went back to being solely in my name, like it should have been all along. Sarah lost her nursing license because of the fraud conviction. Something about moral character requirements for healthcare workers. She'd been a nurse for 30 years. Mike kept his insurance job somehow, but I heard through the grapevine that most of his clients dropped him once word got around about what he'd done. They had to sell their house to pay the legal fees and restitution. Nice place over in Riverside, 3 bedrooms with a pool. Gone. I heard they moved into an apartment on the other side of the county. I didn't ask for details, and nobody offered them. The restraining order meant they had to come get their stuff from my house with a police escort. I stayed in town that day. Didn't want to be there when they packed up. Tom supervised it, made sure they only took what was theirs. He told me later that Sarah cried the whole time, that she kept saying this was all a misunderstanding, that she'd wanted to talk to me, to explain. Tom said he didn't respond, just made sure they got out. When I came home that evening, the house felt different, bigger somehow. All their things gone from the guest room, the bathroom, the kitchen. I walked through each room and it was like they'd never been there. Except I knew they had been. Knew what they'd done while living under my roof. I changed the locks that night. All of them. Every door. Jim helped me set up new bank accounts, new credit cards, new everything. Got a P.O. box for my mail so nothing came to the house anymore. Felt paranoid doing it, but Jim said it was smart. Said people who'd been betrayed once needed to protect themselves. The trust was Jim's idea too. He drew up an ironclad trust for my estate, said it would protect everything when I actually did pass. I told him I didn't know who to leave it to anymore. He suggested charities, local organizations. We set it up so the land would go to the county parks department, the house to Habitat for Humanity. My savings split between the Veterans Association and the library. Sarah wouldn't get a cent. Neither would any other family, not that I had much left. Signing those papers felt final. Like I was admitting my family line ended with me. 6 months after the arrests, I fell into a routine. Got up every morning around 6, made coffee the way Martha taught me, sat on the porch watching the sun come up over my land. The land nobody could take from me now. I'd stay out there for an hour sometimes, just sitting, thinking about nothing and everything. Mowed the lawn every Sunday with the same push mower I'd had for 20 years. Could have afforded a riding mower easy, but I liked the push mower. Liked the work of it, the back and forth across the grass. Gave me something to do, something to focus on. Neighbors would wave when they drove past. Old Jim Chen from 3 properties over brought me vegetables from his garden sometimes. Said his wife grew too many tomatoes. Could I use some? We both knew he was just checking on me, making sure the old man was okay. I appreciated it, even if I didn't say so. People in town knew what happened. Small town, word spreads fast. Most people didn't bring it up directly, just treated me a little gentler. The waitress at the diner gave me extra coffee refills. The clerk at the hardware store helped me load my truck without asking. Nobody said why, but I knew. They felt sorry for me. The old man whose daughter tried to rob him blind. I hated the pity, but I understood it. Wednesday mornings, I'd drive to the diner, order the same thing every time. Coffee, scrambled eggs, wheat toast. Sat in the same booth by the window. The waitress, Carol, started having it ready when she saw my truck pull up. She'd call me honey and ask how I was doing, and I'd say fine, and we'd both pretend that was the truth. Tom met me there sometimes. We'd sit across from each other and eat breakfast and not talk about Sarah. We talked about his grandkids, about the new stoplight they put in on Highway 9, about whether we'd have a hard winter. Normal things. Safe things. Once he asked if I ever heard from her, and I said no, and that was the end of that conversation. At home, I'd watch TV, read the paper, do crossword puzzles, fixed things around the house that didn't really need fixing, organized the garage 3 times, went through Martha's things finally, packed them up in boxes. Her clothes, her books, her knitting supplies she never got to finish using. Donated most of it. Kept her wedding ring and a few photos. Everything else had to go. Couldn't keep living in a museum. The quiet was the hardest part. I'd lived alone before, after Sarah moved out for college. But Martha had been there then. We'd been alone together. This was different. This was just alone. Some nights I'd sit in my chair with Martha's photo album and look at pictures of Sarah growing up. Her first day of school, her high school graduation, her wedding to Mike, both of them young and happy. I'd try to find the moment where it went wrong, where she turned into someone who could steal from her own father. Never could find it. She just looked like my daughter in every photo, smiling. I wondered a lot about what Martha would think. If she'd be proud I stood up for myself, or ashamed I sent our daughter to court. Martha had been tougher than me in a lot of ways, wouldn't have tolerated half the things I did. But she'd also loved Sarah fiercely, would have done anything for her. I didn't know which side would have won out. Sometimes I thought maybe I'd been too hard on Sarah growing up. Worked too much, wasn't around enough. Martha ran the house while I ran the farm. Maybe Sarah grew up feeling like I didn't care, like money was the only thing I valued. Maybe that's why she thought she could take it from me. But then I'd remember Mike's laugh through the wall, Sarah's fake tears, the calculated way they'd forged my signature over and over. That wasn't desperation. That was greed. About 10 months after everything, I got a letter, saw the return address and knew immediately it was from Sarah. Sat at the kitchen table holding it for a long time. Part of me wanted to open it, wanted to know what she had to say. Bigger part of me knew it didn't matter what she said. Nothing would change what she'd done. I threw it away without opening it, put it straight in the trash and took the trash out to the bin. Didn't let myself think about it anymore. Month later, Mike's sister called. Woman named Patricia I'd met maybe twice in 20 years. She was crying before she even said hello. Started talking about how Mike and Sarah were struggling, how they'd lost everything, how sorry they were. Said Sarah wanted to apologize but couldn't because of the restraining order. Asked if I'd consider talking to them, maybe helping them get back on their feet. Said they were family. I hung up. Didn't say a word, just ended the call. She didn't try again. Now it's been almost a year. I still wake up every morning, make my coffee, sit on my porch. Still mow the lawn on Sundays. Still go to the diner on Wednesdays. Life keeps going whether you want it to or not.
The land is still mine. The house is still mine. Nobody can take them from me now. I made sure of that. Jim's got all the paperwork locked up tight. When I die,
It'll all go to charity like we planned. Sarah will get nothing. She'll know her father died giving away everything she tried to steal, giving it to strangers rather than to her. Sometimes I think that's cruel. Most times I think it's justice. But sitting here alone, year after everything went down, I can't help wondering what the point of it all was. I protected my property, yes, kept what was mine, put the criminals behind bars where they belonged, did everything right according to the law. And now I'm 83 years old, sitting in an empty house, no family left to speak of. The land is safe, but there's nobody to pass it on to. Nobody who carries my name, my blood, my history. When I die, everything gets scattered to organizations that won't remember me 6 months later. I won the battle, protected what my father built, what I maintained. But the cost was everything else. Last week I saw Sarah's car drive past my property. Didn't stop, just slowed down near the end of the driveway. I was on the porch with my coffee, saw the whole thing. She was driving, Mike in the passenger seat. The car crept along, and for a moment our eyes met through the windshield. She looked older, tired in a way that wasn't just physical. I probably looked the same to her. We stared at each other across the distance, across everything that had happened. And then she pressed the gas and drove on. I sat there for a long time after, coffee going cold in my hand. Haven't seen the car since. Don't know if I will again. Part of me hopes I do. Part of me hopes I don't. Not sure which part is winning. I spend my evenings on the porch now, watching the sun set over the land my father cleared in 1952. The same land I defended with everything I had. The same land that cost me my family. It's beautiful land, good soil, old trees, worth protecting. I tell myself that every evening, that it was worth it, that I did the right thing. Most days I even believe it. It took them stealing my funeral plans to finally show me who they really were. I'm a 75-year-old widower and retired teacher, living in the same suburban house I shared with my wife for 40 years. I have 3 children, 2 sons, Daniel, 48, and Marcus, 45, and a daughter, Melissa, 42. They all live within 20 minutes of me, which you'd think would mean I see them often. But the truth is, they only really stop by when they need something. Daniel needs to borrow my truck for a dump run. Marcus needs help with his taxes. Melissa needs me to watch her kids for a few hours because her sitter canceled. I never complained about it. I was just grateful for the company, however brief it was. My wife passed away 3 years ago, and since then, things changed. The visits became more transactional. Less, "Hey Dad, just wanted to see how you're doing," and more, "Hey Dad, can I grab the lawnmower real quick?" I started feeling like I was becoming a burden rather than a father. They'd make comments sometimes, little things that stung more than they probably meant them to. Daniel once told me I was slowing down after I took a bit longer raking leaves. Marcus suggested I shouldn't drive at night anymore after I mentioned going to the grocery store at 7 p.m. I brushed it off as concern. They were worried about their old man, right? That's what I told myself anyway. A few months ago, I decided to get my affairs in order. Specifically, I wanted to plan my own funeral arrangements. Nothing fancy, just something simple and prepaid, so my kids wouldn't have to deal with it when the time came. I'd heard too many stories about families scrambling to cover funeral costs and fighting over what the deceased would have wanted. I didn't want that for them. So I started looking into it, got some quotes, picked out a basic package at a local funeral home. It felt responsible, not morbid.
I mentioned it to Melissa one afternoon when she stopped by to drop off her son for a few hours. We were sitting at my kitchen table having coffee, and I brought it up casually. She seemed surprised at first, then got this concerned look on her face. She told me I didn't need to worry about things like that yet, that I had plenty of time. But I insisted it was something I wanted to take care of now, while I could still make my own decisions. That's when she offered to help with the paperwork. She said these funeral companies could be tricky, and that she didn't want me getting confused or taken advantage of. It seemed sweet at the time, thoughtful even. So I handed over some of the documents I'd collected and thanked her for caring. 1 week later, I was checking my credit card statement online like I do every few days, and I noticed some charges I didn't recognize. A furniture purchase for $1,200, electronics for $800, a boutique clothing store for $350. I stared at the screen, trying to remember if I'd bought anything and forgotten about it, but nothing made sense. I don't buy furniture, I don't need new electronics, and I definitely don't shop at boutiques. I called Melissa right away. She picked up on the third ring, sounding distracted. I explained the charges, asked if she knew anything about them. She barely paused before brushing it off. She told me it was probably just a bank error, that these things happen all the time with credit card fraud. She said she'd look into it for me, not to worry. Something about her tone felt off, but I wanted to believe her. She was my daughter. Why wouldn't I believe her? A couple days later, Daniel stopped by to borrow my truck for the weekend. I mentioned the credit card situation to him while he was grabbing the keys. He gave me this look, kind of pitying, and asked if I was sure I hadn't bought something and just forgotten about it. I told him no, I definitely didn't buy any of those things. He patted my shoulder and said I'd been a little forgetful lately, that it happens at my age. It felt dismissive, but I let it go. Then Marcus came by maybe 3 days after that, also needing the truck since Daniel still had it. I brought up the charges again, thinking maybe he'd take it more seriously. Instead, he immediately jumped to Melissa's defense. He said she was just trying to help, and that I was probably getting confused. Then he suggested that maybe it was time to let Melissa handle my finances, just to make things easier on everyone. The way he said it made my stomach turn. Make things easier on who, exactly? I didn't argue with them. I just nodded and changed the subject. But something felt wrong, the way they all closed ranks around Melissa so quickly, the way they treated my concerns like I was some senile old man imagining things. 2 weeks went by. The charges stayed on my statement. Nobody looked into anything. I decided to drive to the funeral home myself to confirm my arrangements and make sure everything was set the way I wanted it. I figured at least that was something I could control. The funeral director, a polite man in his 50s named Mr. Brennan, looked uncomfortable the moment I mentioned my name. He asked me to sit down, which immediately made my chest tighten. Then he told me my arrangements had been canceled. I just stared at him, not understanding. Canceled? By who? He explained that my daughter had called the previous week and said I was too ill to handle things myself, that I'd changed my mind about the arrangements. She'd requested the refund be sent to her address for safekeeping until I was feeling better. The room felt like it was tilting. I sat there in that chair trying to process what he'd just said. My own daughter had called and canceled my funeral arrangements, had the money sent to her house, told them I was too sick to manage my own affairs. I thanked Mr. Brennan for his time and somehow made it back to my car before my hands started shaking. I drove home on autopilot, sat in my driveway for 10 minutes before I could bring myself to go inside. When I finally walked through the door, I went straight to the kitchen and just stood there. This was the same kitchen where my wife used to make Sunday dinners for the whole family, where we'd all gather around the table and talk and laugh, where my kids grew up. Now it felt hollow. It wasn't about the money. It really wasn't. It was about the realization settling over me like cold water.
My children didn't see me as their father anymore. They saw me as a problem to manage, a signature to forge, an account to drain. I was disappearing right in front of them, and they were helping it happen. I remembered something my wife used to say, usually when one of the kids had done something that required real consequences. She'd put her hand on my arm when I was ready to let something slide and say, "Never start a fight unless you plan to finish it." I sat at that kitchen table for hours that night, and I made a decision. I wasn't going to confront them. Not yet. Not until I had proof of everything they'd done. If they thought I was just a confused old man, then I'd let them keep thinking that while I figured out exactly how deep this went. For the next 3 weeks, I played the confused old man they thought I was. When Daniel stopped by to return my truck, I smiled and asked him how his week was going. When Melissa called to check in, which she suddenly started doing more often, I kept my tone light and friendly. When Marcus texted asking if I needed anything from the store, I thanked him and said I was fine. The whole time I was documenting everything. I started taking screenshots of every unfamiliar charge on my credit card. I saved all the text messages and emails from my kids. I wrote down dates and times of conversations, what was said, how they reacted when I brought up my concerns. I even went back to the funeral home and asked Mr.
Brennan if he could provide me with written confirmation that Melissa had called to cancel my arrangements and requested the refund. He printed it out for me right there, and I could see in his face that he knew something was very wrong. The hardest part was pretending everything was normal when I felt like my chest was caving in. I kept thinking, maybe I was overreacting. Maybe there was some explanation I wasn't seeing. Maybe I should just sit them down and ask them directly what was going on. But then I'd check my credit card statement again and see new charges. More unauthorized purchases. By the end of those 3 weeks, the total was close to $5,000. One charge in particular made me see red. A vacation rental in Florida for a full week, charged 2 months ago. I remembered that week clearly because Melissa had called me crying about how she couldn't afford to help pay for her son's school trip. I'd felt so guilty that I'd sent her $300 to cover it. Now I was looking at a $1,200 beach house rental from that exact same time period. That's when I knew I wasn't overreacting. That's when I stopped second-guessing myself. I called Tom, my lawyer and an old friend from my teaching days. We'd worked together at the same high school for nearly 20 years before he went to law school. I trusted him completely. When I explained everything over the phone, he went quiet for a long moment. Then he told me to come to his office as soon as possible, and that I shouldn't tell anyone I was doing it. Tom's face when I showed him all the documentation was something I won't forget. He's usually pretty calm and measured, but he looked genuinely angry. He told me this was textbook financial elder abuse, and that we needed to protect me immediately. I'd never thought of it in those terms before. Elder abuse. It sounded so serious, so criminal. But he was right. That's exactly what it was. We spent 2 hours in his office going over everything. Tom helped me freeze all the accounts my kids had any access to. We transferred my savings and my pension into a trust that only Tom could control. We set up a new checking account that nobody knew about except the two of us. He also suggested I prepay for my funeral arrangements again, but this time under my late wife's maiden name, so nobody could track it down or interfere. Only Tom would have that information. I left his office feeling scared and relieved at the same time. The reaction from my kids was immediate. Daniel called 2 days later, and I could hear the anger in his voice, even though he was trying to sound concerned. He wanted to know what was going on with my accounts, because he'd tried to use the credit card I'd given him for emergencies and it was declined. I used his own words against him. I told him that was strange, that maybe the bank made an error. He didn't like that answer. He kept pushing, asking if I'd changed something, if I'd talked to anyone about my finances. I played dumb and told him I'd look into it. Melissa showed up at my house unannounced the next day. She didn't even pretend to be visiting for a social call. She walked in and immediately started talking about my finances, about how I was making things difficult, about how she was just trying to help me. I watched her face as she talked and tried to find my daughter in there somewhere. The little girl who used to bring me dandelions from the yard, the teenager who'd cried on my shoulder when her first boyfriend broke her heart. I couldn't find her. This was someone else entirely. Marcus didn't even bother calling. He just sent an email. It was short and cold and basically said I was making things difficult for everyone and that they were just trying to help. No questions about whether I was okay. No concern for why I might have frozen the accounts. Just annoyance that I'd made their lives harder. Then I saw the group text. Marcus had accidentally included me in it. Probably didn't realize he'd added me to the thread. I sat on my couch, reading their messages about me, like I was a problem to be solved. Melissa said they needed to sit me down and get control of the situation before I did something stupid with my money. Daniel agreed and said they should do it soon. Marcus suggested Sunday dinner at my place. Melissa said she'd handle it and that she'd bring the power of attorney papers just in case. I took screenshots of everything. Then I just stared at my phone for a while, trying to process what I was reading. They were planning to take legal control of my finances. They were going to sit me down in my own home and pressure me into signing over power of attorney. And they thought I had no idea it was coming. Sunday morning, I woke up early, made coffee, sat at my kitchen table with 3 envelopes I'd prepared the night before. Inside each one was a single note I'd written in my own handwriting. It said, "I may be old, but I'm not blind." I also included printouts of all the unauthorized charges, the statement from the funeral home about Melissa canceling my arrangements, and screenshots of their group texts planning this intervention. They all arrived together around 2 in the afternoon. First time in months they'd all been at my house at the same time. They weren't warm when they walked in. No hugs, no "how are you doing, Dad?" They were businesslike. Melissa had a leather folder tucked under her arm. Marcus barely looked at me. Daniel asked if we could sit at the dining room table. I made coffee even though my hands were shaking. Not from fear, from controlled anger. From 3 weeks of playing dumb while I watched my own children plot against me. I brought the mugs to the table and sat down across from them. Daniel started talking first. He said they were worried about me, that the frozen accounts and the confusion were concerning, that they thought it was time they helped me manage things. Melissa slid the folder across the table toward me, and I could see the papers inside. Power of attorney documents with little sticky arrows pointing to where I was supposed to sign. Marcus added that it was for my own good and that they loved me. I looked at each of them. At Daniel with his fake, concerned expression. At Melissa with her manila folder of legal documents. At Marcus, who still couldn't meet my eyes. These were my children. I'd raised them, changed their diapers, taught them to ride bikes, helped them with homework, paid for their weddings, and now they were sitting at my table trying to take control of my life. I stood up and walked to my study, came back with the 3 envelopes and placed one in front of each of them. My voice was steady when I told them to open them. The silence that followed was suffocating. Melissa went pale as she read. Daniel's jaw clenched. Marcus finally looked up at me and started to say something, but I cut him off. I told them to get out of my house. They tried to defend themselves. Melissa's voice went high and panicky as she insisted it was all a misunderstanding, that she was going to pay me back, that she'd just borrowed the money and forgot to ask. Daniel said they were just worried about me, and didn't I see that all of this was because they cared? Marcus accused me of setting a trap, of playing games instead of just talking to them like an adult. I didn't yell. I didn't raise my voice at all. I just looked at Melissa and told her she'd canceled my funeral arrangements and stolen the refund. I told Daniel and Marcus they'd been stealing from me for months,
gaslighting me into thinking I was confused and senile. I said the only trap here was thinking I'd raised people with integrity. The words came out cold and calm, and I meant every single one of them. Melissa started crying, real tears streaming down her face as she tried to explain that things had been hard financially, that she'd needed help and didn't know how to ask. Daniel got angry then, his face red as he stood up and said I was being unreasonable, that families help each other. Marcus just grabbed his envelope and headed for the door. He left first. Daniel followed a minute later, still trying to justify what they'd done. Melissa was the last to leave, sobbing as she walked out. Then the house was quiet again. I sat at that dining room table for an hour just listening to the silence. I kept waiting for the guilt to hit me, for the doubt to creep in, for that voice in my head to tell me I'd been too harsh, that I should have given them more of a chance. But it never came. The first few days were strange. No calls, no texts, nothing. My phone stayed silent in a way it hadn't in years. I'd gotten used to the random requests and brief check-ins, and now there was just nothing. But instead of feeling lonely, I felt lighter, like I'd been carrying something heavy for so long that I'd forgotten what it felt like to stand up straight. I started taking long walks around the neighborhood in the mornings. I'd let that habit slip after my wife died, but now I found myself looking forward to it. I dusted off the books I'd been meaning to read and actually read them. I called some old friends from my teaching days, people I'd lost touch with over the years. We made plans for coffee and lunch, simple things that I'd stopped making time for. Tom checked in with me after about a week. He asked how I was holding up, and seemed surprised when I told him I was doing better than I had in years. He said most people in my situation feel guilty or second-guess themselves, but I told him I didn't. I'd given them every opportunity to be honest with me, to treat me with basic respect. They'd chosen to lie and steal instead. That wasn't on me. About 10 days after the dinner, my daughter-in-law Sarah called, Daniel's wife. She was crying before she even said hello. She told me she hadn't known what they were doing, that Daniel had hidden all of it from her. She said when she found out she was horrified, and they'd been fighting about it ever since. She apologized over and over, said Daniel was too embarrassed and defensive to call me himself, but that she wanted me to know not everyone in the family supported what happened. I appreciated the call. I really did. Sarah's always been kind to me, but when she asked if there was any way to fix this, if there was anything Daniel could do to make it right, I had to be honest with her. I told her that was up to him, not me, that I was done chasing my own children and begging for basic decency. She understood. We talked for a few more minutes and then said goodbye. I haven't heard from her since. I've thought about my wife a lot these past few weeks, wondered what she'd think of all this. She always saw the best in the kids, even when they screwed up. She'd make excuses for them, say they were just going through a phase or dealing with stress. I used to think I was the softer parent, but maybe she was. Maybe I just never noticed because she balanced me out. Sometimes late at night, I wonder if this is partly my fault. If I spoiled them too much when they were young. If I was too lenient when they made mistakes. If I should have been harder on them, taught them better. But then I remember all the conversations we had about honesty and integrity. All the times I modeled good behavior, treated people with respect, showed them what it meant to be a decent human being. I did my job as a parent. They made their own choices as adults. It's been 3 weeks now since that Sunday dinner. My routine has completely changed. I volunteer at the library twice a week, tutoring kids who are struggling with reading. I joined a book club that meets every Thursday evening. I reconnected with my old college roommate who lives 2 states over, and we've been talking on the phone every few days.
My house feels different now. It feels like mine again. Not just a place where people stop by when they need something. The funeral arrangements are all set, tucked away safely under my wife's maiden name. My will has been updated too. Tom helped me with that. Most of my estate is going to educational charities and literacy programs. I set up college funds for my grandchildren that their parents can't touch. The money goes directly to tuition and books, nothing else. I wanted to make sure the kids have opportunities, even if their parents squandered theirs. I spend my mornings on the porch now when the weather's nice. Coffee and a book, watching the neighborhood wake up. It's peaceful. This past week I've noticed Melissa's car driving by slowly. She's done it 3 times that I've seen, maybe more when I wasn't looking. She slows down in front of my house, like she's thinking about stopping, but then she keeps going. I don't know if she wants to apologize, or if she's checking to see if I'm still here, or if she needs something else. The thing is, I don't really care which one it is anymore. That probably sounds cold. Maybe it is cold. But I've spent 3 years since my wife died slowly disappearing, letting my kids treat me like an inconvenience, convincing myself that any attention was better than none. I'm done with that. People keep asking me if I was wrong for cutting them off without giving them a chance to explain. But here's what I keep coming back to. They had every chance. Every time they visited and saw me as an ATM instead of a father. Every time they lied to my face. Every unauthorized charge. Every dismissive comment about my age and my memory. Every single one of those moments was a chance to do the right thing. Maybe I should have confronted them sooner. Maybe I should have sat them down before it got this far and given them the opportunity to come clean. But would it have mattered? Would they have told the truth? Or would they have just gotten better at hiding it? I think I know the answer to that. I don't know if I did the right thing. All I know is that for the first time since my wife died, I don't feel like I'm disappearing. I feel solid again, present, real. I matter to the people I spend time with now, not because of what I can give them, but because of who I am. Was it revenge to cut them off the way I did? Was it self-preservation? I guess it depends on how you look at it. All I know is I'm not apologizing for protecting myself from my own children. I shouldn't have to. And somehow, I'm okay with that.
Never thought my own blood would sell me out for a truck. I'm 77 years old, and I've spent most of my life believing that family meant something. I raised my grandson Toby since he was 8, after my son walked out and never looked back. Toby's 32 now, and for most of those years I thought I was doing right by him. Gave him a home, put food on the table, made sure he graduated high school. I worked 2 jobs to keep everything afloat, and built this house with my own hands, back when I was young enough to swing a hammer all day without feeling it the next morning. My late wife and I planted roses along the front fence. She's been gone 6 years now, but those roses still bloom every spring. The farm was everything to us. 40 acres of land that we scraped together money for, bit by bit. We raised Toby here, taught him how to work the land, how to fix things instead of throwing them away, how to take care of what's yours. Or at least I thought I taught him that. About 4 months ago, I started having trouble keeping up with everything. My back gave me hell. My knees weren't much better. And the day-to-day work of maintaining the property got to be too much. I wasn't planning to give up or anything, just needed to slow down a bit, maybe hire some help. Toby had been coming around more often, which I appreciated. He'd help with repairs, drive me to doctor's appointments, that sort of thing. Seemed like he'd finally grown into a responsible man.
One evening, he sat me down at the kitchen table and told me he'd been thinking about my situation. Said he was worried about what would happen if I got really sick or had an emergency. What if I fell and couldn't call for help? What if I needed to go to the hospital and there was no one to handle things? He made it sound so reasonable, so caring. He suggested we do some paperwork to make it easier for him to help manage things if something happened to me. Medical decisions, property maintenance, that kind of stuff.
I should have known better. I should have read every word on those papers. But this was Toby. This was the kid I raised, the boy I taught to ride a bike, the teenager I stayed up late helping with algebra homework. You don't lawyer up against family. That's what I told myself when he slid the papers across the table and showed me where to sign. There were maybe 5 or 6 documents. He explained them quickly, something about power of attorney and property management, and making sure everything was in order. I signed them all. Looking back now, I can't believe how stupid I was, how trusting. But when you've spent 24 years raising someone, when you've given them everything, you don't expect them to rob you blind. About a month went by. Toby's visits got less frequent. He was always busy, always had somewhere else to be. I didn't think much of it at first. He was young, had his own life. Then one afternoon I was sorting through the mail and found the property tax documents. They send them out every year, same time. I opened the envelope and saw a name that wasn't mine on the forms. Toby's name. Listed as the property owner. I figured it was a mistake, called the county office and spent 20 minutes on hold before someone finally picked up. The woman on the other end checked the records and confirmed that the property had been transferred to Toby 3 weeks earlier. Legal transfer of deed, all official. I sat in my truck in the driveway for probably an hour after that call, just staring at the house. The house I built. Every board, every nail, every window. I'd done the plumbing myself, learned how from library books because we couldn't afford a plumber back then. The kitchen cabinets were made from wood I'd salvaged and refinished. This wasn't just property to me. This was every drop of sweat, every sacrifice, every choice I'd made to give my family something solid. I called Toby that evening. He answered on the 4th ring, sounded distracted. I asked him about the property transfer. There was this long pause. Then he said we could talk about it later. He was in the middle of something. I told him we'd talk about it now. He got defensive, said he'd done it to protect the property, to make sure everything was taken care of. I asked him what that meant exactly. He said he had to go, and hung up. 2 days later, I drove out to check on the east field. I liked to drive the property line once a week, just to see how everything looked. That's when I saw the sign. Big red and white "Sold" sign stuck in the ground right next to the old fence post. I pulled over and got out, stood there looking at it like it might disappear if I stared long enough. I called Toby again. This time he answered right away, like he'd been expecting it. I asked him about the sign. He actually sighed, like I was being unreasonable. Then he told me he'd sold half the property. Just like that. Said he needed the money and I wasn't using that land anyway. Told me he'd bought a truck and moved to the city with his girlfriend Amanda. Said it like he was sharing good news, like I should be happy for him. I don't remember what I said to him. I think I just hung up. The anger didn't come right away. First there was just this numbness, this feeling like I was watching everything happen to someone else. I walked through the house that night, touching the walls, running my hand along the banister I'd sanded and stained myself. Sat on the porch where I used to read to Toby when he was little, before bed. He'd curl up next to me with whatever book he'd picked out from the library, and we'd read until his eyes got heavy. I kept thinking about all those years, all those times I chose to work overtime instead of rest, all the things my wife and I went without so we could build something that would last. And Toby had just signed it away for a truck, for a shiny new truck and a girlfriend in the city. The realization that I was essentially a tenant in my own home hit me around 3 in the morning. I couldn't sleep. Just kept thinking about how everything I'd built, everything I'd worked for, was now in the name of someone who'd sold half of it without a second thought. 3 weeks later, the eviction notice arrived. Toby wanted me out so he could sell the rest of the property. There was even a note included, handwritten, saying he'd help me find a nice senior living facility, like he was doing me a favor. That's when the anger finally came. I held that eviction notice in my hands for a long time. My hands were shaking. Not from being old or weak, but from pure rage. My own grandson was kicking me out of the house I built so he could sell it and pocket the money. The note about helping me find a senior living facility was still paper-clipped to the notice. Like that made it okay. Like he was being thoughtful. I tried calling him that day. It went straight to voicemail. I left a message asking him to call me back. Nothing. Sent a few texts over the next couple days. All ignored. On the 4th day, I called again, and his girlfriend Amanda picked up. She told me to stop harassing them. Said Toby was just doing what was financially smart, and I should be grateful he was even offering to help me relocate. I hung up on her before I said something I'd regret. That night I couldn't sleep again. I sat on the porch with my dog Rex, who's almost as old as Dirt himself, and tried to figure out what to do. I could fight the eviction, but that takes money and time, and at my age you don't have unlimited amounts of either. I could beg Toby to change his mind, but the thought of begging made me sick. Then I remembered something my wife had told me years ago. When she was dying, when we both knew she didn't have much time left, she made me promise to protect what we'd built. She never trusted our son, Toby's father. Always said there was a weakness in him, something selfish and small. She worried that same weakness might show up in Toby someday. I didn't want to believe her back then. Toby was just a kid, sweet and eager to please. But she'd insisted. She told me to make sure there was a just in case things went wrong. So about a month before she passed, I went to see my lawyer, Harold. He's retired now, but back then he was still practicing, and we'd been friends since high school. I told him what my wife wanted, and he suggested something called a life estate with conditional transfer. Basically, it meant that any transfer of the property would only become permanent after my death. Until then, it was provisional, pending final estate settlement. The land could be put in someone else's name on paper, but they wouldn't actually own it until I was gone. Harold said it was unusual but completely legal, a way to protect myself without making it obvious. I'd honestly forgotten about it. It had been 6 years since my wife died, and in all that time I never thought I'd actually need that protection. Shows how wrong you can be about people. I dug through my filing cabinet until I found Harold's number. Called him the next morning. He answered on the second ring, sounded happy to hear from me. We chatted for a minute about his grandkids, then I told him about Toby and the property transfer. There was silence on the other end. Then Harold started laughing. Not mean laughter, just this amazed kind of chuckle. He said the clause was still in effect. Said Toby had technically sold property he didn't actually own yet. I asked him what that meant for the buyers. He explained that when they tried to finalize everything and get title insurance, the insurance company would do a thorough title search. They'd discover that the deed was invalid because of the life estate clause. The buyers would realize they'd paid for property they couldn't legally claim. Harold said it quietly, but I could hear the smile in his voice when he told me those buyers were going to have a serious problem with Toby. I asked what I needed to do. Harold said nothing. Just wait. So that's what I did. 2 weeks later, my phone rang at 7 in the morning. It was Toby, and he was frantic, talking so fast I could barely understand him. The buyer's lawyer had discovered the problem with the deed. They were threatening to sue him for fraud. He kept saying he didn't know. He didn't understand. How was he supposed to know about some clause from years ago? Then he asked me to sign papers to fix it. Make it right. Transfer the property properly so the sale could go through. I told him I needed time to think about it. He started yelling then, calling me selfish, saying I was ruining his life, that he needed this money. I let him yell himself out. When he finally stopped to catch his breath, I hung up. The next few weeks were something else. The buyers filed a lawsuit against Toby for fraudulent sale. Their lawyer was apparently very aggressive about it. Toby tried to get his own lawyer, but couldn't afford a good one. The truck he'd bought, that shiny new pickup he'd traded my land for, got repossessed. Turns out he'd financed it with the money from the sale, money he never actually had legal right to. The bank didn't care about his excuses. Amanda left him around the same time. I heard about it through a cousin who'd stayed in touch with Toby's friends. Apparently she dumped him the day the truck got repossessed, told him she didn't sign up to date a broke guy with legal problems. Can't say I felt bad about that. I watched it all happen from my porch. Every morning I'd make my coffee, sit in my chair with Rex at my feet, and just exist in the space I'd built. The roses my wife planted were blooming. I'd been taking care of them, trimming them back, making sure they got enough water. They looked beautiful that year. Best they'd looked in a while. Sometimes Toby's friends would drive by slowly, probably trying to see if I was still there. The eviction had been thrown out once the property issue came to light. I wasn't going anywhere. A few times I saw cars pull up to the end of the driveway like they wanted to come talk to me, but then they'd just drive away. 3 months after everything started falling apart for Toby, he showed up at my door. It was early evening, just before sunset. He looked terrible. Lost probably 20 pounds. Had dark circles under his eyes like he hadn't slept in weeks. He stood there on the porch I'd built, and asked if we could talk. I let him in. Even after everything, some part of me still remembered the 8-year-old kid who'd cried himself to sleep for months after his father left. He sat at the kitchen table and told me everything. How he was living in a studio apartment now, working at some warehouse loading trucks. How the lawyers were taking every extra penny he made. How he'd lost Amanda, lost the truck, lost everything. Then, he begged me to fix it. Sign whatever papers needed signing. Make the lawsuits go away. Let him start over. I looked at him sitting there. This man I'd raised. I'd taught him to fish in the creek behind the property. Helped him with his homework at this same table. Went to every one of his baseball games, even when I was exhausted from work. All those years I thought I was teaching him something about loyalty, about family, about the value of hard work and keeping your word. I told him I'd already fixed things. He didn't understand at first, just stared at me confused. So I explained that I'd fixed it years ago, when I made sure nobody could take this land while I was still breathing. That my wife had been right to worry, right to make me protect what we built. The look on his face when he realized I'd known all along. That I'd let him walk right into this trap. That's something I'll remember for the rest of my life. Toby sat there at the kitchen table for a long time after I told him, just staring at his hands. I think he was trying to process that I'd known what would happen, that I'd essentially let him destroy himself. He asked me why I didn't warn him. I told him the truth. I said I didn't know he'd actually go through with it, that some part of me hoped he'd back out, realize what he was doing, choose to be better. But he didn't. He left without saying much else, just got up, mumbled something I couldn't hear, and walked out. I watched him drive away in some beat-up sedan that barely looked like it would make it to the end of the driveway. That was 4 months ago now. The lawsuits took a while to settle. Toby had to return what was left of the money from the sale, which wasn't much after he'd bought the truck and spent a bunch on his apartment and going out with Amanda. He's paying off the rest in installments.
The buyers were pissed, but their lawyer managed to work something out. I heard Toby's credit is completely destroyed. He can't get approved for anything, not even a basic credit card. About 6 weeks after that conversation at my kitchen table, Toby called me, asked if he could move back onto the property. Said he couldn't afford his apartment anymore and thought maybe he could stay in the old barn I'd converted into a studio years ago. The place wasn't fancy, but it had heat and running water. He said he'd help around the property, do repairs, whatever I needed, make things right. I told him no. I think he expected that, but he still sounded shocked when I said it. He tried to argue, said he was family, said he had nowhere else to go. I reminded him that being family didn't stop him from trying to throw me out of my own house. He got quiet after that, hung up a minute later. 2 weeks after that call, he asked me a different question, sent it in a text message like he couldn't bring himself to say it out loud. He wanted to know if I was still planning to leave him the property when I died, if he'd still inherit everything eventually. I read that text probably 10 times, sat on the porch with my coffee and just looked at it on my phone screen. Part of me wanted to text back immediately and tell him he'd get nothing, that he'd burned that bridge the moment he forged my signature, or tricked me, or whatever the hell he did to get those papers signed. But another part of me, the part that still remembers teaching him to tie his shoes and reading him bedtime stories, that part couldn't quite let go. I texted back that I was still deciding, which is true. I've got a will drawn up, but I keep changing it. Some days I think I'll leave everything to charity, let some organization that actually helps people benefit from all those years of work. Other days I think about leaving it to my cousin's kids, good people who've never asked me for anything. And some days, not many, but some, I think about leaving it to Toby anyway, letting him have one more chance to prove he learned something. I'm 77 years old now. Probably don't have many years left if I'm being realistic. My back's getting worse. My doctor keeps talking about tests and specialists, and most mornings it takes me a while just to get out of bed. But I'm spending whatever time I have left on my own land, in the house I built with my own hands. That's worth something. The roses are blooming again. They bloom every spring like clockwork, and every spring I take care of them the way my wife showed me. Trim them back, make sure they get enough water, pull the weeds that try to grow up around them. It's peaceful work, the kind of work that lets you think. Toby calls once a month now, usually on a Sunday afternoon. We have these awkward conversations where neither of us really says what we're thinking. He tells me about his job at the warehouse, about the apartment he found that's cheaper than the last one, about how he's trying to save money and get back on his feet. I tell him about the property, about which fence needs fixing or how the garden's doing. We talk for maybe 10 minutes and then run out of things to say. He hasn't apologized. Not really. He said he was sorry that one time at the kitchen table, but it felt hollow. Like he was sorry he got caught, sorry things didn't work out the way he planned. Not sorry for what he actually did. And maybe that's the thing that bothers me most. If he'd owned up to it, if he'd looked me in the eye and admitted he'd been selfish and greedy and wrong, maybe things would be different. Sometimes late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder if I was too hard on him, if letting him lose everything was the right choice, or if I'm just a bitter old man getting revenge. My wife would probably tell me I did the right thing. She always was tougher than me about these things, more willing to let people face the consequences of their actions. But she's not here to ask, and I'm left trying to figure it out on my own. Other times, I think I wasn't hard enough, that I should have pressed charges for fraud or forgery or whatever legal term applies to what he did, that I should have made sure he learned the lesson properly instead of just letting life teach him the hard way. But I didn't. And now we're in this weird limbo where he's my grandson and also someone who tried to steal my life's work. The thing that keeps me up at night isn't really about whether I was right or wrong. It's this other question that I can't shake. If I died tomorrow and left him everything in my will, if I gave him one more chance and handed over the property free and clear, would he actually learn anything from all this? Would he keep it, take care of it, understand what it represents? Or would he just sell it all over again, turn 40 acres of memories and hard work into cash for whatever shiny thing catches his eye next? I honestly don't know, and I think that's the part that hurts most. After raising him for 24 years, after everything I tried to teach him, I still don't know if he learned a damn thing. I look at those roses my wife planted, the ones I tend every morning, and I wonder what she'd tell me to do. Sometimes I think I can almost hear her voice telling me the answer. But then Rex shifts at my feet, or the wind picks up, and whatever wisdom I thought I heard is gone. All I wanted was family, but they wanted my house instead. I'm 83 years old, and I've been dealing with some serious issues with my daughter Linda, 56, and her husband Mark, 58. After my husband Robert died 2 years ago, I thought I'd be completely alone. We'd been married for 56 years, and suddenly half of me was just gone. I figured I'd spend whatever time I had left by myself in our little lake house, living off memories and Social Security checks. But then Linda started showing up. I need to give you some context here because Linda and I have never been close. Not when she was a kid, not when she was a teenager, definitely not as adults. We fought about everything when she was growing up. She thought I was too strict. I thought she was too wild. She moved out the second she turned 19, married Mark at 22, and for the next 34 years, our relationship consisted of obligatory birthday cards and awkward Christmas dinners where we'd run out of things to say after 20 minutes. When Robert died, I didn't expect much from her. She came to the funeral, stayed for an hour at the reception, and that was it. That was our relationship. So when she started showing up every Sunday with groceries, I was suspicious at first. But grief does weird things to people, and I thought maybe losing her father had changed something in her. Maybe it had made her realize life's too short to hold grudges. I wanted to believe that. The visits were nice, I'm not going to lie. She'd bring fresh produce, sometimes a rotisserie chicken or a casserole. Mark would come in and fix things around the house without me even asking. A loose cabinet hinge here, a dripping faucet there. They'd stay for coffee, and Linda would actually talk to me like I was a person, not just her annoying mother. She'd tell me about her job at the insurance company, about her friends, about this Netflix show she was watching. Normal stuff. Mother-daughter stuff we'd never really done before. This went on for about 6 months. I started looking forward to Sundays. I'd actually clean the house on Saturday nights, make sure I had decent coffee, sometimes bake something. I thought we were finally building the relationship we should have had all along. Our house isn't anything fancy. Robert and I bought it 40 years ago when this area was just regular middle-class neighborhoods. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a porch that creaks when you step on it. But it sits right on the lake with a nice view, and over the years the whole area changed. Property values went up. Developers started buying up lots. Real estate agents left their cards in my mailbox constantly. The neighbor 2 houses down sold last year for some ridiculous amount. I never paid attention to that stuff because this was my home, not an investment. The first time Linda brought it up, we were sitting on the porch watching the sunset. It was a Sunday in late spring. Everything was green and peaceful. She said something like, "Mom, have you thought about what would happen to this place if something happened to you?" I told her I had a will. Everything was handled. She said that was good, but wills have to go through probate, and that can take months and cost a lot of money. Mark jumped in and started talking about life estate deeds
and how if I transferred the property to Linda now, but kept the right to live here until I died, it would save everyone a lot of hassle and legal fees. I said I'd think about it. It seemed reasonable at the time. I mean, Linda's my only child. Who else would I leave it to? The next Sunday, they brought paperwork. Actual legal documents, already filled out, just needing my signature. Linda said there was no pressure, but maybe I should just sign now while we were all together and thinking about it. Mark said his buddy, who's a notary, could come by that afternoon to make it official. Something about it felt rushed. I told them I wanted my own lawyer to look at everything first, make sure I understood what I was signing. Linda's smile got a little tight, but she said that was fine. That was smart. Take all the time I needed. That was the last normal Sunday we had. The visits started spacing out after that. Every other week instead of weekly. Then once a month. Then they'd cancel last minute. I'd call Linda and get voicemail. She'd text back hours later saying she was swamped at work, or Mark wasn't feeling well, or they had plans they forgot about. My birthday came in October. I turned 83 alone with a grocery store cake and a TV dinner. No card, no call, nothing. I tried not to feel hurt, but I did. When you're old and you only have one person in the world, their silence is loud. Then in November, I got a letter from my bank about a refinancing application on my property. A refinancing application I never submitted. I called the bank immediately. I told them I hadn't applied to refinance anything, that there must be some mistake. The representative put me on hold for what felt like forever, and when she came back, she sounded confused. She said someone had definitely submitted an application in my name, complete with my social security number, copies of my driver's license and other IDs, and my signature on all the documents. The only reason they flagged it was because the phone number on the application didn't match the one they had on file for me. I felt sick. I knew exactly who had done it. Linda had taken photos of all my important documents months earlier. She said she was helping me get organized, that I should have copies of everything in case of emergency. I'd watched her take pictures of my driver's license, my social security card, my Medicare cards. I thought she was being helpful. I thought she cared. I sat there at my kitchen table with the phone in my hand, and I realized how stupid I'd been. The weekly visits, the groceries, the fixing things around the house, the sudden interest in my life after decades of barely speaking, none of it was real. She was setting me up, getting access to my documents, building a paper trail of helping me out, probably planning to claim I was incompetent or couldn't manage my own affairs. I called her. My hands were shaking while I dialed. She actually answered this time, which was surprising since she'd been avoiding my calls for weeks. She sounded fake cheerful, asking how I was, saying she'd been meaning to call. I didn't let her finish. I asked her directly if she'd tried to refinance my house. There was this long silence on the other end. Then she said no. Why would I think that? What was I talking about? I told her the bank had called me, that they had an application with my forged signature. More silence. Then her whole voice changed. It got hard and angry. She said she was trying to help me, that the house was too much for me to handle, that I couldn't maintain it properly. She said I was going to lose it anyway when I couldn't afford the taxes or the repairs, and she was trying to secure my future. I asked her how committing fraud was securing my future. She actually yelled at me then, said she was being practical, that I was sitting on almost $1 million in property value, and I was going to let the state take it, or some nursing home, and she was just trying to protect what was rightfully hers. Rightfully hers. Not mine. Hers. I hung up on her. I didn't yell, didn't cry, just pressed the end button and sat there in my kitchen.
The same kitchen where Robert proposed to me 58 years ago, where we'd had every holiday dinner, where Linda took her first steps, where we'd celebrated every birthday and anniversary. And my daughter had just told me my home was rightfully hers. That's when I understood. Linda didn't love me. Maybe she never had. She loved my house. Or more specifically, she loved what my house was worth. I was just the inconvenient obstacle between her and a 7-figure payday. I didn't sleep that night.
I kept thinking about all those Sundays, how happy I'd been, how grateful. I'd actually thanked her for spending time with me. I'd felt lucky that my daughter was finally in my life, and the whole time she was just waiting for me to sign papers or die or become incompetent enough that she could take control. The next morning I called Thomas, my lawyer. I've known him for 30 years. He handled the closing when Robert and I bought the house, did our wills, helped us with various legal things over the years. When I walked into his office, he took one look at my face and asked what happened. I told him everything. The visits, the pressure to transfer the deed, the sudden abandonment, the forged refinancing application. He listened without interrupting, and when I finished, he was quiet for a minute. Then he asked me what I wanted to do. I said I wanted to make sure Linda never got the house. Not when I died, not if I got sick, not ever. I wanted it to go somewhere it would actually help people, not fund my daughter's retirement or whatever she was planning. Thomas said he could make that happen. He asked if I was sure, if I wanted to take a few days to think about it. I told him I'd never been more sure of anything in my life. We started drawing up new documents that afternoon. Thomas explained everything carefully, made sure I understood exactly what I was doing. I was donating the house to the Lakeside Women's Foundation, a charity that builds and maintains affordable housing for widows and single mothers. I'd live here for the rest of my life, and when I died, they'd either use it as housing or sell it to fund more projects. Linda would get some personal items and $5,000. That was it. I signed everything. It felt like the first thing I'd done right in months. Thomas had all the documents ready within a week. Everything was set up as an irrevocable trust, which meant I couldn't change my mind later even if I wanted to. The house would go to the Lakeside Women's Foundation when I died. I could live here for the rest of my life, pay the bills, maintain it. Everything would stay exactly the same. But Linda couldn't touch it, couldn't contest it, couldn't forge anything or claim incompetence or pull any other schemes. It was done. I thought that would be the end of it. I figured Linda would find out eventually, maybe when I died and the will was read, and that would be that. But 6 weeks after I signed everything, her car pulled up in my driveway. I was in the garden pulling weeds when I heard it. I looked up and there she was, getting out with this concerned smile on her face, carrying a casserole dish like nothing had ever happened. She called out that she'd been so worried about me, that I hadn't been answering my phone. Which was a lie. My phone worked fine. She just hadn't been calling. I let her in anyway. Made tea. Sat across from her at the kitchen table and let her talk. She went on about how busy work had been, how stressful everything was, how she and Mark had been meaning to visit but time just got away from them. She was working up to something. I could tell by the way she kept fidgeting with her mug. Finally, she brought it up. Said we should talk about that misunderstanding with the bank, that maybe it was time to discuss my long-term plans. She'd been looking into assisted living facilities, really nice ones, places where I'd be taken care of and wouldn't have to worry about maintaining the house anymore. I just looked at her. This woman who'd forged my signature, who'd tried to steal my home, sitting in my kitchen, pretending to care about my well-being. And I felt nothing. No anger, no sadness, just nothing. I told her I'd already made my long-term plans, that everything was settled and taken care of. Her face lit up. She asked if I'd talked to an estate lawyer, and I could see her thinking she'd won,
that I'd signed the papers she wanted.
I let her think it for about 5 seconds. Then I told her the house was going to the Lakeside Women's Foundation when I died. I watched her face go through these changes. Confusion first, like she didn't understand the words. Then disbelief, like maybe she'd heard wrong. Then this anger that made her look like someone I didn't even know. She asked if I'd given our house to strangers. Our house. Like she'd paid a single mortgage payment. Like she'd lived here. Like it was hers. I told her I'd given my house to people who needed it, and who wouldn't forge my signature. She stood up so fast her chair fell over backward, started yelling about how spiteful I was, how much money I'd just thrown away, how that was her inheritance. I stayed sitting, told her calmly that it was my home, not her inheritance, and if she wanted it more than she wanted me, now she'd have neither. She left. Didn't even pick up her chair, just stormed out and drove away. Mark called that night screaming about lawyers and undue influence and how they were going to get the trust overturned. I didn't argue with him, just hung up and called Thomas. He assured me the documents were solid, that there was nothing they could do. That was 3 months ago. I haven't heard from either of them since. The Women's Foundation sends me updates about their projects. Last week, they sent me a newsletter with a story about a widow named Maria, who moved into one of their homes with her 2 kids. She'd been living in her car after her husband died, and she lost their apartment. Now her kids have their own bedroom, and she's got a stable place to rebuild her life. There was a photo of the 3 of them smiling in front of their new place. I put that photo on my refrigerator. There used to be Linda's drawings up there, from when she was little. Crayon pictures of our family, stick figures holding hands. I took those down years ago, but I remember where they used to hang. The new photo is in the same spot. I'm 83 years old. I don't know how much time I have left. Could be months or years. But I'll spend it here in my house, the one Robert and I built a life in. And I'll know that after I'm gone, it'll help someone who actually needs it. Someone who'll be grateful for a safe place to live, instead of just seeing dollar signs. Sometimes I think about what I'd do if Linda showed up tomorrow genuinely apologizing. If she cried and said she was sorry and that she'd been terrible and just wanted her mom back. I don't know if I'd believe her. I don't know if I'd even want to. Some things you can't come back from, and trying to steal your mother's home while she's still living in it might be one of those things. The day I pretended to forget them all. I, 79, a grandmother and widow, have been dealing with my 3 children for the past 10 years since my husband died. My oldest daughter, Sarah, 52, my middle son, Robert, 49, and my youngest daughter, Karen, 46. The same 3 people I raised, fed, clothed, and put through college. The same 3 who suddenly only remembered my phone number when they needed something. For 10 years it was the same pattern. Sarah would call asking if I could cover her mortgage that month because things were tight. Robert needed me to watch his kids for a week, sometimes 2, with barely any notice. Karen would show up at my door with suitcases after another fight with her husband, treating my home like a free hotel. I said yes, every time. I'm their mother. That's what you do. But when I fell down my stairs last winter and broke my wrist, not one of them could find the time to help me. I called Sarah first. She said she had a work conference. I tried Robert next. He had his kid's soccer tournament. Karen didn't even pick up. I had to pay my neighbor's teenage son to drive me to urgent care and help me with groceries for 6 weeks while I healed. That should have been my wake-up call, but I'm a slow learner when it comes to my own kids. I kept making excuses for them. They're busy. They have their own lives. They have responsibilities. All the things parents tell themselves when they don't want to admit their children don't actually care about them anymore. Then, about 3 months ago, my memory started slipping a little. Nothing major.
I'd forget where I put my keys or what day my doctor's appointment was. Normal stuff for someone my age. I mentioned it once to Sarah during one of her rare visits. She got this look on her face. Not concern, something else. Something I couldn't quite place at the time. 2 months ago, I figured out what that look meant. Sarah had stopped by to drop off her daughter for the weekend. Again, last minute. Again, I said yes. I was in my bedroom, putting fresh sheets on the guest bed, when I heard her on the phone in my kitchen. The walls in my house are thin. She was talking to Robert. I heard the word guardianship clear as day. Then something about, while she's still cooperative, and before it gets worse. I stood there frozen, holding my pillowcase, trying to make sense of what I was hearing. She wrapped up the call quickly when she heard me coming down the hall. I didn't say anything. I smiled. I hugged my granddaughter. I waved them off. Then I sat down at my kitchen table and tried not to panic. I spent the next week paying attention. Really paying attention. Their phone calls became more frequent but shorter. Their visits increased but felt more like inspections. Robert started asking me questions about my bills, whether I was keeping up with everything okay. Karen wanted to know if I'd thought about getting a medical alert system. They were building a case. The proof came during Sarah's visit 3 weeks later. She'd left her purse on my couch when she went to use the bathroom. I wasn't snooping. It had tipped over and papers spilled out. Right there on top was a printed article about obtaining guardianship for elderly parents with dementia. There were highlights and notes in the margins. My hands shook as I shoved everything back in her purse. When she came back, I acted normal. I offered her tea. I asked about her daughter's school play. I played the part of the oblivious mother who had no idea what her children were planning. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about what guardianship meant. They'd control my money, my house, my medical decisions. Everything I'd worked for my entire life, everything my husband and I had built together, would be in their hands. The same hands that couldn't be bothered to drive me to the hospital when I was injured. I called my lawyer, Tom, first thing the next morning. He'd handled my husband's estate, and I trusted him. I told him everything. He was quiet for a long time after I finished. Then he said we needed to meet in person as soon as possible. We met that afternoon at his office. I laid out what I knew and what I suspected. Tom didn't sugarcoat it. He said if they could prove I was mentally incompetent, they could get guardianship. It wouldn't even be that hard if I actually had dementia. The problem was, I didn't. Just normal age-related forgetfulness. That's when the plan started forming. Tom asked me what I wanted to do. Fight them directly or find another way. I thought about it for maybe 10 seconds. Then I told him exactly what I had in mind. If they wanted to believe I was losing my memory, then that's exactly what I'd give them. The acting started small. I'd ask Sarah what day of the week it was, even though I knew perfectly well it was Thursday. I'd misplace my reading glasses and make a big show of looking for them, only to find them on top of my head. I left my car keys in the refrigerator once on purpose when Robert was visiting. His eyes lit up when he found them for me. They started coming around more after that. Not out of love or concern. They were documenting, taking mental notes, probably comparing stories with each other about Mom's declining state. I could see it in how they exchanged looks when I repeated myself or forgot a name. They were relieved. That's what killed me the most. They were actually relieved that I was getting worse. Meanwhile, Tom and I got to work on the real plan. Over the next 6 weeks, we quietly moved everything. The house went first. We transferred the deed into a foundation I created called the Eleanor Patterson Foundation for Single Mothers Education. Named it after myself because why not? My savings accounts, my investment portfolio, Everything got moved into the foundation's assets. We set it up so I'd receive a living stipend, and the rest would fund college scholarships for single mothers trying to better their lives.
The only thing we left active was one small checking account with enough money in it to cover my monthly bills, just enough to keep them from getting suspicious if they checked. Tom made sure every single document was airtight, every signature notarized properly, every form filed with the state. It took weeks, but we did it right. The whole time, I kept up my act. Started forgetting their names occasionally. I'd call Robert Richard, and then correct myself slowly like I was really struggling to remember. I asked Karen if she was my neighbor once. That one actually made her tear up a little, which might have made me feel guilty if I hadn't remembered how she didn't answer when I called from the hospital. The breaking point came about 2 months into my performance. Sarah had brought over dinner, and I called her Patricia. That was my dead sister's name. Sarah's face went through about 5 emotions in 3 seconds before landing on this weird mix of sadness and satisfaction. She called Robert the second she got to her car. I heard her through the window telling him it was time. Robert called me the next day, said they needed to come over and help me with some paperwork. Just some forms to make sure I was protected and taken care of. Could they bring someone by on Tuesday to witness some signatures? I played confused and agreed. Asked him twice what day Tuesday was. I had 4 days to prepare. Tom and I met one more time to go over everything. He told me I didn't have to go through with it. We could just tell them the truth about what I'd already done. But I wanted them to show their cards completely. I wanted them to actually try to do it, so there'd be no question about their intentions. I practiced my shaky signature for 3 days, made it look worse than it actually was. Found an old grocery list from 2 months back that I'd saved. Milk, eggs, bread, cat food, bananas. Put it in a kitchen drawer where I could grab it easily. Tuesday came. All 3 of them showed up together. First time they'd all been in my house at the same time since their father's funeral. They brought a notary with them, some woman Robert knew from work. Everyone was so friendly, so concerned. Sarah kept touching my shoulder like I was fragile. They sat me down at my dining room table, laid out the papers in front of me. I didn't really look at them, but I caught words like transfer of assets and power of attorney. They were really doing it, actually trying to take everything. I let my hands shake as I reached for the pen, asked what I was signing. Robert said it was just to make sure I was taken care of, that they could help with my bills and medical needs. I nodded like I understood, but didn't really. Then, while Sarah was explaining something to the notary, I slipped the grocery list on top of their papers. My shaky signature went right across the middle of my shopping list. The notary stamped it without really looking, just going through the motions of her job. Robert carefully gathered up the papers and put them in a folder. They all hugged me goodbye, told me how proud they were of me for being so cooperative, how this was for the best. Karen lingered at the door for a second. She had this look on her face like maybe she wanted to say something, but Sarah called for her and the moment passed. I watched them drive away from my front window. Then I sat down on my couch and waited. Tom had told me it would probably take about a week before they tried to actually use what they thought they had. So I waited. It took exactly 1 week. Robert tried to access my savings account first. The bank denied him. Then Sarah attempted to get information about my investments. Also denied. I imagine the panic that must have set in when they realized nothing was working. Karen called me first, but I didn't answer. Then Robert. Then Sarah. 12 calls between them in 1 day. I let every single one go to voicemail. I wanted them to sit with it, to wonder what had gone wrong, to feel even a fraction of the helplessness they'd tried to put me in. On day 2, Sarah showed up at my house with a real estate agent. I watched from my bedroom window as they stood on my porch, looking confused. The agent was on her phone,
probably calling her office to figure out why the property records showed a foundation as the owner and not Eleanor Patterson, the person. They left after about 20 minutes. I gave them 2 full days of silence. Let them panic. Let them try to figure it out on their own. Tom called me both days to check in and make sure I was okay. I was more than okay. I felt lighter than I had in years. Day 3, they all showed up together. I'd been expecting it. I answered the door in my normal clothes, standing up straight, looking them right in the eyes. No confusion, no trembling hands. Just me. Sarah started with the usual pleasantries, but Robert cut her off. He wanted to know what happened. Why couldn't they access anything? What had I done? There was an edge to his voice I'd never heard before. I invited them in, made them sit down in my living room like we were having a normal family visit. Then I told them everything. About the foundation, about how I'd transferred the house and all my assets 6 weeks ago. About the grocery list they'd gotten notarized instead of their guardianship papers. Robert's face went red. He actually stood up and shouted at me, said I'd tricked them. That's the word he used. Tricked. Like I was the villain in this situation, and not the mother who'd overheard them plotting to take control of my entire life. I looked at him and said exactly what I'd been practicing for weeks. No, dear. I just remembered who deserved what. Sarah tried a different approach, said they'd only been trying to help me, that they were worried about me living alone with my memory issues, that everything they'd done came from a place of love and concern. She actually used the word love. I asked her where that love was when I broke my wrist, where the concern was during the 10 years they only called when they needed money or childcare or a place to stay. She didn't have an answer for that. Karen hadn't said anything the whole time. She just sat there, crying quietly. Not the kind of crying that comes from guilt, the kind that comes from getting caught. I explained the foundation in detail, how it was already funding college education for 3 single mothers, how I had a living stipend built into the structure that covered all my needs, how every document was legal and binding and had been filed with the state. Tom had made absolutely sure of that. Robert threatened to contest everything, said they'd take me to court, prove I wasn't in my right mind when I signed those papers. I told him to go ahead and try, that I had 6 weeks of documented meetings with Tom where I was clearly competent, that their own notarized grocery list would actually work against them if they tried to claim I didn't know what I was doing. They left angry. Sarah was making calls before she even got to her car. Robert peeled out of my driveway fast enough to leave tire marks. Karen looked back at me once from the passenger seat, but I couldn't read her expression. That was 2 months ago. I haven't heard from any of them since. Well, that's not entirely true. I haven't heard from Sarah or Robert. But last week I got a letter from Karen. Just her. Her handwriting on the envelope. No return address, but I recognized it. I've been living in a small rented cottage near the coast since all this went down. Used some of my foundation stipend to move somewhere I'd always wanted to be. The cottage isn't fancy, but it's mine, and it's peaceful. I can see the water from my kitchen window. I've made friends with my neighbors. I volunteer at the library twice a week reading to kids. Tom and I still meet monthly for coffee. He says the foundation is doing well. We've added 2 more scholarship recipients. Real women with real dreams, who just needed someone to believe in them enough to give them a chance. Karen's letter sits on my kitchen table, has been sitting there for 6 days now. I look at it every morning when I have my coffee. Haven't opened it. Part of me wants to know what she has to say. If it's an apology or another manipulation. If she's different from her siblings, or if she's just better at playing the long game. Some bridges burn fast, and some burn slow. I'm still trying to figure out which one this is. The letter might give me my answer, or it might just be another match. They called me a burden and kicked me out, so I left them with nothing but regret. I'm Margaret, 81, and I'm writing this from a small care home that my son Richard, 54, and his wife Paula, 52, dumped me in 3 months ago. I need to get this off my chest because I've been sitting here stewing over it, and honestly, I think I'm finally ready to tell someone what happened and what I did about it. My husband died 2 years ago. We had a small farm, nothing fancy, just enough land to keep us busy and a house we'd paid off decades ago. After he passed, I couldn't keep up with it anymore. My knees are shot, my back isn't what it used to be, and the idea of spending another winter alone in that house made me want to cry. So I sold it. Got $220,000 for the property, which was more than I expected, honestly. Richard called me a week after the funeral and suggested I move in with him and Paula. They had the space, he said. The kids would love having Grandma around. It would be good for everyone. I thought it was sweet. I really did. My daughter lives in Oregon and we've never been close, so Richard was really my only option unless I wanted to live alone somewhere new. And at my age, that felt terrifying. I moved in that October. They have a 4-bedroom house in the suburbs, nice neighborhood, decent schools. My grandkids are Tom, 16, and Sarah, 14. I hadn't seen them much before I moved in because I lived 3 hours away, but I was excited to actually get to know them. The first month was good. Really good, actually. Tom would sit with me at breakfast before school and tell me about his soccer games. Sarah showed me her art projects. Paula made a point of including me in dinner conversations, always asking what I thought about things. Richard brought me flowers once, just because. They called me Mama. Not Margaret, not Mom, but Mama. Paula started it, and it felt warm. It felt like family. Here's the thing, though. About 2 weeks after I moved in, Richard sat me down and explained they were having trouble with the mortgage. Nothing serious, he said, just a rough patch. Paula's hours had been cut at work, and they'd had to replace the roof the year before. He didn't ask me for money directly. He just kind of laid it all out, and then got quiet, and I knew what he wanted. I offered to help. I told him I could contribute to the household, maybe help with the mortgage for a while. He acted all reluctant at first, like he didn't want to take my money, but I could see the relief in his face. We agreed on $85,000. He said it would help them restructure some debt and get ahead on the mortgage, and I'd be helping secure the house for all of us. I thought that sounded reasonable. It was my home too now, right? I transferred the money in November. They were so grateful. Paula hugged me and cried a little. Richard kept saying I was saving them, that he'd never forget this. Sarah made me a thank you card with glitter and everything. I felt good about it. I felt useful. The warmth lasted maybe another 6 weeks. After Christmas, things started shifting. Small things at first. Tom stopped eating breakfast with me. He'd grab a granola bar and leave for school early. Sarah spent more time in her room. Paula stopped asking my opinion about things. The dinner table got quieter. Then came the complaints. I was apparently too noisy in the mornings. I made my coffee at 6:30, same time I'd been waking up for 60 years. But suddenly that was too early, and I was disrupting everyone. Paula started leaving passive-aggressive notes on the kitchen counter about putting dishes directly into the dishwasher instead of the sink. I'd been doing it the same way since I moved in, but now it was a problem. Richard started coming home later. He'd go straight to his room instead of saying hello. When I'd try to talk to him, he'd give me these short answers and then say he had work to do. The flowers stopped. Paula stopped calling me Mama and went back to Margaret. I tried to bring it up once in February. I asked Paula if everything was okay, if I'd done something wrong. She got all tight-lipped and said everything was fine. She was just stressed with work. But I could tell she was lying. The way she looked at me had changed, like I was an inconvenience she was tolerating.
March was worse. I overheard Paula on the phone with someone, probably her sister, saying I was picky about food and that I took up too much space in the house. I ate whatever they made for dinner and kept most of my things in my room, so I don't know what she was talking about. Another time I heard Richard tell Tom that Grandma needed to understand this wasn't a hotel. I wasn't treating it like a hotel. I cleaned up after myself. I helped with dishes. I even did my own laundry. The breaking point came in early April. I was sitting in the living room one afternoon when Paula came in and sat down across from me. She had this fake, gentle voice on, the kind people use when they're about to say something terrible but want to seem nice about it. She said she'd been thinking about my future and my care needs, and maybe I should consider assisted living. She said it like it was this caring suggestion, like she was worried about me. I wasn't stupid. I knew what she meant. They wanted my room back. Maybe they wanted to rent it out, or maybe they just wanted me gone. I told her I was fine where I was, that I didn't need assisted living. I could still take care of myself. She got this pinched look on her face and said we'd talk about it later, but I could tell she was annoyed I didn't just agree. I thought that would be the end of it. I thought maybe if I just kept my head down and stayed out of their way, they'd let it go. I was wrong. 2 weeks later, I took a nap after lunch. I'd been up early that morning because I couldn't sleep, so I was tired. I went to my room around 1 in the afternoon and dozed off. When I woke up, it was almost 4, and my door was open. That was the first weird thing. I always kept it closed. I got up and saw that my closet was open too. Half my clothes were gone. I walked out into the hallway and saw 2 suitcases by the front door. My suitcases. The ones I'd brought when I moved in. Paula was in the kitchen, and when she saw me, she didn't even look guilty. She said they'd packed some things for me. She said they'd found a care home that had availability, and they thought it would be better for everyone if I transitioned there sooner rather than later. I just stood there. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Richard came in from outside and wouldn't look me in the eye. He said it was a nice place, that I'd be more comfortable there, that they'd visit all the time. I asked if I had a choice. Paula said of course I had a choice, but her tone made it clear I didn't really. Not if I wanted to avoid a scene. Not if I wanted to keep whatever scraps of dignity I had left. She handed me an envelope with a check in it. 1 month's rent at the care home. After I gave them $85,000, they were giving me enough for 1 month. I didn't fight. I was too shocked, too tired. I just let them load my bags into the car. Richard drove. Paula sat in the passenger seat, and I sat in the back like a child being taken somewhere she didn't want to go. Nobody talked. The radio wasn't even on. We just drove in silence for 40 minutes until we got to this place. It's called Meadowbrook, but there's no brook and barely any meadow. Just a squat brick building off a county road with a parking lot that needs repaving. Richard carried my bags inside, spoke to someone at the desk, and then they took me to my room. It's small. A bed, a dresser, a chair by the window. The walls are beige. It smells like cleaning solution and something else I can't identify. Something sad. Richard said he'd call to check on me. Paula said they'd visit soon. They both hugged me, and it felt like hugging strangers. Then they left. I sat on the bed and looked at the 1 bag of clothes they'd packed for me, and I realized they'd forgotten my photo albums. All the pictures of my husband, of my kids when they were young, of my parents. Just gone. Still sitting in that house. That was 3 months ago. That first night I didn't cry. I was too numb. But sitting there in that ugly little room, I started thinking.
I started remembering, and I realized something that made my blood run cold. Once my money ran out, everything changed. The kindness, the warmth, the family dinners, all of it disappeared the second I had nothing left to give them. They didn't love me. They loved what I could do for them. And when I couldn't do anything anymore, when I was just an old woman taking up space in their house, I became disposable. I spent that whole first week barely talking to anyone. The staff here are nice enough, but they're busy. There are 30 residents and maybe 6 people working at any given time. I ate in my room mostly. I watched TV. I thought about my husband and how disappointed he'd be if he could see what his son had become. But then something shifted in me. The numbness turned into anger, and the anger turned into clarity. I remembered something Richard and Paula didn't know about, something I'd almost forgotten myself. My husband and I opened an investment account in 1987. It was his idea, something about diversifying or whatever the financial advisor told us back then. We put in $15,000 initially, and then forgot about it for the most part. We'd add a little bit here and there over the years, but it was never our main savings. That was the farm and the house. This account was just something that existed in the background of our lives. When he died, I had so much paperwork to deal with that I honestly forgot it existed. I was focused on the farm sale, on moving, on trying to figure out what my life looked like without him. But sitting in that care home during my second week there, I remembered. I dug through my purse until I found my old address book, the one I'd somehow managed to keep with me. And there it was. The name of the investment firm, written in my husband's handwriting. I spent 2 weeks just thinking before I made any calls. I'm not an impulsive person, never have been. I needed to understand what I was dealing with before I did anything. So I called the investment firm first, just to see if the account even still existed. Turns out it did. The woman on the phone was patient with me while I verified my identity, answered security questions I barely remembered setting up. Then she told me the balance. $340,000. I almost dropped the phone. That $15,000 we'd put in nearly 40 years ago had grown into more money than I'd gotten for the farm. The woman explained something about compound interest and market growth, but I wasn't really listening. I was too busy feeling like an idiot for not checking on this sooner, and too busy realizing that Richard and Paula had no idea this money existed. After I hung up with the investment firm, I just sat there. I could take that money and disappear somewhere nicer than this place. I could go live near my daughter in Oregon, even if we weren't close. I could do a lot of things. But none of those options felt right. None of them addressed the actual problem, which was that my son and his wife had used me, and then thrown me away like garbage. There's a nurse here named Jennifer who's probably in her 50s, and she's one of the few people who actually talks to me like I'm a person, and not just another old lady to manage. During my 3rd week, I mentioned to her that I was having some legal questions about property and contracts. I didn't tell her details, just asked if she knew any lawyers. She wrote down a name for me, said her brother-in-law was a real estate attorney and he was good people. I called him the next day. His name is Marcus Webb, and he agreed to come see me at the care home that Friday. When he showed up, he was younger than I expected, maybe early 40s, wearing a suit but no tie. He sat down in my room and asked what was going on, so I told him everything. The farm sale, moving in with Richard, the $85,000 I gave them, how they dumped me here. I showed him the bank transfer receipt I'd kept, showed him the paperwork from when I'd given them the money. Marcus listened to everything without interrupting, taking notes on a legal pad. When I finished, he asked me a question that changed everything.
He asked exactly how the money transfer had been structured. Did I give it as a gift? Or was there an agreement about what it was for? I told him Richard had said it was to help with the house, that I'd be living there, that it was my home too, that the money would help secure it for all of us. Marcus asked if I had anything in writing. I didn't, but I had text messages. I'd texted Richard after I made the transfer saying something like, I was glad I could help with the house, and he'd texted back, thanking me for investing in our family home. Marcus asked me to forward him those texts. Then he asked about the house itself. Whose name was on the deed? I told him it was Richard and Paula's house. They'd bought it in 2009. But Marcus wanted to check something. He asked if I'd be willing to pay for a title search, said it would cost maybe $200. I told him to do whatever he needed to do. He called me back 4 days later, and I could hear something in his voice. Something like satisfaction. He said the title search had revealed something interesting. When Richard and Paula refinanced their mortgage after I gave them the money, the way the paperwork had been filed, combined with the text messages I'd sent about the house being my home too, had created what he called an ambiguous ownership situation. Basically, there was enough documentation to argue that my $85,000 contribution gave me a legitimate claim to partial ownership of the property. Marcus said we could file something called a lis pendens, which is basically a public notice that there's a legal dispute over the property. Once that was filed, Richard and Paula wouldn't be able to sell the house or refinance again without resolving the ownership question first. They'd be stuck. And depending on how their mortgage and insurance were structured, this could cause them serious problems. I asked him what this would cost. He said his retainer was $5,000, and the case could run another $10,000 to $15,000, depending on how complicated it got. I told him to do it. I transferred the money from my investment account that afternoon. The paperwork was filed on a Tuesday in late May. Marcus said it would take a few days for Richard and Paula to be notified. I waited. I didn't feel nervous exactly. More like I was holding my breath, waiting to see what would happen when they realized what I'd done. Richard called me that Friday. I was in the common room when my phone rang, and I just stared at his name on the screen. I hadn't heard from him since the day they dropped me off. Not a single call, not a single text. Nothing for 6 weeks. And now here he was. I answered. His voice was tight, strained. He said they needed to talk about the house. He said there had been some kind of mistake with the paperwork, something about my name being attached to the property, and they needed me to sign some documents to clear it up. He was trying to sound calm, but I could hear the panic underneath. I told him I didn't know what he was talking about. He said his mortgage company had contacted him about a title issue, and that it needed to be resolved immediately, or it could affect their insurance. I said that sounded serious and he should probably talk to a lawyer. Then I hung up. He called back twice that day. I didn't answer. Paula called the next morning. I let it go to voicemail. She left a message saying she was confused about this legal situation, and could I please call them back so they could figure this out together. Her voice had that fake sweetness again, the same tone she'd used when she suggested assisted living. I didn't call back. Instead, I called Marcus and told him about the calls. He said that was expected, that they'd be getting more desperate as they realized the implications. Their homeowner's insurance was probably up for renewal soon, and most insurance companies won't write policies on properties with title disputes. Without insurance, their mortgage company could call the loan. They were in trouble. 2 weeks after the lis pendens was filed, Paula showed up at the care home. I was in my room when Jennifer came to tell me I had a visitor. I knew who it was before Jennifer even said the name. I almost told her to send Paula away, but I was curious. I wanted to see this. Paula was waiting in the common room with a bakery box. Cookies, the kind from the fancy place downtown that charges $4 each. She stood up when she saw me and smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. She asked how I was doing, said I looked well, said she'd been meaning to visit sooner but things had been so busy. All lies. I could see the tension in her shoulders, the way her hands gripped her purse. We sat down and she opened the cookie box, offered me one. I took it but didn't eat it. She made small talk for maybe 5 minutes, asking about the care home, about the food, about whether I needed anything. Then she finally got to the real reason she was there. She said there seemed to be a misunderstanding about the house. She said of course I was part of the family, and my contribution had been so generous. But this legal filing was causing problems they didn't anticipate. She said their insurance company was threatening to drop them, that their mortgage company was sending scary letters. She said if I could just sign a simple document clearing up the ownership question, everything would go back to normal. I asked her what normal meant. She stammered a bit, said normal like before, like family. I asked if normal meant dumping me in a care home with 1 month's rent after I gave them $85,000. Her face went red. She started to say something about how that wasn't fair, how they'd thought this place would be better for me, how they were planning to help more financially, but things were tight. I cut her off. I told her I wasn't signing anything. I told her if they wanted to resolve the title issue, they could pay me back my $85,000 plus interest, and we'd call it even. Her mouth fell open. She said they didn't have that kind of money, that it was tied up in the house, that I was being unreasonable. I stood up. I told her I was done with this conversation and she should leave. She tried to argue, but I just walked back to my room and closed the door. I heard her talking to Jennifer in the hallway, probably complaining about me, but I didn't care. I sat on my bed and ate one of those fancy cookies, and it tasted better than anything I'd had in months. The calls from Richard increased after that, 2 or 3 times a week, sometimes more. I never answered. The voicemails started out pleading, then got angry, then went back to pleading. He said I was destroying their family. He said the kids were upset. He said I was being cruel. One message was just him crying. I deleted it. But the legal situation was only half of what I did. Marcus had asked me if I had a will, and I did. An old one from 20 years ago that left everything to Richard and my daughter split 50-50. He suggested I might want to update it given the current situation. So I did. My late husband had a sister named Carol who died about 10 years ago. Carol had 2 kids, Emma and David, who were in their late 40s now. I'd always liked them. They'd visited us on the farm sometimes when they were younger, and after Carol died, they'd checked in on me and my husband every few months. After my husband died, they'd both driven up for the funeral, and Emma had called me a few times after just to see how I was doing. When I moved in with Richard, I kind of lost touch with them. I felt embarrassed, I think, about needing to move in with my son. But after I'd been at the care home for about a month, Emma called me out of the blue. She said she'd tried calling my old number and it was disconnected, so she'd tracked down Richard's number and called him to get my new one. She said Richard had been weird on the phone, didn't really want to give her my number, but eventually did. Emma asked how I was, where I was living. I broke down and told her everything. She was horrified. She said she couldn't believe Richard had done that, said her mom would be rolling in her grave. She said she and David were going to come visit me that weekend, and they did. They brought real food, not care home food, and we sat in my room and talked for 3 hours. They didn't ask me for anything. They just wanted to see me. They'd been back twice since then, and David had come once on his own with his wife. They were good people. Real family, the kind that showed up without an agenda. So I changed my will. Everything in my investment account, everything I own. It all goes to Emma and David now. Marcus drew up the paperwork, and I signed it in early June. Richard gets nothing. My daughter in Oregon gets nothing either, since she never bothered to call after I moved. Everything goes to Carol's kids, I didn't tell Richard about the will change. That's not something he needs to know yet. But knowing it's done, knowing that even if something happens to me tomorrow, he won't see a dime, that gives me more peace than I've felt in months. It's been almost 3 months since the lis pendens was filed. Richard calls me every week now, sometimes twice.
He's desperate. Their insurance situation is apparently a nightmare. They can't refinance to deal with some other debt they have. They're stuck, and I'm the only one who can unstick them. But I don't answer. I just watch my phone ring, see his name pop up, and let it go to voicemail. Sometimes I listen to the messages. Sometimes I delete them without listening. It depends on my mood. Marcus says they'll probably try to sue me soon, try to force a resolution. He says we have a strong case, but it could get ugly. I told him I don't care how ugly it gets. I've got the money to fight this, and more importantly, I've got nothing else to do with my time. I'm 81 years old, living in a care home. What are they going to do to me that's worse than what they've already done? The funny thing is, I'm not even that angry anymore. I was at first, furious actually. But now I just feel clear. I finally learned something I should have learned decades ago. Love doesn't mean letting people walk over you. It means knowing when to walk away and making sure they feel every step of it. It's been 3 months now since I made those changes. 3 months of living in this care home. 3 months of Richard's weekly calls that I never answer. 3 months of watching everything I set in motion play out exactly how I wanted it to. My routine here is simple. I wake up around 6:30, make instant coffee in my room because the coffee maker they have in the common area makes something that barely qualifies as coffee. I do a crossword puzzle, sometimes 2 if I'm feeling sharp. Breakfast is at 8, and the food is exactly what you'd expect from institutional cooking. Lunch at noon, dinner at 5. In between, I watch TV or sit by the window, or sometimes I go to the common room and play cards with a few of the other residents. It's not exciting, but it's peaceful in a way my life hasn't been in years.
Nobody here wants anything from me, except maybe help with a crossword clue or someone to play gin rummy with. Nobody's keeping track of how much money I have or what I can do for them. I'm just another old lady in a care home. And honestly, that's fine with me. Emma and David visit every other week now, sometimes together, sometimes separately. Emma came by herself 2 weeks ago and brought me new books, the kind of mysteries I like with older lady detectives. We sat in my room and she told me about her job, about her kids who are in college now. She asked if I needed anything, if the care home was treating me okay, if I wanted her to talk to the staff about anything. She actually cared about the answers. David came with his wife Linda last week and brought homemade soup because Linda knew I'd mentioned the food here was bland. We ate soup in my room, and they told me about their vacation plans, asked if I wanted to see pictures of their new grandkid. Normal family stuff. The kind of stuff I thought I'd have with Richard and Paula, but never really did, even before everything fell apart. I asked Emma once if she'd heard from Richard. She said he'd called her about a month ago, fishing for information about me. Wanted to know if she'd seen me, if I'd mentioned anything about the house situation, if she thought I was being reasonable. Emma said she told him she thought dumping his mother in a care home after taking her money was pretty unreasonable, and he should be ashamed of himself. He hung up on her. She seemed proud of that. The legal situation with the house is still ongoing. Marcus calls me every few weeks with updates. Richard and Paula tried to contest the lis pendens, arguing that my contribution was a gift and I had no ownership claim. Marcus argued back with the text messages, with documentation of how the money was discussed as helping with our home, with the timing of their refinancing right after my contribution. The judge hasn't made a final ruling yet, but Marcus says it's looking good for us. Even if we don't win completely, we're making their lives difficult enough that they'll probably want to settle. Their insurance company did drop them. Marcus found that out through discovery. They had to scramble to find new insurance, and it's costing them almost double what they were paying before because of the title dispute. Their mortgage company has apparently been sending them threatening letters about the insurance situation. Richard mentioned it in one of his voicemails, his voice all tight and stressed. I should feel bad about that. A good mother would feel bad about causing her son financial stress. But every time I start to feel guilty, I remember sitting in this room that first night, looking at the one bag of clothes they packed for me, holding that check for 1 month's rent after I gave them $85,000. The guilt disappears pretty quick. The voicemails from Richard have gone through phases. At first, they were angry. He said I was being vindictive, that I was punishing Paula for trying to help me, that I was destroying their financial stability. Then they got sad. He cried in a few of them, said he was sorry if I felt hurt, asked me to please call him back so we could work this out. The latest ones are back to angry, but there's desperation in his voice now. He needs me to fix this, and I'm not doing it. Paula hasn't come back to the care home. I think that one visit was all she could stomach. Jennifer told me Paula had complained to her about me being stubborn and unreasonable. Said something about elderly dementia making people difficult. Jennifer said she set Paula straight, told her I was sharp as a tack and knew exactly what I was doing. I appreciated that. Sarah sent me a letter about a month ago. Just showed up in my mail one day, my granddaughter's handwriting on the envelope. I almost didn't open it. I sat with it for a whole day before I finally did. She wrote that she missed me, that she was sorry about how things happened, that her parents wouldn't really explain what was going on, but she knew I was upset with them. She said she hoped I was doing okay, and maybe she could visit sometime. I read that letter 5 times. Part of me wanted to write back, wanted to believe she meant it. But another part of me wondered if Richard and Paula had put her up to it. 14-year-old girls don't usually write letters to their grandmothers unless someone suggests it. I still haven't responded. The letter's in my drawer, and I look at it sometimes, but I can't figure out what I'd even say. Tom hasn't reached out at all. He's 16, probably too caught up in his own life to care much about what happened to his grandmother. I don't blame him for that. Teenagers are selfish. That's just how they are. But it still stings a little. My daughter in Oregon called last week. First time I've heard from her in almost a year. She'd apparently talked to Richard, who told her some version of events that made him sound like the victim. She called to lecture me about family, about forgiveness, about how I was being too harsh. I let her talk for about 5 minutes before I interrupted and asked when the last time was that she'd called me just to see how I was doing. She got quiet. I told her I had to go and hung up. She hasn't called back. I don't expect her to. We've never been close, and the distance between us has nothing to do with actual miles. That's just how it is with some parents and children. You can't force a relationship that isn't there. Marcus asked me last week what my end game was with the house situation. Did I actually want partial ownership, or was I just trying to make a point? I told him the truth, which is that I don't want the house. I don't want to live there ever again. I just want Richard and Paula to understand that actions have consequences, that you can't treat people like garbage and expect to get away with it. He said we could probably negotiate a settlement where they pay me back some amount of money and I release my claim. I told him I'd think about it. The truth is, I'm not ready to let them off the hook yet. Maybe I will eventually. Maybe when I'm sure they've learned their lesson, or when I just get tired of the whole thing. But right now, I'm content to let them squirm. My birthday was last week. I turned 82. Emma and David came by with a cake, a real bakery cake with buttercream frosting. We sat in the common room and ate cake with some of the other residents and the staff, and it was nice. Simple and nice.
Richard didn't call. Paula sent a card that arrived 2 days before my birthday. Probably mailed it early to make sure it got here on time. I threw it in the trash without opening it. Whatever was in there, whatever sentiment she'd written or had Hallmark write for her, I didn't want to read it. Jennifer asked me if I was expecting any other visitors for my birthday. I said no, and I could tell she felt bad about that. But I wasn't sad. Emma and David were there, and they were the only family I needed. I've been thinking a lot about my husband lately, about what he'd think of all this. He was a gentle man, not one for conflict. He probably would have told me to forgive Richard, to let it go, to not waste my final years being angry. But he also loved me fiercely, protected me, would have done anything to keep me safe and happy. And I think if he'd known what Richard did, if he'd seen his son pack his mother's bags while she slept and dump her in a cheap care home, he'd understand why I'm doing this. One thing I've realized living here is that I spent most of my life being useful to people. I was a useful wife, a useful mother, a useful grandmother. I cooked and cleaned and helped and supported and gave money when it was needed. My value was always in what I could do for other people. And when I couldn't be useful anymore, when I was just an old woman who needed a place to live, I became disposable. I'm done being useful. I'm done caring what Richard thinks or what Paula wants, or whether my daughter in Oregon approves of my choices. For the first time in my entire life, I'm doing exactly what I want to do. And what I want is to make sure the people who hurt me understand that there was a cost to what they did. Marcus called yesterday with an update. Richard's lawyer contacted him about a settlement offer. They want to pay me $40,000 to release my claim on the house. Marcus said it's a lowball offer, but it's a starting point for negotiation. He asked what I wanted to counter with. I told him I'd think about it and call him back. $40,000 is less than half of what I gave them, doesn't account for interest, or the emotional damage, or the fact that they threw me away like trash. But it's an acknowledgement that they did something wrong. It's them admitting, in the only language they seem to understand, that what they did had a price. I haven't decided yet whether to negotiate or just keep the legal fight going. Part of me wants to drag this out as long as possible, make them suffer the way they made me suffer. Another part of me is just tired. I'm 82 years old. I don't know how many years I have left, and I'm not sure I want to spend all of them locked in a legal battle with my son. But then, yesterday something happened that's made me question everything all over again. I was in my room reading when Jennifer knocked on my door and said I had a visitor. I wasn't expecting anyone. Emma wasn't supposed to come until next week. I went out to the common room and Tom was sitting there. My 16-year-old grandson, wearing a hoodie and jeans, looking uncomfortable and young, and so much like his father at that age it made my chest hurt. He stood up when he saw me. He said he needed to talk to me. Said his parents didn't know he was here, that he'd driven himself. He just got his license 2 months ago, and his parents don't even know he took the car. He looked nervous, kept glancing at the door like he was worried they'd show up and drag him out. We sat down. He didn't say anything for a minute, just stared at his hands. Then he told me he didn't know what his parents had done to me until last week. He'd thought I'd chosen to move to the care home, that it was my decision. His parents had told him I wanted more medical care and supervision. But last week he'd overheard his parents fighting about money and the house, and Paula had said something about how this wouldn't be happening if they hadn't had to get rid of me. Tom said he confronted them, asked what she meant. Richard tried to brush it off, but Tom pushed, and eventually the truth came out. That they'd packed my bags while I was sleeping, that they'd taken me here and left me with almost nothing. Tom said his dad tried to justify it, said I was getting too old to live with them, that this place was better for me. But Tom didn't buy it. He said he was sorry, said he should have called or visited, should have questioned things sooner.
said he felt like a terrible grandson. He asked if I'd be willing to talk to him, to tell him my side of what happened. I didn't know what to say to him. This kid who looks like my son but isn't responsible for what his father did. This kid who drove here by himself because he wanted the truth. I'm still sitting here, hours later, trying to figure out what this means and what I should do about it. He's coming back tomorrow. Said he wants to hear everything if I'm willing to tell him. I don't know if this changes anything. I don't know if one grandson caring is enough to make me reconsider the path I'm on. I don't know if he's genuinely reaching out, or if this is somehow part of his parents' plan, though I can't figure out what they'd gain from sending him. All I know is that I spent so long being the kind of person who always forgave, who always tried to keep the peace, who swallowed hurt and disappointment to keep the family together. And where did that get me? Alone in a care home, betrayed by my own child. But Tom isn't his parents. He's just a kid, trying to make sense of a situation the adults in his life created. And maybe he deserves a chance to understand what really happened, even if his parents never will. They mocked my memory, so I made sure they'd never forget me. I, 79, am writing this with shaking hands, not from regret, just age. After my husband died 2 years ago, my grandson Marcus, 34, and his wife Kelly, 32, took me in. They smiled, called me Mama, promised I'd never be alone again. I believed them. God, I believed every word. The first few weeks were nice, I'll admit that. Kelly made my favorite pot roast on Sundays. Marcus helped me sort through my husband's things, boxes I couldn't face alone. They set me up in the downstairs bedroom, the one with the bathroom attached, so I wouldn't have to climb stairs. They were attentive, caring even. I thought I'd lucked out, you know? Not every elderly person gets to live with family who actually wants them there. I should have known better. It started small. About 3 months after I moved in, I noticed my pearl earrings were missing. The ones my husband gave me on our wedding day, 47 years ago. I kept them, in a small velvet box on my dresser. I remember looking for them one morning, planning to wear them to church. The box was there, but it was empty. I went upstairs to ask Marcus about it. He was having coffee in the kitchen, scrolling through his phone. When I mentioned the earrings, he barely looked up. He just laughed and said I probably misplaced them, that I should check my purse or coat pockets. Like I'd just casually put my wedding earrings in my coat pocket and forget about them. But I didn't argue. I went back downstairs and searched everywhere. They never turned up. 2 weeks later, my gold bracelet disappeared, the one my sister gave me when I turned 50. Then it was a small diamond ring, nothing fancy, but it was mine. Each time I asked, Marcus or Kelly would give me the same response, sometimes with this little smile that I told myself was sympathetic. "Poor Grandma's memory," Kelly said once, patting my hand. "It happens at your age." At your age. Like I was already gone, just a shell taking up space in their house. But here's the thing. My memory is fine. Better than fine, actually. I can tell you what I ate for breakfast on my 40th birthday. I remember the exact words my husband said to me the morning he died. My mind isn't the problem. It never was. The bank card incident was different. That one scared me because I didn't just lose it. It was taken from my purse while I was sleeping. I kept my purse on the nightstand, right next to my bed. One morning I woke up and my wallet was open, the card slot empty. I knew I hadn't touched it. I hadn't been to the bank in weeks because Marcus had been helping me with errands. When I confronted them this time, they were sitting together on the couch.
I stood in the doorway, holding my empty wallet, and I asked them directly if they'd seen my card. Marcus looked at Kelly. Kelly looked at Marcus. Then they both looked at me with these concerned expressions, like I was a child who'd lost her lunch money. "Grandma, you probably put it somewhere safe and forgot," Marcus said. "We'll help you get a new one." "I didn't forget," I told them. "It was in my purse last night." "Memory plays tricks," Kelly added, standing up to guide me back toward my room. "Especially at night. Sometimes you think you remember something, but it didn't happen that way." They were gaslighting me. That's what my granddaughter Sarah, my niece actually, my sister's daughter in Australia, called it when I mentioned it during one of our video calls. She's the only family who still talks to me regularly, who remembers my birthday, who asks how I'm really doing. But I'm getting ahead of myself. The jokes started after the bank card. They'd have friends over, and I'd hear them from my room downstairs. "Oh, Grandma's probably forgotten where she is again," Marcus would say, and everyone would laugh. Or Kelly would make comments about how I asked the same question twice, even when I hadn't. They were building a narrative, I realized. Setting up a story where poor old Grandma had dementia, where nothing she said could be trusted. It was strategic. I see that now. I started keeping notes after that. Dates, times, what went missing and when. I wrote down conversations word for word as soon as they happened. I kept the notebook under my mattress because I didn't trust anywhere else in that house. Every drawer, every corner, it all felt contaminated somehow. 6 months after I'd moved in, things had changed completely. They stopped pretending to care. Dinners were silent, or I'd eat alone in my room. Kelly stopped making pot roast. Marcus stopped asking how I was. I'd become a burden they were stuck with, and they didn't bother hiding it anymore. But I still didn't understand the full scope of it. Not until that night. It was a Wednesday in September. I remember because there was a thunderstorm. I'd gone to bed early, around 8, because there wasn't much else to do. My room was directly below the kitchen, and the old house had thin floors. You could hear everything: footsteps, chairs scraping, conversations if people spoke loud enough. I wasn't asleep yet when I heard them come home. They'd been out to dinner, just the two of them. I heard the kitchen chairs pull out, the refrigerator open and close. Then voices. Arguing voices. I stayed still, barely breathing. "I'm just saying, we can't keep waiting forever," Kelly said. Her voice was sharp, frustrated. "She's draining our savings just being here. The medications, the special food she needs, all of it." "I know," Marcus replied. "But what do you want me to do? We can't exactly speed things up." There was a pause. I heard liquid pouring, probably wine. "Once she's gone, we'll finally fix up this place," Marcus continued. "Maybe add that deck you wanted. Knock out that wall in the living room. This house will be worth so much more with some renovations." "The sooner the better," Kelly said. Not angry anymore, just matter of fact, like she was discussing grocery shopping. "She's not getting any younger, and frankly, she won't last much longer anyway. Look how frail she's gotten." My heart was pounding so hard I thought they might hear it through the floor. I lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling, listening to them plan their lives around my death. Not if I died, when I died. Like it was inevitable and imminent and almost inconvenient that it hadn't happened yet. They kept talking, but I stopped hearing words. Just the casual tone, the easy way they discussed waiting for me to die so they could renovate. The house. My house. The one my husband and I bought 40 years ago. The one we raised Marcus's father in before he passed. The one I'd stupidly, foolishly, kept in my name because I thought family meant something. That's when I understood everything. The missing jewelry. They'd been selling it. The bank card. They'd been using it.
the jokes about my memory. They were laying groundwork so that if I ever accused them, no one would believe me. And the house, the savings, the small pension I got every month. They were just waiting for me to die so they could have it all. I cried that night, quietly, into my pillow so they wouldn't hear. I cried for my husband who would have been horrified. I cried for the grandson I thought I knew, the little boy I used to bake cookies with. I cried for myself, for being stupid enough to trust them. But somewhere between the tears and the sunrise, something shifted. The grief hardened into something else, something clearer, colder. I stopped crying and I started thinking. They wanted me to be the senile old woman who forgot things, who couldn't be trusted, who would die soon and leave them everything. They wanted me to be forgettable. I wiped my eyes as the sun came up. My hands weren't shaking then. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, the one Sarah had taught me to use properly during her last visit. I scrolled through my contacts until I found the name I needed. Richard, my husband's lawyer, our friend for 30 years. I looked at the clock, 6 in the morning. Too early to call, but I didn't care. I needed to hear a voice I could trust. I needed help. And I needed to make sure that Marcus and Kelly would never, ever forget me. But I didn't forget. I never forget. I called Richard that morning and asked him to come by the house the next day when Marcus and Kelly would be at work. I told him I needed legal advice, that it was urgent, that he couldn't tell anyone. His voice was concerned, but he agreed immediately. He'd always been good to us, to me. That day felt like the longest of my life. I went through the motions, made myself breakfast, took my pills, sat in the living room staring at a book I wasn't reading. When Marcus came home from work, he barely acknowledged me. Kelly asked if I needed anything, in this sweet voice that made my skin crawl, now that I knew what was underneath it. I smiled and said I was fine. Just fine. That night I didn't sleep. I just lay there, thinking about everything I owned, everything I'd built with my husband, everything I'd planned to leave behind. And I thought about who deserved it, who had earned it, who actually cared whether I lived or died. It wasn't the people sleeping upstairs. Richard came over the next afternoon at 2. I'd watched Marcus and Kelly leave for work that morning like I did every day, tracking their cars until they disappeared down the street. Then I waited by the window until I saw Richard's silver sedan pull up. He looked older than I remembered. But then again, so did I. He hugged me at the door, this careful hug, like he was afraid I might break, and I almost started crying again. It had been so long since someone touched me with actual kindness. We sat at the kitchen table, the same table where Marcus and Kelly had discussed my death like a renovation timeline. And I told Richard everything. The missing jewelry, the bank card, the conversation I'd overheard. I showed him my notebook with all the dates and details. His face got harder with every page he read. I need your help, I told him. And I need you to keep this completely confidential. They can't know anything until it's done. He nodded slowly, still reading my notes. Then he said something that made my stomach drop. Margaret, I think we need to check your accounts. All of them. If they took your bank card, they might have done more. I hadn't even considered that. I'd been so focused on the physical things they'd stolen that I hadn't thought about the digital trail. Richard spent the next hour on his laptop, helping me access my online banking, my credit card statements, everything. I don't know much about computers, but I know enough to follow along when someone's showing me fraud. And there it was. Months of it. Small withdrawals from my savings account. $200 here, $300 there. Never enough to trigger alerts, but consistent. They'd been doing it since June, about a month after I moved in. The bank card they lost for me? They'd been using it at restaurants, gas stations,
the hardware store. There was a charge for $2,400 to some resort in Miami from last month, their anniversary trip that Kelly had told me was a gift from her parents. Richard's jaw was tight as he scrolled through the statements. He made notes, took screenshots, saved everything. Then he did something I didn't expect. He asked for access to my email. If they're forging signatures or making charges, there might be confirmation emails, he explained. He was right. In my spam folder, which I never check because I barely understand email to begin with, there were receipts. Lots of them. They'd somehow gotten access to my email and set up filters so I'd never see the messages. Purchases, transfers, even communication with a pawn shop about estate jewelry. My wedding earrings, my sister's bracelet, the diamond ring. All sold, all gone. Richard found the pawn shop emails and cross-referenced them with my bank statements. They'd gotten $3,800 for my jewelry and deposited it into their joint account. There was even an email exchange where Kelly asked if the pawn shop could hold off on the receipt because they didn't want any paper trail for tax purposes. They'd been so careful, so calculated. If I'd died like they were hoping, no one would have ever known. They would have gotten the house, the savings, everything, and my stolen jewelry and money would have just been their little secret. Richard tallied it all up. Approximately $15,000 stolen over 6 months. And that was just what we could prove. "We need to talk about your assets," Richard said, closing his laptop. "What exactly do you own, Margaret? I need the full picture." I'd been trying not to think about it, honestly. After my husband died, I'd buried myself in grief instead of paperwork. But Richard walked me through it all, pulling up documents and deeds and statements. The house was the big one, the one I was sitting in, the one Marcus and Kelly were planning to renovate with my death money. My husband and I bought it in 1985 for $180,000. Richard pulled up a recent property assessment. It was now worth $800,000. The neighborhood had gotten expensive. We'd paid off the mortgage 20 years ago, so it was free and clear. Completely mine. Then there was the savings account they'd been skimming from. Even with their theft, there was still $120,000 in there. My husband had been careful with money, and so had I. We'd lived modestly, saved consistently. It was supposed to be our retirement fund, then my safety net. Instead, it had become Marcus and Kelly's personal ATM. My pension was $3,200 a month. Not huge, but enough to live on, especially without a mortgage. It would keep coming until I died, and then it would stop. No beneficiary, no inheritance. Marcus and Kelly didn't know that part. They probably assumed it was money they'd eventually get too. And then there was the investment portfolio my husband had set up years ago. Stocks, bonds, some mutual funds. I barely understood it. Just knew that Richard and my husband's financial advisor managed it, and it grew slowly over time. Richard pulled up the current value, $200,000. I sat there looking at the numbers. Over $1 million in assets. And my grandson and his wife were stealing from me, while waiting for me to die so they could have the rest. It made me physically sick. "What do you want to do?" Richard asked. I'd been thinking about that all night, about who deserved what I'd built with my husband, about who had actually cared. "Sarah," I said, "my sister's daughter in Australia. I want everything to go to her." Richard knew Sarah. She'd visited a few years back, spent time with me and my husband. She called every week, without fail, every Sunday morning my time. She remembered my birthday, my anniversary, the anniversary of my husband's death. She sent flowers. She sent photos of her kids. She actually gave a damn whether I was alive. I want to transfer the house to her, the savings, Set up the investments in a trust or something so they go to her when I'm gone. Can we do that?" Richard was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Yes, we can do all of it. But Margaret, if you do this, there's no going back. Marcus will fight it. He'll claim you were coerced or mentally incompetent or—" "Let him try," I said. "You've got my notebook. You've got the bank statements. You've got proof they've been stealing from me and planning for my death. I'm not incompetent. I'm just done being stolen from." We spent the next 2 weeks setting everything up. Richard came by 3 more times when Marcus and Kelly were at work. We had to be so careful. I'd watch them leave, wait 15 minutes to make sure they didn't come back for something they forgot, then text Richard that the coast was clear. He brought documents for me to sign. The house deed transfer to Sarah, that one felt good. Watching my signature make that house hers instead of theirs. We set up a trust for the investments with Sarah as the beneficiary. The savings account got transferred to a new bank entirely, one Marcus and Kelly had no access to. Richard even helped me change my pension direct deposit to the new account. Sarah knew what was happening. I'd called her after that first meeting with Richard, told her everything. She cried. Actually cried on the phone, saying she wished she could fly out immediately, but she had her kids and work, and I told her it was fine. I told her I was handling it. For the first time in months, I actually felt like I was handling something. She didn't want the house at first, said it was too much, that she lived in Australia, and what would she do with a property in the States? I told her she could sell it, keep it as an investment, do whatever she wanted. It was hers now, not Marcus's. Never Marcus's. The hardest part was keeping my face neutral around them. Marcus and Kelly went about their lives like nothing was wrong, because to them, nothing was. I was still the confused old woman who forgot things. They were still the patient caregivers waiting for their inheritance. But I noticed things shifting in their behavior too. Kelly started being nicer again, like she could sense the finish line. She made pot roast one Sunday, and I had to sit there eating it, smiling, pretending I didn't know she was counting down my days. Marcus asked how I was feeling more often. Not because he cared, but because he was monitoring, checking if I was getting weaker, sicker, closer to gone. One night, about 3 weeks after Richard and I started the process, Kelly commented that I seemed chipper. She said it with this puzzled smile, like she couldn't figure out why I wasn't declining fast enough. I just smiled back and said I was feeling good, better than I had in months. Actually, it wasn't a lie. I did feel better. Having a plan, taking action, knowing they wouldn't get what they wanted. It was like medicine. Richard also helped me find a new place to live, a small apartment in a seaside town about 2 hours away. It was near a friend of Sarah's, someone who'd agreed to check on me, help me settle in. We arranged for a private nurse to visit 3 times a week. My pension would cover the rent and care easily. I'd be fine. Better than fine. I'd be free. We scheduled the moving van for a Saturday morning. Richard helped me pack, slowly, 1 box at a time, in my room with the door closed. Old clothes, photos, the things that were actually mine. Not much, really. I didn't need much. The documents were signed, the transfers were complete, the new apartment was ready. Everything was done, except for one thing. Telling them. I thought about doing it quietly, just leaving a note and disappearing. But that felt wrong. They'd stolen from me, lied to me, waited for me to die like vultures. They deserved to know exactly what they'd lost and why. I picked a Friday evening. They were planning a weekend trip. I'd overheard them talking about it. Some bed and breakfast upstate, already charged to what they thought was my credit card. The card I'd already canceled and reported as stolen. They'd figure that out at check-in, I supposed. That Friday, I made myself dinner in my room. I took my time. I thought about everything my husband and I had built, everything we'd survived together, everything we'd hoped to leave behind as a legacy. This wasn't what we'd imagined, but this was justice in its own way. Around 7, I heard them in the kitchen making dinner. I could smell pasta sauce. My stomach was in knots, but my hands were steady. I picked up my phone and texted Richard that tonight was the night. He texted back immediately that he was on standby, that I should call if I needed him, that everything was going to be fine. I walked upstairs.
They were both at the kitchen table, plates of spaghetti in front of them, wine glasses full. They looked so comfortable, so confident in their future. I stood in the doorway and waited for them to notice me. Marcus saw me first. He said something like, "Hey, Grandma, you want some dinner?" in this casual tone, like we were a normal, happy family. I looked at both of them. Kelly was twirling pasta on her fork. Marcus was reaching for the wine bottle. They had no idea what was coming. "I need to tell you something," I said. "I'm moving out tomorrow, and the house is no longer mine to give you. I've transferred it to Sarah." The silence that followed was almost funny. Kelly's fork stopped mid-twirl. Marcus's hand froze on the wine bottle. They both just stared at me like I'd spoken a foreign language. Then Marcus's face changed. It went white first, then red, then this mottled purple color I'd never seen before. He stood up so fast his chair fell backward and crashed against the floor. "What do you mean you transferred the house?" His voice was shaking. "You can't. This is our house. We've been taking care of you. The savings too," I continued, keeping my voice steady. "And the investments. The pension direct deposit is changed. All of it goes to Sarah now. Someone who actually calls me. Someone who remembers my birthday." Kelly stood up too, her napkin falling to the floor. Her face had gone completely white. "You can't do this. That's our inheritance. We've sacrificed everything to take care of you. Do you have any idea what we've given up?" I almost laughed at that, what they'd given up. Like letting me live in my own house was some grand charity. "What you've given up?" I kept my voice level. "Should we talk about my pearl earrings, my gold bracelet, the $15,000 you've stolen from my accounts over the past 6 months?" Marcus's mouth opened and closed. Kelly grabbed the edge of the table like she needed it for support. "We were going to pay it back," Kelly said, but her voice was weak. Unconvincing even to herself, probably. "With my own money, after I was dead." I let that sit for a second. "I heard you that night, in this kitchen. Once she's gone, we'll finally fix up this place. Remember saying that, Marcus? And Kelly, the sooner the better. Those were your exact words about me dying." Marcus tried to recover. He always was quick with excuses, even as a child. "You misheard. You were confused. Your memory." "My memory is perfect," I said, and I pulled out my phone. Richard had helped me record the conversation I'd overheard. Just audio from my room below, but clear enough. I played it for them, their own voices discussing my death like it was a renovation project delay. Kelly started crying. Not the sad kind of crying, the desperate kind. The kind that comes when you realize you've lost something you thought was guaranteed. "We took you in. We let you live here. We fed you. We were family." "Family doesn't steal from you while you're still breathing," I said. "Family doesn't count down the days until you die so they can get your money." Marcus was pacing now, running his hands through his hair. I could see him thinking, calculating,
trying to find an angle. "This isn't legal. You can't just give away everything. We'll contest it. You're clearly not in your right mind. We'll get doctors to testify that you're senile, confused, incompetent." I smiled. "That's what you've been setting up, isn't it? All those jokes about my memory. All those times you told people I was losing it. You were building a case for later, when you needed to explain why I never noticed you stealing from me." His face told me I was right. "Richard anticipated that," I continued. "Every document is ironclad. I had a full cognitive evaluation done 2 weeks ago. Perfect scores. And we have evidence of your theft. Bank statements, emails, pawn shop receipts for my jewelry. Do you really want to take this to court?"
Because Richard would love to file charges. That stopped him. The pacing stopped. The pacing stopped. The calculations stopped. He just stood there looking at me like he'd never seen me before. Kelly tried a different approach. She came around the table toward me, hands out like she was approaching a scared animal. "Mama, please. We made mistakes, okay? We were stressed about money and we made bad choices. But we love you. We're family. Don't do this." The mama thing didn't work anymore. It just sounded hollow. "You made a choice to steal from me," I said. "You made a choice to mock my memory to your friends. You made a choice to wait for me to die. Those weren't mistakes. Those were decisions." Marcus grabbed his phone. "I'm calling Dad." His father, my son, had died 15 years ago. He meant his uncle, I realized. My other grandson. But I shook my head. He already knows. Richard contacted the whole family with documentation of what you did. No one's coming to help you. That was a lie, actually. Richard had advised against telling anyone else yet. But I wanted Marcus to feel as isolated as he'd made me feel. Kelly was full-on sobbing now. "Where will you even go? You can't take care of yourself. You need us." "I have a private nurse arranged," I said, "and an apartment. Sarah's friend will check on me. I'll be fine. Better than fine." Marcus moved toward the door, blocking it. Not aggressively, but definitely blocking it. "You're not leaving. Not until we figure this out." I pulled my phone out again and called Richard. He answered on the first ring. "I need you to come in now," I said. Within 5 minutes, Richard walked through the front door with a police officer. Marcus stepped away from me real quick when he saw the uniform. The officer didn't do much, just stood there as a witness, but his presence changed everything. Suddenly, Marcus and Kelly weren't scary anymore. They were just two people who'd gotten caught. Richard handed them a document. "This is a cease and desist. You're not to contact Margaret or Sarah, not to make any claims against the estate, and not to enter the new property. Any violation will result in immediate legal action for theft and elder abuse." Kelly read it and started crying harder. Marcus just stared at it, like the words didn't make sense. "The moving van will be here at 8 tomorrow morning," Richard told them. "I suggest you be absent." We left. I walked out of that house, my house that was now Sarah's house, with just my purse and the clothes on my back. Richard had already moved my important boxes to the new apartment earlier that week. Everything else could come tomorrow. I stayed at Richard's house that night. His wife made up the guest room and brought me tea and didn't ask questions. I barely slept, but not from regret. From relief. From the surreal feeling of finally being free. The next morning, Richard drove me back to the house. Marcus and Kelly's cars were gone. The moving van was already there. It took less than 2 hours to pack up my room. I didn't have much. They'd taken most things of value long ago, and what was left was just clothes and photos and a few books. I took one last walk through the house before I left. The living room where my husband and I used to watch TV together. The kitchen where I'd baked birthday cakes for Marcus when he was little. The bedroom upstairs that used to be my son's. So many memories in those walls, and Marcus and Kelly had poisoned all of them. As I was leaving, they pulled up. Kelly jumped out of the car before it fully stopped, running toward me. "Please, Mama, please. We're sorry. We'll make it right. Just give us another chance." Marcus stayed in the car, but I could see his face. He wasn't sorry. He was furious. His hands were gripping the steering wheel so hard his knuckles were white. "I gave you a chance," I told Kelly. "I gave you 6 months of chances. I believed you when you said you'd take care of me. I believed you when you called me Mama. That was my only mistake." "Where will we go?" Kelly asked, and I realized she meant them, not me. "We can't afford this mortgage without your pension and without my money," she meant. Without the inheritance they'd already spent in their heads. "That's not my problem anymore," I said, and I got in Richard's car. That was 4 months ago now. I'm sitting in my apartment as I write this. It's small, just 1 bedroom, but it's right near the beach. I can hear the ocean from my window. The nurse comes by 3 times a week. Her name is Patricia, and she's kind. Sarah's friend, Jennifer, checks on me almost daily, brings me groceries, sometimes stays for tea. My pension covers everything comfortably: rent, utilities, Patricia's care, groceries. I even have money left over each month. Turns out when people aren't stealing from you, you can actually afford to live. Sarah video calls every Sunday, same as always. But now we have more to talk about. She's planning to visit next month, bringing her whole family. She's also decided to keep the house for now, rent it out as an investment. The tenants move in next week. I wonder if Marcus and Kelly know yet that strangers will be living in what they thought was their guaranteed future. Marcus tried calling 47 times the first week. I counted before I blocked him. Kelly sent emails that I deleted without reading. Richard fielded several angry voicemails threatening legal action, but nothing ever came of it. Turns out when you're actually guilty of theft, you don't really want to go to court. I heard through a mutual friend that they're telling people I'm mentally unwell, that Sarah manipulated me, that I was confused and didn't understand what I was doing. The friend asked if it was true. I told her Richard has all the documentation of their theft if she wants to see it. She never brought it up again. Apparently they had to sell their cars to cover the mortgage for a few months. Then they sold some furniture, and now they're trying to sell the house. My house. Sarah's house. Good luck with that, since they don't own it. The mutual friend also mentioned they've moved into a small apartment across town. Kelly had to get a second job. Marcus is working overtime. They're struggling, apparently. Living paycheck to paycheck. I should feel guilty about that, maybe. Sometimes I think I should. They're family, after all. Blood. My grandson. The little boy I used to read bedtime stories to. But then I remember that conversation. The sooner the better. I remember my empty jewelry box. I remember the bank statements showing months of theft. I remember being called confused and senile to their friends. I remember them laughing, and I don't feel guilty at all. I spend my days reading now, walking on the beach when my legs cooperate. Patricia brought me some watercolor supplies last week and I've been trying to paint. I'm terrible at it, but it doesn't matter. No one's here to judge me or mock me or wait for me to die. Sarah sent me photos yesterday of her kids. They're getting so big.
She says they're excited to meet Great Aunt Margaret when they visit. They've been practicing saying hello in English for me. It made me cry. The good kind of crying this time. I've started going to a local senior center on Thursdays. There's a book club. The people are nice. No one knows my story unless I tell it, and mostly, I don't. I'm just Margaret, the woman who likes mysteries and can't paint to save her life. Sometimes at night I think about what my husband would say about all this. I think he'd be proud of me. He always said I was stronger than I gave myself credit for. He'd be disappointed in Marcus, devastated probably. But he'd understand why I did what I did. Last week I got a letter forwarded from the old address. It was from Kelly. I almost threw it away without opening it, but curiosity got the better of me. It was an apology. Sort of. Mostly it was explaining how hard their life is now, how much they're struggling, how they've learned their lesson. The last paragraph asked if we could work something out, since I clearly don't need all that money and their family and everyone makes mistakes. I burned it in my kitchen sink, watched the paper curl and blacken and turn to ash. Then I washed the ashes down the drain. They wanted me to forget. They wanted me to be the confused old woman who didn't notice her jewelry disappearing, her money vanishing, her own grandson wishing she'd die faster. They wanted me to be forgettable, disposable, convenient. Instead, I made sure I'd be the one thing they'll never forget. Not the grandmother who baked them cookies, not the old woman they took advantage of, but the inheritance that got away, the future they lost, the consequences of their own choices. I'm 79 years old. My hands shake when I write, but not from regret, just age. I'm sitting by a window with an ocean view, waiting for my niece to call, planning to paint another terrible watercolor this afternoon. I'm safe. I'm cared for. I'm free. And Marcus and Kelly? They're in a small apartment across town, working multiple jobs, trying to figure out how to pay next month's rent on a house they'll never own. I sleep just fine at night. They sold my house while I was in the hospital, so I sold their future. I'm Margaret, 76, and I need to tell you about what my eldest son David, 52, and his wife Carol, 49, did to me while I was recovering from a fall that nearly killed me. I raised 3 kids in the house I'd owned for over 40 years. David was the oldest, then Susan, who lives in Oregon now, and Thomas down in Florida. My husband passed 10 years ago, and I'd been managing just fine on my own until that stupid fall down the basement stairs. It was a bad one. Broke my hip, fractured my wrist, got a nasty concussion. I spent 2 weeks in the hospital, and then 4 months in a rehabilitation center learning how to walk again. David and Carol lived about 20 minutes away, and they visited me regularly. They seemed so concerned, so loving. David kept saying not to worry about anything, that he and Carol would handle the bills and manage things at the house. I gave them a key. I trusted them completely. They brought me flowers every week. Carol would do my nails while I sat in that awful rehab chair. David made sure the staff was taking care of me properly. When they brought papers for me to sign, they said it was just to make sure the bills got paid, to give them access to handle things while I recovered. I was on so much pain medication back then. Everything was fuzzy. I remember signing things, but I couldn't tell you what half of them said. My hand was shaking from the wrist injury. They'd pat my shoulder and tell me not to strain myself reading all the legal jargon. 4 months later, the rehabilitation center finally cleared me to go home. I was so excited. I couldn't wait to sleep in my own bed, sit in my garden, see all my things again. David picked me up on a Tuesday morning. He was quiet during the drive, which I thought was just him concentrating on the road. Carol was in the passenger seat, unusually silent too. When we pulled up to my street, I noticed something was off immediately. There was a different car in my driveway. A minivan I didn't recognize. The garden looked
Wrong. My rose bushes were gone. There were children's toys on the lawn. I asked David what was going on. He pulled over across the street instead of pulling into the driveway. That's when Carol turned around with tears in her eyes, and I knew. I knew something terrible had happened. She told me the house was sold. Just like that. Sold. She was crying, dabbing at her eyes with a tissue, saying it was for my own good. David had his hand on my shoulder, and he was saying I was too old to live alone, that I'd nearly died in that house, that they couldn't risk me falling again with no one there to help. The money from the sale, he said, would go toward a proper retirement plan. Somewhere safe. Somewhere with people to take care of me. I couldn't breathe. I asked them how they could sell my house. David said I'd signed the papers. I'd agreed to it. He pulled out a folder from the glove compartment, and there it was. Deed transfer papers, power of attorney documents, all with my shaky signature at the bottom. I didn't remember signing any of this. I didn't remember agreeing to sell my house. I started crying. 40 years of my life in that house. I raised my children there. My husband died in the bedroom upstairs. Every memory I had was in that house. And they sold it. Carol kept saying it was already done. There was nothing we could do about it now. We had to move forward. She said they'd found me a nice place at Sunshine Acres, a retirement community about an hour away. I asked about my things. My furniture, my photos, my mother's china, my wedding ring that I'd left in the drawer by my bed because the rehab center told me not to bring valuables. David said they'd packed up what they could, but most of it had to go. The new owners wanted the house furnished. Some things were in storage, he said. He'd bring them to me once I was settled. I didn't believe him. Something in his voice, the way he wouldn't look at me directly. But I was so overwhelmed, so confused. They drove me to Sunshine Acres, and it was exactly what you'd expect from a budget nursing home. Beige walls, that antiseptic smell, residents shuffling around in wheelchairs looking half dead. A shared room, a single bed, a plastic chair. This was what my life had become. Carol tried to help me into the room, but I pulled away from her. I told them I needed to check my bank accounts, to see this retirement fund they kept talking about. David got this tight look on his face. He said we could talk about finances later, that I should rest first, get acclimated. But I insisted. I'm old, not stupid. I had my phone. I logged into my bank account right there in that depressing hallway. Empty. My checking account had $47 in it. My savings account, which had over $200,000 from my husband's life insurance and our retirement savings, was completely drained. The account that held the money from the house sale showed one deposit of $380,000, and then a transfer out of the entire amount 3 days later. I showed David the screen. I asked him where my money was. He got defensive immediately, said it was invested in the retirement plan, that I wouldn't understand the financial details. Carol jumped in saying they'd hired a financial advisor, that the money was being managed properly, that I'd get monthly distributions for my care. I asked for the name of the financial advisor. I asked for statements. I asked for anything that proved my money actually existed somewhere. David got angry then. He raised his voice, said I was being paranoid and difficult, that they'd spent months taking care of everything for me, and this was the thanks they got. Carol started crying again, real tears this time, saying she couldn't believe I didn't trust them after everything they'd done. I told them to get out. I said I wasn't staying in that place, and I wanted my money back immediately. David got this cold look on his face I'd never seen before. He told me I'd signed all the papers legally,
that I'd agreed to everything, and that I was too confused to make good decisions for myself. He actually said that I was too confused. Then he turned and walked away, Carol hurrying after him. I stood in that hallway for a long time. Residents kept shuffling past me. A nurse asked if I needed help finding my room. I told her I wasn't staying. She looked at me like I was delusional, like I was just another confused old woman who didn't know what was good for her. I called my friend Ruth. We'd known each other for 30 years, played bridge every Thursday, volunteered at the library together. She answered on the second ring, and I just started crying. I told her everything. She was at Sunshine Acres within an hour, and she took one look at that place and told me I was coming home with her. Ruth's house was only 15 minutes from where I used to live. She set me up in her guest room, made me tea, let me cry until I couldn't cry anymore. Then she sat down across from me and asked what I was going to do. I told her I didn't know. I felt so stupid, so used. How could I have been so blind? That night I couldn't sleep. I kept going over every visit David and Carol made to the rehab center. They'd come on Tuesdays and Thursdays, always around 2 p.m., always right after my pain medication. I'd be foggy, tired, and they'd pull out papers and tell me where to sign. I never read them carefully. I trusted my son. What kind of mother doesn't trust her own child? The next morning I tried to access my bank accounts again, hoping maybe I'd been wrong. Maybe I'd looked at the wrong account. But no. Everything was gone. Over $400,000 just vanished. I called David. He didn't answer. I called 4 more times. Finally, Carol picked up his phone. She told me I needed to calm down, that I was working myself up over nothing. I asked to speak to David, and he got on the line sounding annoyed. I asked him point blank where my money was. He said it was invested in my retirement plan, like he'd already told me. I said I wanted to see the statements, the account numbers, proof that my money existed. He sighed, like I was being a difficult child, and said the money had been invested in some opportunities that would provide better returns than just sitting in a savings account. I asked, what opportunities? He said I wouldn't understand the details, that it was complex financial stuff. I lost it then. I told him that was my money, from my house, and I had every right to know where it was. He got quiet for a moment, then said the money had been invested in his business, that it was a sure thing, that he'd pay me back with interest, that I'd be thanking him in a year when the returns came in. His business. David ran some kind of consulting firm that I'd never fully understood, and from what I knew, it wasn't doing particularly well. I asked if he'd just stolen my money to prop up his failing business. Carol grabbed the phone then. She was furious, screaming that how dare I accuse them of stealing, that they'd saved me from myself, that I would have just wasted that money or gotten scammed by some con artist. At least this way, she said, it was staying in the family. I hung up. My hands were shaking. Ruth was standing in the doorway, and she asked if I was okay. I told her no. I told her I'd just realized my son had robbed me blind, and I had no idea what to do about it. She sat down next to me and held my hand. Then she said something I'll never forget. She said I could either accept it and move on, or I could fight. But if I was going to fight, I needed to be prepared for war. Because going after your own child, even when they've betrayed you, that's something you don't come back from. I looked at those papers again, the ones David had shown me in the car. My signature was there, but it looked wrong, shaky, uncertain, nothing like my normal handwriting. And that's when I remembered. The medication. The pain pills, the muscle relaxers, the anti-anxiety medication they had me on. I could barely hold a fork steady back then, let alone understand complex legal documents. I picked up the phone and started looking for lawyers. The first 2 I called basically dismissed me. One said it sounded like a family dispute, not a legal matter. The other said if I'd signed the papers, there wasn't much I could do. The third one asked me to come in for a consultation. Ruth drove me there 3 days later. The lawyer's name was Janet, and she was younger than I expected, maybe mid-40s. She listened to everything, took notes, asked detailed questions about the medication I'd been on, about David and Carol's visits, about the timing of everything. Then she asked to see the papers. She spent 20 minutes reading through them, occasionally making notes. Finally, she looked up at me and said, "I might have a case. Not a guaranteed win, but enough questionable elements that it was worth investigating. Financial elder abuse, she called it. Potentially obtaining consent under duress or incapacity. We'd need medical records from the rehab center, bank statements, documentation of everything. I asked her what it would cost. She said a lot, probably more than I had left. I told her I had $47 in my checking account and nowhere to live. She was quiet for a moment, then said she'd take it on contingency. If we won, she'd get a percentage. If we lost, I'd owe nothing. I hired her on the spot. Ruth drove me back to her house, and I spent the rest of that day in bed, staring at the ceiling. I kept thinking about David as a little boy, how he used to bring me flowers from the neighbor's garden, how proud he was when he learned to ride a bike. How did that little boy turn into someone who could do this to his own mother? But then I thought about my house, my life, my money, everything I'd worked for, everything my husband and I had built together, and I decided that little boy was gone. The man who sold my house while I was helpless in a hospital bed was a stranger, and strangers don't get mercy. The next morning, I told Janet to start building the case. I was going to get everything back, and I was going to make sure David and Carol paid for what they'd done. I didn't know how long it would take, or what it would cost me emotionally, but I knew one thing for certain. They'd made a mistake underestimating me. They thought I was just a confused old woman who'd accept whatever they decided for her. They were wrong. The legal process was slower than I expected. Janet warned me it would take time, but when you're 76 and you've just lost everything, time feels different. Every day that passed was another day David and Carol got to enjoy my money while I lived in Ruth's spare apartment. Ruth owned a duplex, and the upstairs unit had been vacant for a few months. She insisted I move in and wouldn't accept rent. I tried to pay her something, anything, but she refused. Said I'd need every penny for what was coming. She was right. I need to back up and explain how the fall even happened, because it matters for the case. It was late November, almost 2 years ago now. I'd gone down to the basement to get Christmas decorations. I'd made that trip down those stairs 1,000 times, but that day I was carrying too much. A box of ornaments, some garland, being stubborn like always. I missed the third step from the bottom, and that was it. I remember the falling sensation, the impact, then nothing until I woke up in the hospital. The hip fracture required surgery. The wrist was bad enough that I couldn't write properly for weeks, but the concussion was what really messed me up. I was confused for the first week, couldn't remember what day it was, kept asking for my husband who'd been dead for a decade. The doctors put me on pain medication that made everything foggy. Then anti-anxiety meds because I kept having panic attacks. Muscle relaxers for the physical therapy. I was on so many pills I could barely think straight. David and Carol started visiting during the second week of my hospital stay. They were attentive, caring, everything you'd want from family during a crisis. When I moved to the rehab center, they kept coming. Always on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Always at 2 p.m., right after the nurse gave me my afternoon medications.
I didn't piece this together until Janet requested the rehab center's visitor logs. There it was in black and white. David and Carol signed in at 2:15 p.m. every single visit. My medication was administered at 2 p.m. They knew exactly when I'd be the most out of it, and that's when they brought the papers. Janet also requested my medical records. The dosages I was on would have impaired anyone's decision-making capacity, let alone someone recovering from a concussion. I was on 10 milligrams of oxycodone every 4 hours, 2 milligrams of Xanax twice daily, and cyclobenzaprine for muscle spasms. The doctor's notes specifically mentioned that I was showing signs of confusion and memory issues. One note from early December said I'd forgotten having a conversation about my discharge plan just 2 hours after we'd discussed it. But the real smoking gun came from the bank records. Janet subpoenaed everything, and the paper trail was clear as day. The house sold for $380,000 on January 15th. I was still in rehab. The money hit my account that same day. 3 days later, the entire amount was transferred to an account in David's name. Then it got interesting. From David's account, $200,000 went to something called Amadei Consulting Solutions. That was David's failing business. Another $80,000 went to paying off the mortgage on David and Carol's house. $45,000 went to a car dealership where they bought a new Lexus. $30,000 to a travel agency for what looked like a 2-week European vacation.
The rest got scattered across credit card payments, home renovations, and general expenses. My retirement fund. My security. They'd blown through it in less than 6 months like it was lottery money. But here's the thing that really got me. The house didn't even sell for market value. Janet had it appraised, and comparable homes in my neighborhood were going for $450,000 to $480,000. They sold it for $380,000 to a buyer named Michael Torres. I didn't know any Michael Torres. Janet did some digging, and guess what? Michael Torres was Carol's cousin. They sold my house to family at a discount, probably as a favor, and pocketed the cash. Michael Torres flipped it 3 months later for $465,000. So Carol's family made money off my house too. The whole thing was a coordinated scheme, and I'd been too drugged up to realize what was happening. Janet said we had enough for a strong case. Financial elder abuse, exploitation of an incapacitated person, possibly even forgery given how impaired I was when I signed those documents. She filed the lawsuit in March, about 5 months after I'd gotten out of rehab. David and Carol were served with the papers on a Thursday afternoon. I know because David showed up at my apartment 2 hours later, pounding on the door so hard I thought he'd break it down. Ruth heard it from downstairs and came running up. She stood between me and the door, told him to leave or she'd call the police. He was shouting through the door, asking how I could do this to him, to my own son, saying I was being manipulated by Ruth and that lawyer, that they were poisoning me against my own family. Carol was there too. I could hear her crying in the background, wailing about how ungrateful I was after everything they'd done for me. Ruth called the police. They didn't leave until the squad car pulled up. The officer told them to stay away from me, or they'd be arrested for harassment. David's face was red, furious. He pointed at me through the window and shouted that I was going to regret this, that I was destroying our family over money. Then they left. I didn't sleep that night. Part of me expected them to come back. The other part couldn't stop replaying what David had said, that I was destroying the family, like he hadn't destroyed it the moment he decided to rob his own mother. The next day, David left a voicemail on my phone. His voice was different, calmer, more calculated. He said I was being manipulated, that Ruth and Janet were taking advantage of me, filling my head with lies. He said they'd done everything for my own good, that I was too old to manage alone, that the money was invested properly. He actually used the phrase, "We did this for you," like I should be grateful. I saved that voicemail.
Janet said it might be useful. Around this same time, I finally got in touch with my other kids. Susan flew up from Oregon, and Thomas drove up from Florida. Neither of them had known what was happening. David had told them I was fine, settling into a nice retirement community, that everything was taken care of. They were horrified when they found out the truth. Susan wanted to confront David immediately. Thomas was more practical, asked what they could do to help with the case. I told them the best thing they could do was give statements to Janet about what David had told them, about how he'd kept them in the dark. They both did. Susan cried when she saw Ruth's apartment, the tiny space I was living in compared to the house I'd lost. She kept apologizing for not checking in more, for not visiting me in rehab, for trusting David when he said everything was fine. I told her it wasn't her fault. She lived across the country with 3 kids and a full-time job. I didn't expect her to fly out every week. David had counted on that. The investigation took months. Adult Protective Services got involved. They interviewed the staff at the rehab center, reviewed the medication records, looked at the visitor logs. Everything pointed to the same conclusion. I'd been deliberately targeted when I was at my most vulnerable. Janet found out more about David's business, too. Amadei Consulting Solutions was hemorrhaging money. He'd lost 3 major clients in the year before my fall, and he was drowning in debt. The $200,000 from my house sale kept his business afloat for about 8 months, but it was still failing. By the time the lawsuit was in full swing, he was on the verge of bankruptcy anyway. That's when Carol's true colors really showed. She tried to reach out to Susan, calling her repeatedly, trying to get Susan to convince me to drop the lawsuit. She said David was under so much stress he'd developed an ulcer, that this was killing him, that I was being cruel and vindictive. Susan told her that stealing from an incapacitated elderly woman was a lot more than cruel, and hung up on her. In September, about 6 months after we filed, Janet got news that the investigation had found sufficient evidence to freeze David and Carol's assets. They couldn't sell anything, couldn't access most of their money, couldn't make any major financial moves without court approval. Everything was locked down pending the outcome of the case. I heard through Susan that Carol had a complete meltdown when she found out. She'd been planning to refinance their house to get some cash, but now she couldn't. They had to borrow money from her parents just to pay their regular bills. The Lexus got repossessed. They had to cancel their membership at the country club. Their entire lifestyle, built on my money, was crumbling. Part of me felt satisfied. Most of me just felt empty. David tried to visit me one more time in October. He didn't pound on the door this time. He knocked softly, asked quietly if we could please talk. Ruth answered and told him I didn't want to see him. He asked her to just tell me he was sorry, that he'd made a mistake, that he wanted to make things right. I was standing behind the door, listening to every word. I could hear the desperation in his voice, and I felt nothing. No sympathy, no forgiveness, no motherly instinct to comfort my child. Just nothing. Ruth told him to leave. He started to argue. Then I heard him start crying. Actually crying, not the fake tears Carol used to pull out. He was sobbing, saying he didn't know what to do, that everything was falling apart, that he couldn't lose his mother on top of everything else. I opened the door then, looked him right in the eye. He stopped crying immediately, hope flooding his face like I was about to forgive him and make all of this go away. I asked him one question. Just one. I asked him if he'd even felt guilty when he was spending my money on a new car and a European vacation while I was sitting in a rehab center learning how to walk again. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. The hope drained from his face. He knew what his answer would sound like no matter what he said. I told him the truth right then. I said that whatever happened in court,
Whatever money I got back, he was already gone to me. The son I raised would never have done this. That person was dead, and I was looking at a stranger wearing his face. I told him I didn't know who he was anymore, and I didn't want to. Then I closed the door. He stood there for a few minutes. I could see his shadow under the door. Then I heard his footsteps walking away, and that was it. Ruth made me tea and we sat in silence for a while. She asked if I was okay. I told her I didn't know. I'd just disowned my firstborn child, and I felt nothing but relief. What kind of mother does that make me? She said it makes me a survivor, that David made his choices and now I was making mine. The case moved toward settlement after that. David and Carol's lawyers knew they couldn't win at trial. The evidence was overwhelming. Their choice was to settle and try to salvage something,
or go to court and lose everything plus face potential criminal charges.
They agreed to full restitution in November, $400,000 plus interest, plus legal fees. The problem was, they didn't have it anymore. They'd spent it. The court ordered them to pay it back, however they could, which meant selling their house. The house my money had paid off. The house they'd renovated with my funds. They sold it in December for $520,000. After paying off the settlement and their legal fees, they walked away with almost nothing. I heard they moved into a rental apartment across town. Carol's parents were helping with rent. I got my money back, all of it, plus interest, plus my legal fees covered. But my house was gone, sold twice over by now. The family who bought it from Carol's cousin had done nothing wrong, and I wasn't going to punish them for David's crimes. So I let that go. In January, almost exactly a year after they'd sold my house, I met with Janet to write a new will. I'd been thinking about it for months. Susan and Thomas would split half of everything. The other half was going to a foundation for seniors who'd suffered from family exploitation, an organization that helped people like me, people whose own children had betrayed them. David and Carol got nothing, not a penny, not a mention except for a specific clause that stated they were being excluded intentionally due to their actions. I wanted it clear that this wasn't an oversight. This was deliberate. Janet asked if I was sure, said that wills like this often cause more family drama, that David might contest it. I told her to make it ironclad. I didn't care if he contested it. He'd already shown me who he was. That was the last time David looked me in the eye with anything but fear, and I wanted to make sure he understood exactly what his choices had cost him. The settlement finalized in February, about 15 months after I'd come home from rehab to find my entire life gone. I had my money back. David and Carol had lost their house. The legal part was over, but nothing felt resolved. I used some of the settlement money to buy a small condo about 10 minutes from Ruth. 2 bedrooms, updated kitchen, a little balcony where I could have some plants. It wasn't my old house, but it was mine. No memories of David there. No ghosts of what I'd lost. Just a clean slate. Ruth helped me move in. Susan flew up for a week to help me settle in and buy furniture. Thomas sent money for household stuff, apologized that he couldn't get away from work. It was fine. Having Susan there was enough. We didn't talk about David much. What was there to say? He'd made his choices, I'd made mine, and now we were all living with the consequences. The foundation I'd put in my will, the one for exploited seniors. I started donating to them right away. Didn't want to wait until I was dead to do something good with the money David had tried to steal. I set up a monthly donation, and they sent me updates about the people they helped. Stories like mine. Kids stealing from parents, grandkids draining accounts, financial abuse hidden behind family loyalty. It was more common than I'd ever imagined. I also established a scholarship fund through the foundation for law students specializing in elder law.
Janet had taken my case on contingency because she believed in it. But not every lawyer will do that. Not every victim has a Janet. If I could help train more lawyers to fight for people like me, that felt like something worthwhile. Susan visited every few months after that. She'd bring the grandkids, and we'd have normal visits. Movies, dinners, walks in the park. She never mentioned David unless I brought him up, which was almost never. Thomas called every Sunday. We'd talk about his work, his wife, the weather. Normal stuff, safe stuff. Neither of them pushed me to reconcile with David. I think they understood that some betrayals don't get forgiven. Life settled into a routine. Bridge with Ruth on Thursdays. Volunteering at the library on Tuesdays. Doctor's appointments scattered throughout the month because that's what happens when you're 76. I was okay. Not happy exactly, but stable. Functional. I'd survived. Then David showed up at my condo. It was a Saturday morning in March, about 2 months after I'd moved in. I was having coffee on the balcony when I heard the doorbell. Wasn't expecting anyone. Ruth had a key and would have just let herself in. I looked through the peephole and there he was. He looked terrible. That's the first thing I noticed. He'd lost weight, had dark circles under his eyes, looked like he'd aged 10 years in the past 15 months. He was wearing jeans and a wrinkled t-shirt. The David I knew never left the house looking anything less than polished. I almost didn't open the door, stood there for a full minute just watching him through the peephole. He rang the bell again, then knocked softly. Called out that he knew I was home. He'd seen my car in the parking lot. "Please," he said, "just 5 minutes." I opened the door but left the chain on. Asked what he wanted. He said he needed to talk to me, that it was important. I told him we had nothing to talk about. He started crying then, and I knew immediately these weren't Carol's manipulative tears. This was real, raw, desperate. He told me Carol had left him, packed up and moved to her parents' place in Arizona 2 weeks ago, filed for divorce. She blamed him for everything, for dragging her into this mess, for losing their house, for ruining their reputation. She'd taken what little money they had left. I didn't say anything, just stood there looking at him through that 4-inch gap in the door. He said he'd lost his business, had to declare bankruptcy in January. He was working at a friend's company now, doing basic consulting work for a fraction of what he used to make. Living in a studio apartment, driving a 15-year-old Honda, barely scraping by. Still, I said nothing. Then he said he was sorry, that he'd made a terrible mistake, that he'd been desperate and stupid, and he'd convinced himself that he was doing the right thing, that he could invest the money and pay me back with interest, and I'd never have to know. He said the business was supposed to turn around, that the European vacation was a work trip that Carol had insisted on extending, that everything had just spiraled out of control. Excuses. That's all they were. Excuses and justifications and attempts to make himself feel less like the person who robbed his own mother. I asked him if he'd come here looking for money. His face went red and he said no. He just wanted to apologize, to see if maybe we could start over, build a relationship again. He said he'd lost everything, his wife, his business, his home, and he couldn't lose his mother too. I told him he'd already lost me, that he lost me the day he sold my house while I was in a hospital bed learning to walk again. I said I didn't care about his sob story or his apologies. He'd made his choices, and now he got to live with them just like I had to live with mine. He started begging then, actually begging, saying he'd do anything, that he'd spend the rest of his life making it up to me, that he was still my son. That had to count for something. I looked at this man, this stranger crying on my doorstep, and I tried to see the little boy I'd raised. The kid who'd bring me dandelions and call them flowers. The teenager who'd mowed lawns all summer to buy me a birthday present. The young man who'd cried at his father's funeral and promised to take care of me. I couldn't find him. That person was gone, if he'd ever really existed at all. I told David something I'd been thinking about for months. I said that maybe I didn't do this for justice. Maybe I didn't even do it to get my money back. Maybe I did it just to make sure he hurt as much as I did. To make sure he lost everything the way I'd lost everything. Maybe that made me vindictive and cruel, but I didn't care anymore. He looked at me like I'd slapped him. Said I couldn't mean that I wasn't that kind of person. But I was. Or at least I'd become that person. The kind who could watch her son cry and feel absolutely nothing. The kind who could destroy his life and sleep fine at night. He'd turned me into this, and now he got to see what he'd created. I told him the truth then, about the will, that he and Carol were getting nothing, that every cent was going to Susan, Thomas, and a foundation that helped people whose families had betrayed them. I wanted him to know exactly what his choices had cost him, not just now, but forever. His face went white. He asked if I was really going to do this, if I was really going to cut him out completely. I told him I already had. The papers were signed months ago. He was already gone. He said I was his mother, that I was supposed to love him no matter what. That's what mothers do. I said mothers are also supposed to be able to trust their children not to rob them blind while they're helpless in a hospital. Guess we both failed at our jobs. That broke something in him. He just stood there, tears running down his face, and I could see the exact moment he realized there was no coming back from this. No amount of apologies or time or changed behavior would fix what he'd done. Some things you don't recover from. I told him not to come back, that if he showed up again, I'd call the police and get a restraining order. Then I closed the door and locked it, watched through the peephole as he stood there for another minute before finally walking away. Ruth came over an hour later. She knew somehow, the way old friends always know. Found me sitting on the couch staring at nothing. She asked if I was okay, and I told her I didn't know. I'd just cut my son out of my life permanently, and I felt nothing. No guilt, no regret, no sadness, just empty. She said that was probably normal, that I'd been through trauma, that my survival instinct had kicked in and shut down the parts of me that might make me vulnerable again, that maybe someday I'd feel something about it, or maybe I wouldn't. Either way was okay. I asked her if that made me a bad person. She said it made me a person who'd been hurt and chose to protect herself. Nothing bad about that. But I'm not sure I believe her. Sometimes late at night I wonder if I went too far, if I could have found some middle ground between complete forgiveness and total destruction. If there was a way to hold David accountable without obliterating every chance at a relationship. Then I remember coming home from rehab to find my house sold, my belongings gone, my money stolen. I remember being driven to that awful nursing home and told it was for my own good. I remember the feeling of complete helplessness, of being betrayed by the one person who was supposed to protect me. And I stopped wondering. Susan asked me once if I ever regretted pursuing the legal case, if I wished I'd just accepted what happened and moved on. I told her no. I didn't regret getting my money back, or making sure David faced consequences. But I did regret trusting him in the first place. I regretted every visit to that rehab center where I'd smiled at him and believed he had my best interests at heart. I regretted raising a son who could look at his elderly, injured mother and see a financial opportunity. Thomas was more direct. He asked if I thought David had learned anything from all this. I told him I didn't know and I didn't care. Whether David learned something or not wasn't my problem anymore.
He could spend the rest of his life reflecting on his choices, or he could blame me for everything. Either way, it didn't affect me. The foundation sent me a letter last month. They'd helped a woman in a situation almost identical to mine. Her daughter had stolen nearly $300,000 while the woman was in memory care. They'd used my scholarship fund to train a lawyer who took the case pro bono. The woman got most of her money back, and her daughter faced criminal charges. I cried reading that letter. First time I'd cried about any of this in months. But they weren't sad tears. They were something else. Relief, maybe. Or validation. Proof that something good had come from this nightmare. I'm 78 now. It's been 2 years since everything happened. I don't see David. Don't talk to him. Don't know where he's living or what he's doing. Susan mentioned once that he'd reached out to her, asking about me. She told him I was fine, and that she wasn't going to be a go-between. He hasn't contacted her since. Sometimes I see fathers and sons together at the grocery store or the park. The good ones, the normal ones, laughing and talking. I wonder if David and I ever looked like that to other people. If anyone watching us would have guessed that one day he'd rob me and I'd destroy his life in return. I wonder if he tells people what happened, if he's painted himself as the victim of a vindictive old woman, if he's learned to justify his actions to himself, or if he lies awake at night the way I sometimes do, thinking about all the moments that led us here. Ruth says I should let it go, that holding on to anger is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. But I'm not holding on to anger. I barely think about David most days. He's just gone, like he never existed. A gap where a sun used to be. Maybe that's worse than anger. Maybe complete indifference is the cruelest thing I could give him. I don't know if what I did was right. I got justice, got my money back, made sure David couldn't do this to anyone else or benefit from what he'd done. But I also destroyed any chance of a relationship with my oldest child. Turned family gatherings into carefully planned events where Susan and Thomas have to choose which parent to visit. Created a wound that's never going to heal. Sometimes revenge feels righteous in the moment, but hollow in hindsight. You get what you wanted, but it doesn't fix what was broken. It just breaks more things. But then I think about that woman from the foundation letter, the one whose daughter stole from her. The lawyer trained with my scholarship money helped her fight back. Helped her get justice when she might have been too scared or too broke or too defeated to fight on her own. Maybe that's what this was all for. Not revenge, not even justice for myself, but making sure the next person in my situation had the tools to fight back. To prove that being old doesn't mean being helpless, that family doesn't get a free pass to destroy you. I'm not sure if that makes what I did right, but it makes it mean something. And right now, that's enough. They laughed when I said I'd leave everything to a stranger. Now they're the ones begging for forgiveness. I, 68, a retired mechanic, never thought I'd be standing in my own driveway telling my son Brian, 42, and daughter Lisa, 39, to get off my property. But here we are. They showed up this morning, both of them screaming about what I did with the house. Brian's face was red, veins popping in his neck. Lisa was crying those angry tears where you know someone's more furious than sad. They wanted to know how I could betray them like this, how I could give away their inheritance to strangers. I told them it was my house and shut the door. That probably sounds harsh without context, so let me back up 6 months to explain how we got here. I built this house with my late wife Sarah 30 years ago. Did most of the work myself, with her handing me tools and making sure I didn't cut any corners. After she died 3 years back, I threw myself into being there for the kids and grandkids. Sunday dinners every single week. Didn't matter if I was tired or had plans.
I fixed Brian's truck probably a dozen times, never charged him a cent. Lisa's minivan, too. I babysat whenever they needed it, sometimes on a few hours' notice. I gave both of them money over the years when things got tight. Brian got $15,000 when he started his business. Lisa got $10,000 when they bought their first house. I thought this was what family did. I thought this was my purpose after losing Sarah. About 4 months ago, Brian came over on a Wednesday afternoon. He had this serious look on his face and said we needed to talk about practical stuff. He told me I should add his name to my bank account, just in case something happened to me. For emergencies, he said. Made sense at the time. I'm getting older, and what if I had a stroke or something? I trusted him completely. He's my son. So I signed the paperwork at the bank without thinking twice about it. 3 months ago, I was checking my account balance online and noticed it was lower than it should have been. A lot lower. I went through the statements and found withdrawals I didn't make. $8,000 total, taken out over the course of a few weeks in amounts between $500 and $2,000. I called Brian right away, because I figured someone must have stolen from the account, maybe identity theft or something. He acted confused at first, then said, "Oh yeah, he'd borrowed some money and forgot to mention it. Called it a mix-up, promised he'd transfer it back by the end of the week." I felt relieved, honestly. Better that it was him than some scammer. But the end of the week came and went. No money. I gave it another week before I called him again. He said he was dealing with some cash flow issues, but he'd get it back to me soon. 2.5 months ago, I brought it up again at Sunday dinner. I tried to be casual about it, didn't want to make a scene in front of everyone. Brian got defensive immediately. Then Lisa jumped in and asked if I was sure I didn't take that money out myself. She said I'd been forgetting things lately. I hadn't been forgetting anything. I'm 68, not 98. My mind is sharp. But suddenly they were both looking at me like I was losing it. That's when I started keeping a notebook. I wrote down every transaction, every conversation, every time something felt off. I kept receipts for everything. The kids noticed the notebook one day and Brian made some comment about me being paranoid. Lisa agreed with him. They started talking to me slower, like I was a child. It made my blood boil, but I kept quiet and kept documenting. 6 weeks ago, I got a phone call from a place called Sunset Valley Senior Living. The woman on the phone was friendly, said my son Brian had contacted them about scheduling a tour for me. I told her there must be some mistake because I never asked for that. She seemed confused and apologized for bothering me. After I hung up, I sat there for a long time trying to figure out what was going on. I called Brian that night. He acted like it was no big deal. Said he and Lisa were just looking at options because the house was getting to be too much for me to maintain. I told him I maintained the house just fine, and I wasn't interested in senior living facilities. He said we could talk about it later and changed the subject. That conversation stuck with me, though. Something felt wrong. 4 weeks ago, I couldn't sleep. It was around 2 a.m. and I was lying in bed thinking about Sarah, about the kids, about that phone call from the senior living place. I grabbed my tablet and started browsing around online. I used to look at real estate listings with Sarah back in the day. It was kind of a hobby for us, looking at houses we'd never buy and talking about what we'd change about them. I was scrolling through local listings when I saw my own house. My actual house. The one I was lying in. There were photos of my living room, my kitchen, the bedroom Sarah and I shared. Someone had been inside my house taking professional real estate photos without me knowing. The listing price was $475,000. It was listed by some agent I'd never heard of, but when I clicked on the details, I saw it was Brian's buddy from high school, the guy he plays poker with. I got out of bed and checked every room. Nothing else seemed disturbed. They must have done it when I was out running errands or at my physical therapy appointments. I printed out the listing and just stared at it for the rest of the night. My own children were trying to sell my house out from under me. The house Sarah and I built together, where we raised them.
where every corner has a memory. They were going to take it all. I sat there at 2 a.m., staring at photos of my own living room on a real estate website, and realized my children were trying to steal everything Sarah and I built together. I didn't sleep at all that night. Just sat at the kitchen table with that printed listing in front of me, drinking coffee and trying to process what my own kids were doing to me. Around 8 a.m., I called both of them and said we needed to have a family meeting. Important. Couldn't wait. They both showed up around noon, and I noticed they arrived together. They'd been coordinating this whole thing. I didn't say anything at first. Just laid the printed listing on the kitchen table between us. The look on their faces told me everything I needed to know. Brian recovered first and tried to play it off. Said they were going to talk to me about it, that this wasn't how I was supposed to find out. Lisa nodded along and started in with this whole speech about how senior living would be safer for me. Better care, people my own age, activities and meals provided. They kept saying the house was too much for me to handle alone. I let them talk. Then I asked them point blank why they'd listed my house without my permission. Brian stumbled over his words for a minute before saying something about how they needed to test the market, see what it was worth. That's when it slipped out. He said something about finally getting what they were owed. Not what they'd inherit someday. What they were owed. Like I owed them my house while I was still living in it. The whole story came out after that. Brian's in deep with gambling debts. $50,000 deep. Online poker, sports betting, all of it. Lisa's husband got laid off 8 months ago, and they're 3 months behind on their mortgage. They'd been planning this for months. The senior facility, the house listing, all of it. They figured they'd put me somewhere cheap, sell the house, split the money, and solve all their problems. The $8,000 Brian stole was supposed to be the down payment for the senior living place he'd already picked out for me. I told them to get out. Brian said I wasn't thinking clearly, and that's exactly why they needed to make decisions for me. He actually threatened to pursue power of attorney. Lisa started crying, said I was being cruel, and that Mom would have wanted me to help family. Using Sarah against me like that was the moment I knew there was no coming back from this. I told them both to leave and not come back. They left shouting that I'd regret this, that they'd find a way to protect me from myself. The next few weeks were hell. They started calling relatives, telling everyone I was having memory problems and acting irrational. My cousin called asking if I was okay. My nephew stopped by unannounced to check on me. Even my neighbor mentioned that Brian had talked to her about his concerns for my well-being. They were building a case, making me look incompetent so they could take control. The Sunday dinners stopped, obviously. I stopped hosting and they stopped pretending to care. What really hurt was when the grandkids stopped coming around. Brian has 2 kids, ages 12 and 9. Lisa has 3, ages 14, 11, and 7. Those kids used to come over all the time. Suddenly, nothing. I realized Brian and Lisa were using them as leverage, keeping them away to punish me. My lawyer buddy from the VFW, Jim, stopped by to check on me after he heard some rumors going around. I told him everything. Showed him the documentation, the notebook, the bank statements, the real estate listing. Jim got quiet for a long time, then told me he'd seen this exact thing happen to 3 other guys from the veterans group. Adult kids trying to take everything before their parents were even gone. He said we needed to act fast because Brian was serious about the guardianship thing. I found out through Jim that Brian had actually contacted a lawyer about it. Had a consultation and everything. They were building a case that I couldn't manage my own affairs. The missing money that Brian stole was going to be used as evidence that I was careless with finances. The notebook I'd been keeping would be twisted into paranoid behavior. It was all part of their plan. I spent a few days barely functioning. Didn't eat much. Couldn't sleep. I'd walk through the house and see Sarah everywhere. The kitchen where she taught Lisa to bake. The garage where I showed Brian how to change oil. The backyard where we had birthday parties and barbecues. I kept thinking about how they were willing to throw me away like garbage to fix their own mistakes. Part of me just wanted to give up. Let them have it all, and be done with the whole mess. Then I remembered something Sarah said years ago. Her brother was always asking to borrow money we didn't have. He'd guilt-trip her about family obligations and how we should help him out. Finally, Sarah had enough and told him no. He called her selfish. She hung up on him and turned to me and said this thing I never forgot. She said, "You don't owe anyone who treats you like a burden." That night when she said it, I told her she was right. Now I was hearing her voice in my head saying it again. That's when I decided I wasn't just going to fight back. I was going to make absolutely sure they never got a penny of what they thought they deserved. Jim helped me file a fraud report for the $8,000. We removed Brian's name from all my accounts. I changed the locks on the house and got security cameras installed, the kind that record to the cloud so no one could destroy the footage. Every entrance covered. But that wasn't enough. Jim mentioned something about a veteran charity that helps homeless vets get back on their feet. They had this program where veterans could donate property to the charity in exchange for life tenancy. Basically, I'd live rent-free in my own house until I died, keeping complete control of everything. After I'm gone, the charity sells the house and uses the money for their programs. Homeless veterans getting help instead of my ungrateful kids getting a payday they didn't earn. I met with the charity director the next week. Her name's Patricia, Marine Corps veteran herself. I told her the whole story and showed her the house. She was grateful, said a $475,000 property would be their largest donation ever. We drew up the life tenancy agreement. I keep my home. Everything stays the same. But legally, the house belongs to them now. Got it notarized and filed with the county within 2 weeks. Done deal. That's when Brian found out. He must have been checking county records or something. That's what led to this morning, them showing up in my driveway losing their minds. So this morning, Brian and Lisa showed up together around 9 a.m. I was having coffee when I heard the pounding on the front door. Checked the security camera feed on my phone and saw both of them standing there looking furious. I opened the door but stayed in the doorway. Didn't invite them in. Brian didn't even say hello. Just started yelling about how I donated the house to charity. Wanted to know if I'd lost my mind, if I had any idea what I'd done. Lisa was crying, but it was that angry crying where someone's just barely holding it together. She kept saying she couldn't believe I'd give away their family home to strangers. Brian said the house was their inheritance, that I had no right to throw away their future like this. I stayed calm. Told them it was my house and I could do whatever I wanted with it. Brian threatened legal action, said his lawyer would have a field day with this. I reminded him that I had a fraud report filed for the $8,000 he stole, and that his lawyer might want to focus on that instead. His face went even redder. Lisa tried a different approach. Started talking about the grandkids, how I was taking away their future. Asked me how I could do this to my own grandchildren. I told her the grandkids would be fine, and that she and Brian did this to themselves when they decided to treat me like an obstacle instead of a person. She called me selfish, said Mom would be ashamed of me. That's when I'd had enough. I told them they ruined their own future when they forgot that family isn't about money. Told them they showed me exactly what I meant to them when they tried to put me in a home and sell this house without my permission. Then I stepped back inside and shut the door. Locked it. Watched on the security camera as they stood there arguing with each other for another 10 minutes before finally leaving. That was 2 weeks ago now. Haven't heard from either of them since. The extended family has gone quiet too. I don't know if they figured out what really happened or if they're just staying out of it. Either way, my phone isn't ringing like it was before. The grandkids sent me a letter last week. It was clearly written by adults and just signed by the kids. All this stuff about how they love me and miss me and hope I'll reconsider my decision. The handwriting on the signatures looked coached,
like someone was standing over them telling them what to write. That hurt worse than anything Brian or Lisa said to me directly. Using those kids as pawns. Patricia from the veteran charity checks in once a week. She invited me to volunteer at their center if I ever want to. They help vets who are transitioning out of homelessness, teach job skills, that kind of thing. I might take her up on it. Been thinking about it anyway. The house feels quieter now, but also more peaceful, in a way it hasn't felt in months. No more dreading Sunday dinners or phone calls asking for favors. I've been going through old photos lately. Pictures of Brian and Lisa as kids, family vacations, Sarah smiling in almost every single one. I wonder what she'd think about all this. Part of me knows she'd support what I did. She never tolerated disrespect or people taking advantage, but another part of me wonders if she'd want me to try harder to fix things, to give them another chance. My brother called me last week. He's the only family member who's actually talked to me honestly about this whole situation. He said I was completely justified in what I did. Told me about a friend of his whose kids did something similar, and that guy ended up actually losing his house before he could do anything about it. My brother said at least I was smart enough to protect myself before it was too late. That made me feel a little better. My neighbor, the one Brian talked to about his concerns for me, she stopped by a few days ago with some cookies. She apologized for believing what Brian told her without talking to me first. Said she felt terrible about it. We sat on the porch for a while and I told her the whole story. She listened without interrupting, then said she thought I did the right thing, but maybe I should have tried family counseling first. Given them a chance to work through it professionally. I've thought about that a lot. Whether I gave up too fast. Whether I should have suggested therapy or mediation or something before going nuclear with the house donation. But then I remember the real estate listing. The photos taken inside my home without permission. The plans they made behind my back to institutionalize me and take everything. That wasn't a misunderstanding or a communication problem. That was calculated betrayal. The fraud report is still pending with the police. Jim says these cases can take a while, and there's no guarantee they'll prosecute. Brian might get away with stealing that $8,000. But at least he didn't get away with the house. Neither of them did. I've got enough money in my retirement accounts to live comfortably. Social Security plus my pension from the mechanic shop I worked at for 40 years. The house is paid off, and the charity covers the property taxes as part of the life tenancy agreement. I'm not worried about money, but the silence from my grandkids, that's what keeps me up at night sometimes. Some evenings I sit in the living room where Sarah and I used to watch TV together, and I wonder if I made the right call. If permanently destroying what's left of my family was worth proving a point. Then I remember Brian's face when he said they were finally getting what they were owed. Lisa using Sarah's memory to manipulate me. The casual way they discussed putting me somewhere cheap so they could pocket more money from the house sale. The charity is planning to build a transitional housing complex with the money they'll eventually get from this house. Patricia showed me the plans. 24 units for veterans working their way back into society. Job training center on the first floor. Counseling services. It'll help a lot of people who actually need it. That feels right. In a way, leaving it to Brian and Lisa never would have. I don't regret protecting myself and my home. I don't regret making sure the house Sarah and I built goes to something meaningful, instead of paying off gambling debts and saving a house that someone else couldn't afford. What I do wonder about is whether there was any version of this where my family stays intact. Whether I should have seen this coming years ago and done something different. But mostly, I just feel tired. Tired of thinking about it. Tired of second-guessing myself. Tired of the whole situation. The house is quiet. I've got my routines. Patricia and the charity folks treat me with respect. Jim stops by to play cards once a week. It's a smaller life than I had before, but it's honest. Nobody's pretending to care about me while planning to rob me blind. I guess that's something. When they dumped me in a nursing home, I made sure they'd never touch my fortune again.
I'm Margaret, 84, and I'm about to tell you how my daughter Linda, 56, learned the hardest lesson of her life. My late husband Robert passed 3 years ago, and we had 2 kids together, Linda and my son David, 52. 4 grandchildren between them. I'm writing this from a small cottage in the countryside that belongs to my friend Dorothy. And before you ask why I'm here instead of my own home, well, that's exactly what I'm about to explain. It all started with a fall. Stupid, really. 1 year ago, I was reaching for a mixing bowl on the top shelf in my kitchen and lost my balance. I heard the crack before I felt the pain. Hip fracture. The paramedics came, the hospital admitted me, and Linda showed up within 2 hours looking absolutely frantic. At the time, I thought it was love. Funny how wrong you can be about your own children. The recovery was rough. I won't sugarcoat it. At 83, your body doesn't bounce back like it used to. The doctors said I'd need physical therapy and assistance for a few months. I was already planning how I'd manage at home. Maybe hire a nurse. Definitely get one of those walk-in tubs installed. But Linda had other ideas. She visited me every single day during that hospital stay, and every single day she brought up the same thing. A care facility. Just temporary, she'd say. Just until you're steady on your feet again, Mom. You can't manage those stairs at home. What if you fall again and nobody's there? She made it sound so reasonable, so caring. She even brought brochures. Shady Pines Care Facility, with its cheerful photos of elderly people playing cards and tending to garden beds. It looked fine. It looked safe. I should have listened to my gut. Something felt off about how pushy she was being, but I was tired and in pain, and frankly, I didn't want to be a burden. David lived 4 hours away with his job and his kids' schedules. Linda was local. Linda was available. Linda was insistent, so I said yes. The first week at Shady Pines wasn't terrible. The nurses were kind enough. The food was bland but edible, and I had a private room with a window overlooking a small courtyard. Linda visited twice that week, always with the same concerned expression, always asking if I needed anything. She brought me my favorite magazines and some framed photos of the grandchildren. I remember thinking how lucky I was to have such an attentive daughter. Week 2 is when things started feeling wrong. Linda stopped by on a Tuesday afternoon and casually mentioned that she and her husband Mark had moved some things into my house. Just temporarily, Mom, to keep an eye on the place. You know how break-ins happen when houses look empty. She said they were sleeping in the guest room, that they hadn't touched my bedroom. I didn't love the idea, but it made some sense. The house had been sitting empty for 2 weeks by then. Then I noticed the visiting restrictions. When David called and said he wanted to drive up that weekend to see me, I told him to come Saturday afternoon. But when Saturday came and went with no David, I asked the nurses what happened. They looked confused and checked their logs. Apparently Linda had called that morning and said I wasn't feeling well, that I needed rest, and could they please turn away any visitors except immediate family. David was immediate family, I said. The nurse just shrugged and said she was only following the instructions given by my primary contact. My primary contact. That's what Linda had made herself when she filled out my admission paperwork. I tried calling David myself, but my cell phone battery was dead, and Linda hadn't brought my charger like I'd asked her to 3 times. The facility had a phone in the common area, but you had to ask permission to use it, and someone had to wheel you over there. It felt like being in prison, except the guards wore scrubs and called you sweetie. Week 3 brought the real gut punch. I overheard Linda talking on her cell phone in the hallway outside my room. I don't think she realized I could hear her through the door. She was talking to someone about the house, my house. She kept saying things like, "Once we get the title sorted," and "The realtor thinks we can list it by next month." And then the words that made my blood run cold. Mom's not coming back, trust me. She's comfortable there. It's better this way. Better for who? I wanted to scream.
but I didn't. I just sat there in my bed with my healing hip and my racing heart, and I started to understand what was really happening. The car went next. My beautiful 2019 Honda CR-V, the one Robert and I had picked out together just before he got sick. Linda came by one afternoon and mentioned, very casually, that she'd sold it. "You won't be driving anymore, Mom," she said. "We both know that. The money's in your account." She made it sound like she was doing me a favor, like I should thank her for handling such a tedious task. I hadn't agreed to sell my car. She'd forged my signature on the title. I knew it and she knew it. But what was I going to do? I could barely walk to the bathroom by myself. Then came the whisper campaign. I started noticing it when other family members stopped visiting. My sister called one day. They let that call through, probably by accident, and she asked how I was managing with my confusion. "What confusion?" I asked. She got quiet and said Linda had told everyone I was having memory problems, that I kept forgetting conversations and getting agitated. "Linda said you don't always recognize people anymore," my sister said carefully. I was furious. There was nothing wrong with my memory. I could tell you every birthday, every anniversary, every pot roast dinner I'd cooked for the past 60 years. But Linda had planted the seeds. Confused, memory issues, agitated, all the words you use to make someone sound incompetent.
All the words you use to make people stop listening to them. By month 3, I'd figured out the full picture. Linda had isolated me completely. She'd convinced the staff I needed restricted phone access for my own good. She'd told family I was declining mentally. She'd moved into my house and started going through my things. One of the nurses let it slip that Linda had been asking questions about where I kept important documents. Linda was setting up her inheritance early, and she planned to keep me locked away at Shady Pines until I died. What she didn't know, what she couldn't have known, was that Robert had prepared me for exactly this kind of situation. Not with Linda specifically. God, we never imagined our own daughter would do something like this. But Robert had always been cautious about money and family. He'd seen too many cases where children fought over estates, or people got taken advantage of in their old age. So decades ago, when we'd built up our savings and bought properties and invested carefully, we'd put almost everything into a private trust. The trust required my signature and a specific passcode to release any funds. Not just my signature and the passcode, and the approval of our co-trustee, who was our longtime family lawyer, James. Linda could forge my name on a car title, sure, but she couldn't crack a trust that required me to be alive, competent, and willing. I realized something else, too. If Linda was going through my documents at home, she'd eventually figure out the trust existed, and then she'd come at me harder, trying to get me to sign things or reveal information. I needed to act first. The problem was the phone situation. They watched everything at that place. Linda had them trained to report my calls, to monitor my visitors, to keep me contained. So I had to get creative. There was a nurse's aide named Maria who worked the evening shift. Young woman, maybe 30, with kind eyes and a habit of actually listening when residents talked. I'd been nice to her from day one, asking about her kids, complimenting her earrings, treating her like a human being instead of a servant. And one night, when she was helping me get ready for bed, I took a chance. I asked if she'd ever felt trapped. She looked at me funny, but something in her expression shifted. She asked what I meant. I told her the truth, not all of it, but enough. That my daughter had put me here and wouldn't let me leave. That I was being isolated. That I needed help. Maria didn't commit right away. She finished getting me settled and left without saying much. But 2 days later, She came back with a small, prepaid cell phone hidden in a bag of toiletries. She said her cousin had an extra one. She said she wasn't supposed to do this and could lose her job. She said she believed me. I could have kissed her. Instead, I thanked her about 50 times and promised I wouldn't get her in trouble. I hid that phone under my mattress like I was some kind of spy. Maybe I was. Maybe that's what you become when your own child tries to bury you alive. That night, after the evening rounds were done and the hallway lights were dimmed, I pulled out the phone and made a call that would change everything. My hands were shaking as I dialed James's number. I'd had it memorized for 40 years. He answered on the third ring, groggy and confused. When I told him who it was and where I was calling from, there was a long silence. Then he asked me one question. "Margaret, are you of sound mind right now?" I told him I'd never been more sound in my life. And then I told him what Linda had done, what she was planning, and what I needed him to do about it. We talked for almost an hour. By the end of that call, the wheels were in motion. Linda thought she was so clever, so careful, but she'd made one critical mistake. She'd assumed I was helpless. She'd forgotten who raised her. I need to back up and explain how Robert set up the trust because that's the key to everything. This was back in the early 90s, maybe 1993 or 1994. We'd just sold a rental property and had a decent chunk of money sitting in the bank. Robert had been reading the newspaper one morning and came across a story about some elderly couple whose kids had drained their accounts while they were sick. He put the paper down and said we needed to protect ourselves. At the time, I thought he was being paranoid. Our kids were good kids. Linda was in her 20s, newly married, seemed responsible. David was working his first real job. But Robert insisted. And honestly, Robert was always smarter about these things than I was. So we went to James, who'd handled our wills and basic legal stuff for years, and Robert laid out what he wanted. The trust was set up to hold almost everything: our savings, the investment accounts, the properties we owned, all of it. To access anything, you needed 3 things: my signature, a 6-digit passcode that only Robert and I knew, and James's approval as co-trustee. Even if someone had my signature, even if they somehow got the passcode, James had the legal authority to deny any withdrawal if he suspected coercion or incompetence. Robert made sure it was bulletproof. When Robert died 3 years ago, the trust didn't dissolve. It just meant I was the sole beneficiary with full control, but the same rules applied. I still needed James's cooperation. The passcode still mattered, and I'd never written it down anywhere, because Robert had drilled into me that the moment you write something down, it can be found. So that's what Linda was up against, even though she didn't know it yet. She thought she could manipulate me into signing over assets, or maybe she thought she'd find some paperwork that would give her access. She had no idea what she was actually dealing with. After that first phone call with James, things moved fast. He came to visit me 3 days later. But here's the clever part. He didn't come as my lawyer. He came dressed as a minister, carrying a Bible and everything. The facility didn't question it because they had a whole list of approved religious visitors. He showed up during lunch, when most of the staff was distracted, and we had almost 40 minutes alone in my room. James looked older than I remembered. I guess 3 years without seeing someone will do that. But his mind was sharp as ever. He sat down next to my bed and asked me to tell him everything again, slower this time, with dates and details. He took notes on his phone. He asked specific questions about my mental state, my medications, whether I'd been coerced into signing anything. I told him everything. The car sale, the house takeover, Linda's phone conversation, the isolation tactics. When I finished, James was quiet for a minute. Then he said we needed to document everything, and we needed to verify my competency beyond any shadow of doubt. If Linda contested what we were about to do, she'd claim I was senile or manipulated. We had to make sure that claim would fail. So we set things up.
James arranged for the facility's medical director to do a full cognitive evaluation, supposedly as part of my routine care. He pulled some strings, called in some favors. The evaluation happened 2 days later. Memory tests, problem-solving questions, current events, basic math. I passed everything easily. The doctor noted in my chart that I was fully competent, and actually seemed to be over-medicated on some sedative Linda had requested for my anxiety. Funny how I didn't actually have anxiety until I got trapped there. James also had me start keeping detailed notes. Maria smuggled me a small notebook, and I wrote down every incident I could remember. Dates, times, conversations. Every time Linda visited and said something dismissive. Every time the staff restricted my access to something because Linda had called. I documented everything like I was building a legal case, because I was. The other piece James wanted was a witness to Linda's behavior. That one was trickier. Linda was usually careful around staff, but I got lucky, or maybe she got careless. My grandson Tyler, who's 19 and in college, had been trying to visit me. Linda told him I didn't want visitors, that I was too confused and it would upset me. Tyler didn't believe her. Good kid. He showed up one afternoon unannounced, and the staff, who hadn't gotten the memo, let him in. We had maybe 20 minutes before Linda found out he was there. Tyler told me he'd been calling and texting for weeks with no response. He'd asked his mom why Grandma wasn't answering, and Linda said I'd lost my phone and didn't want a new one. He'd asked to visit, and Linda said I specifically said no. All lies. I told Tyler the truth, that Linda had me locked up here, that she'd taken over my house, that she was spreading lies about my mental state. I could see it on his face. He wanted to believe me, but he also didn't want to believe his mother was capable of this. Then Linda walked in. She saw Tyler and her face went through about 5 different expressions in 2 seconds. She recovered fast, though. Started in with the concerned daughter act, asking Tyler what he was doing there, telling him he should have called first because Grandma gets overwhelmed easily. Tyler looked at me. I wasn't overwhelmed. I was sitting up in bed, clear-eyed, completely coherent. He looked back at his mother and I watched him put it together. He didn't make a scene. Smart kid. He just said he was glad to see me and he'd come back soon. But as he left, he squeezed my hand and I knew he understood. Later, James told me Tyler had called him asking questions. Tyler corroborated everything. Linda's lies about my phone, about my mental state, about me refusing visitors. It was another piece of evidence. Another nail in Linda's coffin. The trust amendment took about 2 weeks to draft properly. James had to make sure it was airtight. We were redirecting everything to the Grandchildren's Education Fund. Tyler, his sister Emma, who's 22, and David's kids, Josh and Sophie. All 4 of them would have their college, graduate school, whatever they needed, fully funded. Linda's name and her husband Mark's name were being removed from the estate entirely. They'd get nothing. Not the house, not the savings, not a penny. James warned me this was nuclear. Once we did this, there was no going back. Linda would know exactly what I thought of her. It would probably destroy our relationship permanently. He asked if I was sure. I told him I'd never been more sure of anything. She'd already destroyed our relationship the moment she decided to warehouse me and steal from me. I was just making it official. The papers were signed in my room at Shady Pines with Maria as a witness. James had brought a notary who he trusted. Everything legal, everything documented. The trust was amended. My estate plan was changed. And then we waited for the trap to spring. It didn't take long. Linda had apparently been getting impatient. About 2 days after I signed the amendment, she showed up at Shady Pines with a folder full of papers. She had this forced, cheerful energy, like she was trying too hard to seem casual. She said she'd been organizing my financial documents. Red flag number 1. I never asked her to do that. And there were some things I needed to sign to make managing my accounts easier.
I played along. I asked what they were. She gave me some vague explanation about consolidating accounts and updating beneficiaries. She was lying through her teeth. I pretended to be confused, asked her to explain again. She got this little edge to her voice, the impatience creeping through. Just sign here, Mom, and here. You don't need to worry about the details. I picked up the pen, held it over the first signature line. Then I put it down and said no. Linda's face froze. She asked what I meant. I said I wasn't signing anything without my lawyer reviewing it first. She actually laughed. She said I didn't need a lawyer for this. It was just routine paperwork. I said if it's routine, then James can look at it first. That's when her mask really slipped. She got this look on her face, cold and frustrated. She said I was being difficult. She said she'd been taking care of everything while I was stuck here, and this was how I repaid her. She said maybe she should look into moving me somewhere else, somewhere that specialized in difficult patients. A state facility, she said. One of those places with shared rooms and no privacy. It was a threat. A clear, ugly threat. Sign over your money, or I'll make your life even worse. I looked at my daughter, this woman I'd raised and loved and sacrificed for, and I felt absolutely nothing but contempt. I told her to get out. She tried to argue. I told her again, louder. A nurse came in and Linda left, but not before saying we'd talk about this later when I was more reasonable. 2 days after that, James made his move. He'd been coordinating with another attorney from his firm, a younger guy named Paul who specialized in elder law. They requested a meeting with Linda regarding my estate. Linda probably thought she was finally getting access to everything. She showed up at James's office on a Thursday afternoon with Mark in tow. I wasn't there, obviously, but James told me everything afterward. He said Linda walked in looking confident. Mark was trying to look intimidating, all puffed up like he thought he had some kind of leverage. They sat down, expecting to sign inheritance papers or get account information. Instead, James and Paul laid out what had actually happened. The trust had been amended. All assets were being redirected to the grandchildren's education fund. Linda and Mark's names had been permanently removed from the estate. Furthermore, there was documented evidence of financial abuse, coercion, and possible fraud regarding the car sale. If Linda wanted to contest any of this, she was welcome to try, but the legal fees would bankrupt her, and she'd lose anyway, because my competency had been thoroughly established. James said Linda went pale, then red. Then she started yelling. She called me names I won't repeat. She said I was a bitter old woman who'd turned against her own daughter. She said she'd been taking care of me, and this was her reward. Mark tried to get aggressive, leaned forward, and started making threats about lawsuits and elder abuse claims. Paul calmly pointed out that threatening a lawyer in his own office was a terrible strategy, and if they wanted to go down the legal route, there was plenty of evidence of their misconduct to present to a judge. The meeting ended with Linda storming out, but the damage was done. She knew. She knew she'd lost everything. She knew her plan had failed completely, and she knew that I'd been the one to do it to her. James called me that night on the hidden phone. He told me it was over. Linda couldn't touch the money. The house would be sold, and the proceeds would go into the trust. Her manipulation had earned her exactly nothing, except her name on a list of people who'd never see a cent of my estate. He asked how I felt. Honestly, I felt relieved, vindicated, and maybe a little bit savage. She'd tried to bury me, and instead I'd buried her financially. There was a satisfaction in that I'm not entirely proud of, but I won't deny it either. The fallout was immediate and messy. Linda tried calling me at Shady Pines the next day. The staff told her I'd requested that she be removed from my approved visitor list. She showed up anyway,
and made a scene in the lobby, crying and saying I'd been manipulated by my lawyer, that I didn't understand what I'd done. Security had to escort her out.
One of the nurses told me about it later and said, "Linda kept screaming that I was her mother. How could I do this to her? How could I do this to her?" The irony was almost funny. She tried a different approach after that. Sent me a card with a long letter about how much she loved me, how she'd only been trying to help, how we could fix this if I'd just talked to her. The card had flowers on it. Daisies. I've hated daisies ever since. I threw it away without finishing it. Then she sent another one, and another. I stopped opening them. What actually surprised me was David's reaction. He'd been mostly out of the loop because Linda had been feeding him the same story she'd told everyone else, that I was declining, that I needed full-time care, that she was handling everything. When James contacted him to explain what had really happened, David drove up that same day. He came to Shady Pines looking absolutely stunned. I told him everything. The isolation, the lies about my mental state, the house takeover, all of it. David just sat there shaking his head. He said Linda had been telling him for months that I didn't want to see him, that visits upset me too much. He'd believed her because why wouldn't he? She was his sister. She was supposed to be taking care of me. David was furious. Not at me, at Linda. He said he'd suspected something was off when Linda sold my car without telling him, but she'd explained it away and he'd let it go. He felt guilty about that. I told him it wasn't his fault. Linda had been careful and strategic. She'd isolated me from everyone who might have questioned what she was doing. The conversation turned to what happened next. I couldn't stay at Shady Pines. Even though Linda was banned from visiting, the place felt contaminated now. Every hallway reminded me of being trapped. David offered to have me come stay with him, but his house was small and his kids were still at home, and, honestly, I didn't want to be a burden on anyone anymore. That's when I called Dorothy. She's been my friend since high school, outlived 2 husbands, sharp as a tack at 81. She'd been trying to visit me for months, but Linda had blocked her too. When I finally got through to her and explained everything, there was a long silence. Then she said she had a cottage in the countryside, with a guest room that had my name on it if I wanted it. No pressure, no strings, just a place to land. I said yes immediately. A week later, David and Dorothy coordinated my great escape from Shady Pines. I say escape like I was breaking out of prison, but honestly, that's what it felt like. We waited until mid-morning, when staff was busy with medication rounds. David packed up my few belongings while Dorothy handled the discharge paperwork. I'd already paid through the month, so there was no issue with billing. I was a voluntary resident, and I was leaving voluntarily. The staff seemed relieved, actually. I think they'd figured out that the situation with Linda was complicated, and they didn't want to be in the middle of it. Maria gave me a hug on the way out and slipped me a note with her phone number. Said to call if I ever needed anything. I still have that note. Linda found out I'd left when she tried to call the facility that afternoon. They told her I'd been discharged, and they couldn't provide any information about where I'd gone. I heard from James that she completely lost it, threatened to report them for kidnapping, demanded to know who had taken me. They told her to contact my lawyer. She did. James told her it was none of her business. The cottage is small, but perfect. 2 bedrooms, a kitchen with morning light, a garden out back that Dorothy tends. My room has a window that looks out over fields. It's quiet here. Peaceful. Dorothy and I fall into an easy rhythm. Coffee in the morning, crossword puzzles in the afternoon, old movies at night. She doesn't hover. She doesn't treat me like I'm fragile. We're just 2 old women keeping each other company. About 2 weeks after I moved in, the grandchildren started reaching out. Tyler came first, drove 3 hours to see me. He apologized for not realizing sooner what his mother was doing. I told him he had nothing to apologize for. He's a kid. Well, a young man, but still. It wasn't his responsibility to protect me from his own mother. Tyler told me Linda had been calling him non-stop, trying to get him to tell her where I was. He refused. She told him I'd been brainwashed by my lawyer, that I was sick and confused. Tyler said he'd seen me at the nursing home, had talked to me, knew I was completely lucid. Linda accused him of choosing money over family. He told her she'd done that all by herself. Emma came next, then Josh and Sophie with David. We had Sunday dinner at the cottage, just like old times except smaller and more intimate. Dorothy made pot roast. The kids asked questions about the trust, and I explained it all. How their educations were now fully funded. How they'd never have to worry about student loans or choosing a cheaper school because of cost. Emma cried. She'd been planning to drop out of her master's program because she couldn't afford it. Now she could finish. Sophie, who's only 14, asked why her Aunt Linda had done all this. I didn't have a good answer. Greed, maybe. Impatience. A sense of entitlement. Maybe she'd convinced herself she deserved the money, that she'd earned it by being the local child, the one who visited more. I don't know. I don't think I'll ever really understand it. The question came up whether Linda could contest the trust. James had already addressed this. She could try, but she'd need to prove I was mentally incompetent when I made the changes, and the medical documentation made that impossible. She could try to claim undue influence, but again, the timeline and evidence didn't support it. She could drag us all through a legal battle that would cost tens of thousands of dollars and take years, and she'd lose. Most likely she'd never file anything because she couldn't afford to. She hasn't, as of now. It's been 6 months since I left Shady Pines. 6 months of peace and Sunday dinners, and watching the seasons change from Dorothy's cottage. My hip healed fully. I can walk without assistance now. I tend the garden with Dorothy, grow tomatoes and herbs. Simple things. Good things. But I'd be lying if I said I was completely at peace with what happened. There are nights when I lie awake thinking about Linda as a little girl. I remember teaching her to bake, helping her with homework, being there for every milestone. I remember her wedding day and thinking how proud I was. Those memories don't go away just because of what she did. Sometimes I wonder if I went too far, if completely cutting her out of the estate was too harsh. She was manipulative and cruel, yes, but she's still my daughter. Part of me, a small, stubborn part, still loves her, even though I don't like her anymore. I don't know if that makes sense. You can love someone and still recognize they're toxic. You can mourn the relationship you thought you had while accepting the reality of what it actually was. David has cut contact with Linda almost entirely. He's spoken to her maybe twice since everything came out, and both conversations ended in arguments. Linda still maintains she did nothing wrong, that she was protecting me from myself, that the trust changes prove I was mentally unstable. The delusion is almost impressive. She's rewritten the entire narrative in her head to make herself the victim. Mark, Linda's husband, sent me a letter about 3 months ago. It was surprisingly honest. He said Linda had kept him in the dark about a lot of it, that he didn't know about the car sale or the forged signatures. He claimed he'd thought I'd agreed to go into the nursing home permanently, that Linda had told him I'd said so myself. I don't know if I believe him. He was there for enough of it that he should have questioned things. But maybe he chose not to see what was right in front of him. People do that. The house sold last month. It went for more than I expected. All the proceeds went into the trust as planned. Linda and Mark had to move out. I heard from David that they're renting a small apartment now, much cheaper than what they'd been planning. Linda had already been mentally spending my money, I guess. Picking out new cars, planning vacations. All of that evaporated. There's something darkly satisfying about that, I won't lie. She tried to warehouse me and steal my life's savings, and instead she lost everything she'd been counting on.
Karma is real, sometimes. The grandchildren are thriving. Tyler's in his second year, studying engineering. Emma finished her master's program and got accepted into a PhD program she never would have been able to afford. Josh is talking about medical school. Sophie's too young to think about college yet, but she knows it's there, waiting for her, fully funded. That's Robert's real legacy. Not money for its own sake, but opportunity for the next generation. I keep Robert's photo on my nightstand here at the cottage. Sometimes I talk to him, tell him what's happened. I think he'd approve of what I did. He'd probably say I should have done it sooner. He never trusted Linda completely, even when she was younger. Said she had a calculating streak. I'd defended her back then. Funny how that worked out. 3 days ago, a letter arrived. I recognized Linda's handwriting on the envelope immediately. Dorothy brought it in with the rest of the mail and raised an eyebrow at me, but didn't say anything. The envelope has been sitting on the small desk in my room ever since. I haven't opened it. Haven't thrown it away either. Just left it there. This physical representation of a relationship I don't know what to do with. Dorothy says I'll know when I'm ready to deal with it. Maybe she's right. Or maybe I'll never be ready. Maybe some things are better left unopened, some doors better left closed. I rebuilt my life after Linda tried to destroy it. I have my friend, my grandchildren, my peace. Opening that letter risks letting her chaos back in. But it sits there. Every morning I see it, every night before I sleep. Linda's handwriting, the weight of whatever's inside. An apology, maybe. Or more justifications. Or accusations. I don't know. What I do know is this. I sleep well now. Better than I did in that nursing home. Better than I did in the months before Robert died when everything felt uncertain. My body might be 84 years old, but my mind is clear, and my conscience is clean. I protected myself. I protected my grandchildren's futures. I made sure that the woman who tried to steal from me and lock me away got exactly what she deserved. The envelope sits on my desk, unopened. A test, maybe, or a temptation. Part of me wants to see what she has to say. Part of me thinks nothing she could write would matter. She made her choices. I made mine. And I'm living with mine just fine while she's living with hers. I wonder sometimes what it says about me that I can feel this content while my daughter is presumably suffering the consequences of her actions. Does it make me cold? Vindictive? Or just someone who finally learned that family doesn't give you the right to abuse people who love you? I don't have the answer. But I have my peace, my friend, my Sunday dinners with grandchildren who actually want to see me. And honestly, that feels like enough.